These cuckoo ass bitches, I don't even know. Okay? They just, I gotta change the picture. I was gonna talk about Trump, but I ran into a whole nother goddamn video. Let me see. Let me change this shit real quick. We're just gonna put a cherry in the bucket. Okay, let me go find what I need to find real quick. What was I looking for? A beat real quick. Cookie assholes, man. They cookie. Crazy ass, ratchet ass. Running the mill ass bitches. Let me see. Okay, what I gotta do? I have to go here and share the screen and make sure it hits sound. And we just gonna do it like this, baby. What you doing, baby? Go, go, go. Yes, bitches. Ah, yes, yes, bitches. Oh, yes, ah, oh, yes, yes, bitches. Yes. I'm gonna say the rhyming for later. Come on, everybody. Yes, bitches. Yes, bitches. Yes. These hoes, these hoes are slow ass hoes. Big ass nose, fucked up toes. These, these. Sneeze. Freaky ass bitches. Freaky ass bitches. Freaky ass bitches. Freaky ass bitches. Look, look. Yes, bitch. Ah, don't hit switch. See the snitch. Come on. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Yes, bitches. Yes, bitches. Yes, bitches. Man, how do they end up with followers? I don't know. I don't know. I'll bomb. I don't know. I don't know. I'll bomb. I don't know. I don't know. I'll bomb. Look, I've been purposely leaving these women alone. And I figured after a while, they'll get tired too, right? But they don't get tired. The manosphere, to be honest, they kind of got knocked the fuck out. The black manosphere is kind of like dead, okay? Dead and gone. They dead and gone. Um, they did it to themselves. They did it to themselves. Um, actually, no. It was a few of us help them out. And I just assumed that when the men stop the nonsense talking points, that some of these women will lose interest and be like, okay, I made enough money. So let me go about my business. So truly I left the women alone because the women, right, is a result of the men. But motherfucker, the men, look, Kevin been gone for a little bit. Some of these men, most of the men are gone. Like I don't see Obsidian on this bitch. The ones who still talk, they ain't shit, right? Like we could see their lives. They ain't shit. I ain't gonna mention no names because it's quite a few of them. If I start mentioning names, though, it's not gonna be that many of them, right? But what I will tell you is all you gotta do is look at them, see where they at in life. It would have. They was on a. Some of these men was on a good, uh, in a good spot, right? They was able to get women and everything, but they Lazy ass motherfuckers didn't want to get no job because they ain't had no skills. So being on the internet seemed to be where they could make their money, and all they had to do was feed the energy of talking bad about black women and shit, right? Talking bad about women. Problem is, the niggas was doing it at first just to make money while they still was getting with them black women. But now these niggas can't even get a woman, period. Because it shows in their face the hatred, the bullshit just shows in their attitude, in their face. Everything about them just starts being unappealing. Where them niggas thought at one time was able to get what they call bitches and hoes. Now they can't get nobody. Now they truly mad. They truly mad. But that's the men. Okay, boom, let's knock them to the side because we done stumped on them long enough. Okay, bam, bam. And if I got to come out and stump on their ass again, y'all know I ain't got no problem. But now, Bomb has, because I've been sitting back chilling. And I've always said women can get it too. Like she come for me, I give it. I don't have no problem with that. But the truth is, I've been really chilling on these women. You know, I've really been chill. There's quite a few of them who've been on this bitch, wilding out, saying the most dumbest shit, stupidest shit, right? Um, Feeling like they so much above when they ain't shit. They making their money the same way the black manosphere making their money on talking shit, right? But I said, okay, the men got theirs, let the women have theirs. And I'm a woman, so I like, okay, I ain't gonna mess with these women. But Shira is not the only one. I just want her to know I just happened to see a video of her. So I don't want to hear no whining why she picked on me. There's some other women, bitch. You are problematic. And I might end up jumping on the mother bitches in the same video, or I might end up with their name in the title too. Now, a lot of women not gonna like it, right? But I'm gonna explain myself, even though I ain't got to explain my motherfucker self to nobody, right? I talk about who I want. These bitches out here wilding out. These bitches can barely get a man. And then some of y'all be like, but Bomb, all women don't want men. Yeah, but these bitches do. These bitches do. We got one, her sister went over there on uh Kendra and talked about how much money she want. How the man gotta be making this amount of money. And Kendra asked her, you been with a man who make that type of money before? Sure. Then why in the fuck are you on my show? Why you not with him? Right? Because you saying that he got to make a certain amount of money, and then when you get in a space with a man who make that money, it's not working out. Now, whether it's not working out because of him, you or him or both of y'all not vibing, it just says something. It says that just because a man make that amount of money doesn't mean y'all gonna vibe. That's what it says. I ain't got to be mean about it, right? So he not making a certain amount of money, and the men who making a lot of money not searching your ass out to where you on a fucking date or internet dating show. Nah, I ain't gonna be too mean about it, right? I'm not gonna be too mean. Or am I? Let me think about that for a minute. Hmm. I'm not gonna be mean, but I'm gonna tell the truth. How about this? How about this? If you so big and bad, like you got it like that, well, all these men with all this money is surrounded around you and shit, then what the fuck are you doing on an internet dating show? Sorry. What the fuck? Listen, I'm a married woman. But I'm about to say something. If Mr. Mark is listening, can you like turn can you go to another show real quick, babe? Give me like 5 minutes. It ain't gonna take me long to say this, okay? Okay, it's not gonna take me long to say this. Okay, you walked away. I hope you're gone. Okay. Wait, let me look in the chat. I'm sorry, y'all, because I don't want to say this around my husband, okay? I don't want to say this. Wait, I gotta come. Hubby, go out the chat. It ain't gonna be nothing about you. Okay, I promise. I ain't got nothing bad to say about you. I'm talking about me as a woman, and if I wasn't a married woman. Okay, bam, bam. Okay, cool. Trust me on that. I ain't got no bad words to say about you. Okay, here you go, y'all. Baby, there's men out in this world every fucking where I go. I don't even go that many places no more. And still, when I go, I see men, I see women and men, right? They're the only two genders, right? Even if there's other genders, they still acting like they're either a man or a woman. Cool. We on the same page. Cool. I go out and I see men. The fuck I look like I have to go on the internet, right? Because a woman who's really in search of a real relationship, I'm talking about a real relationship. I'm not talking about no fake ass, phony, over the phone, keep me in so I can feel good, but I'm not really wanting to be in a real relationship, right? See, I understand the game, babe. I understand where you could be in a relationship without really truly being in a relationship, but mentally, for your mental state, this is the type of relationship you cool with. Like the bitches who get in relationship with niggas in jail who ain't never coming out. He ain't look, he got life. He's a lifer. She pen paling it. Why would a woman get with a nigga who she knows she ain't gonna never be able to touch? Because it's mental, right? It's almost like she really don't want a relationship or she's scared of real relationships. So she enter these relationships that she know that's really not real, but she can make it real, right? She can receive his phone calls, even though he might be calling other women. She don't care, right? She cool with it because it ain't interfering with her emotions and her fake ass imaginary world. So when he call her, that's her baby. She'll send him money for his commissary, write him letters, and that'll be her baby. And she'll walk in the world, go to work every day and everything, just to be able to send him money. And she'll do it with pride. And she'll feel good because in her imaginary world, she got a man. When he start calling her wifey, oh baby, she excited she gonna send him even more money on his commissary. Yes, yes. And she gonna go to work every day with a smile on her face and be like, yeah, I got a man. I got a man. I got a man. Right? I got a man. That's what she gonna do. And why though? Why? Because she gonna say, I ain't gotta worry about the hassle of nobody breaking my heart. I ain't gotta deal with the hassle of, you know, um, dealing with him and cooking and cleaning for him and or any of that. She ain't got to worry about being disappointed. That's what she'll say, and she'll get up every day, look her best, smelling good, and everything, and she'll go to work with her head high. And when people ask, she'll act, "Yep, I got a man." She ain't gonna tell them where her man at. I got a man. She gonna live her life like she got a man. Okay. Because if she wanted a man and she wasn't afraid, and I guess I understand as a human why you would be afraid of that shit that we all afraid of, right? I think most of us are scared of failure, including myself, right? Don't want to do shit and like scared to fail. It may not work out, it could be hard, eh, and all that bullshit. So I understand that. I understand that. But you can't convince me that you got it all like that. You know what I'm saying? And then you require 6 figures. And I'm not, she didn't even say just 6 figures. She was talking about I think that woman said she needed 8 figures or some shit like that. Am I right about that? I'm talking about Cynthia G's sister. She went up there on that type of time. Like the heads are blown up, baby. Uh, they blowing up their own motherfucker head. Them bitch hot air balloons, head ass bitches. Okay, hot air balloon ass head ass bitches. Somebody blowing shit they motherfucking ass, and it's not men. It's you fucking women. Fuck other fucking women who giving your money to women in order for them to talk that shit, and you just blowing hot air up them bitches' ass or in they motherfucking pussies, bitch. I don't even know what be happening. I be thinking to myself, um, I can listen to you, bitch. I can even be subscribed to your whole, but if you're live and I catch you live and I catch it the live, I can watch. I don't have a problem with that. But I'd be goddamn if I start acting like you Michael Jackson or Prince or shit or Kendrick Lamar, like somebody who entertaining me, Chris Brown. We it don't matter. Listen, you ain't that bitch. You on YouTube. You putting out some shit. I may agree with some of it. Other shit. Most of this shit. These women are going against men, and they be having a man in the background. That you know, and I don't understand it. I really don't. They be having a black man in the background talking that shit. Now I understood it at some point when there was like a gender war. And the truth is the women gonna win. As long as the women stick together, you know, more we could go with the more educated, or that we quicker with our words, we sharper with our tongue, we know how to slice them down, and we ain't really got to lie, right? We could just go with the facts. We could the same stats these men lie about, we can pull that out and be like, nah, you lying, you ain't telling the truth. And so we're gonna whip their motherfucking ass like that, quick like that, right? Um, so now if women, and there was some women who will go against women, right? The mammies, see that's what the mammies, the ones who want to be your mama, and they willing to lie on your behalf. See, I can't lie on behalf of my fucking, not even my sons. I'm gonna be honest with you, like I'm their mother, but if they're doing some fucked up shit, I'm gonna let them know because I love them. That's what I'm supposed to do, right? I'm supposed to tell them the truth. I'm supposed to tell them when they're doing wrong, right? And I'm supposed to also let them appreciate them when they're doing right. When you're doing right, good job. I'm happy. I'm not stressed. You're doing wrong, and I'm trying to figure out, like why are you mad at me that I'm telling you you're doing wrong? The mammies, though, that's the opposite, right? They know their son's doing wrong and they gonna support that. Now, it's one thing to support your son or your husband, your brother, right? You could support them in love. Like you could love them without supporting bullshit. I don't know if people know that because it confuses me. See, I love my brother, but when my brother doing wrong, then I know that I can't be a part of that world because I'm not a part of that world. I don't want to be a part of that world. I could have easily been a part of that motherfucking world, and it was a world that I could be. I could have chose to be in it. It wouldn't have been nothing. I didn't want to be part of that shit, and the reason I want to be part of it because I know it's wrong. I know it's hurtful to others, right? All kinds of little bullshit, and therefore I can love my brother, which I love him with all my heart, right? Um, but nigga, you dead wrong if you wrong. It's the same with my sons and my husband, my uncles and anybody else. You wrong, you dead wrong. I'm gonna let you know you wrong. You wrong. The mammies don't do that. The mammies will lie for these niggas. So somebody, I think it was I was over there by Jay Prince. Y'all know I love me some Jay Prince, right? I was over there by Jay Prince, and there's this woman who Jay Prince liked too. What her name is? Um, can't think of her name right in this moment. Okay, Miss Lockhart. That's what it is. Lockhart. I think that's what it is. Lockhart. Yeah. And I saw her in a chat, and she was saying shit that I know that bitch know what Jay Prince was saying was wrong. Most of the time, Jay Prince be knowing some of the shit he's saying is wrong. Like, I don't know if people be understanding, like, Jay Prince is funny at times, right? And sometimes he may just say something. He may not, there's a lot of things he may not know, but then there's some things I know he be knowing, but he just put it out there. How I know he be knowing, because I done told him, other people done told him, we done talked to it and everything. And it's okay, right? Jay Prince is who he is. That's the type of content he put out. But my thing is, I'm not talking about Jay Prince, because if I say Jay Prince, yeah, that's wrong, and I give him the right information, she in the chat repeating what he's saying, and that bitch know he wrong. And so, I'm call her out. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, God damn, mammy. I asked Jay Prince was like, I'm like, you could come up. She ain't gonna come up there with me. You see? She ain't gonna come up there with me. Cause see, I'm gonna have a real conversation with her. We're gonna put out some motherfucking facts, you old ass bitch. And the thing is, I call her old ass bitch, right? Because I'm an old ass bitch. So I'm letting her know. Come on, your ass up here. And let's pull out these facts. Don't just be agreeing with these men just because these are the dangerous ass bitches. Dangerous, yo. Because they know they fucking lying. The men may not know it, right? Because just imagine that you have two people that you really like, right? Two women that you like, you respect them and they respect you back and everything, right? Like with Jay Prince. So there's me and Miss Lockhart, and then there's Jay Prince, right? And I'm giving Jay Prince some information that I know to be right. And then she's on the other side giving him misinformation, the information that he is already putting out. Wouldn't I would be confused too if my mom and dad was saying two different things. I love both of them. I like both of them. And I'm like, I don't even know which one to trust. I don't even know which one to trust. I like both of you, but y'all both saying something different. One of y'all agreeing with me, and the other one you disagreeing with me. And that's what make a bitch like Miss Lockhart and some of these raggedy ass other motherfucker bitches, right? I can name them, and y'all know I will. I would have to. It takes me a minute to remember these slow ass bitches' names. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, but it's quite a few of them. And some of them on here, they just ratchet than a motherfucker, right? Ratchet, dumbass bitches. And then they like to talk against women. See, y'all think I'm talking against women. I'm talking about these fucking mammies. There's a motherfucking difference. These bitches be acting like they niggas. One of them bitches, when we was over there by Sharon, right? She know she don't get on the panel when I'm up there, baby. And if I get up there when she up there, because I don't give a fuck, I get up there when anybody up there. We ain't got to talk. I'm over here supporting who I'm supporting. You just over here too. We ain't got to fight. Cause bitch, if you want to fight though, I'm with it. Anyway, she, she don't get up there with me. She be over there with the men over there with Hank and what his name? Hank Hooker. I don't know. Getting up there, them bitches be smoking weed, lips be they it's one thing, nothing wrong with smoking weed, bitch. Why you on camera looking like a whole nigga? You look like you eat pussy. Okay? Like I ain't even gonna lie. The one I'm talking about, I can't think of her name, but when it comes to me, I will say it. Okay. That bitch look like she eat pussy. I think she said she married. That nigga, look, that nigga probably look like a nigga or a bitch. 'Cause I don't know. I ain't never seen her husband. But what I will say is that bitch be acting like a nigga. Um, and they mammies. But the thing about her and the rest of these mammies, I always tell them, girl, what you mammying for? You are you mammying or you picking me? You pick me right now, you mammy. If you married, then you're not a pick me. You trying to be these niggas' mothers and protect them between your bosom. You ballsy ass bitch. I know you got balls because you look like you pussy. But nah, right? If they're not married and they looking for the men to pick them, then they pick me's, right? So a pick me and a mammy, they basically do the same thing, except their reasoning for doing it is different. Their reasoning is different. There's the mammy who just want to be, they like to go at women, period, right? These bitches want to put on their sneakers and put on their boxers and go at women. Now, see, I just want to be clear. I don't mind boxing no motherfucking woman if I have to, but I'm gonna do it, bitch, with my bra on and a thong on, ho. You understand? Like I'm always a woman. I ain't never looking like I eat no pussy, bitch. I don't act like it. I'm not into that kind of shit right there. And I'm into a lot, but I'm not into no eating no motherfucking pussy, bitch. And I ain't gonna be sucking no strange ass, weird ass dicks to be a no pick me neither. I don't give a fuck if none of these niggas like me. How, as you got to know, baby. I'm never getting up there just agreeing with him just to agree with him. I disagree. Sometimes I disagree with him even when I might agree with him, ho. Because I just might be in that type of mood. I might be in a trolling ass mood in that motherfucking moment. But you gonna be over there with your boxes on. Some of these hoes don't like women. And so they just against women. But you know what always happened to them? The thing I always tell them. What's that? These niggas, when they ain't got nobody else up there to box on, and your ass is up on that panel, girl, they gonna turn to you. Cause even though they know you act like you got balls like them, they know you still got titties, ho. And that's what exactly happened when when these men turned around and showed her something. Showed her that you may think you a nigga, you may eat pussy like I do, but you's a whole motherfucking child chair. And she was hurt, baby. I remember seeing it in her eyes. I saw it in her eyes, y'all. I looked at her. She was on the panel and she was wondering why they did that to her, why they treated that way. She's always been on their side. And I felt zero pity for the bitch. Zero. And it's hard for me to feel zero pity because I'm really a very sensitive older lady. I feel people's pain and they stress. I don't know, like the world, like I feel it, right? I feel even you can be to say some shit about me and then I find out something bad happened. I feel that and I'm not happy with that. I'm a very sensitive human being. Okay. I may not seem that way because I'm doing a lot of cussing, right? And I don't give no fucks about how nobody feel about me, but I feel a lot, right? I'm very sympathetic to people and things like that. But I felt zero pity for her in that moment. And that's when I had to back away. That's when I stopped really coming to YouTube. I was like, bah, something ain't right. Because you taking a little too much, pride. You kind of a little happy when you see that bitch up there, damn here crying over some niggas who she don't really know, but she acted like she knew them and had their back, right? And she thought they were gonna have her back. And I was like, Mom, you're not being yourself right now. Back your ass away. Let me go find the people. Give me a second. Okay. I was feeling like, why are you happy? Mom, you can't be happy. What you doing right now? What you doing, Bob? You like, why you happy? That a hoe being a hoe, getting treated like a hoe. Hey, when a hoe being treated like a hoe and she don't even know why to go, that way I say, hey, you can make motherfucker get away. What's going on? Mom, I've seen a song. That's right. When a hoe be a hoe is a hoe is a hoe, but you didn't even know. Hoe being a hoe and not even know that they think she's a hoe. Hoe being a hoe and she not even know but they think nothing of her. And that's for sure. Bomb is crazy. Let me put the link out, y'all. I'm tripping. I'm tripping hard. Okay, let me stop. Wait, the beat that came on again. God damn. Okay. Let me put the link in so some people can come up and stop me. I'm wilding out, y'all. I'm wilding out. I know I am. But let me just say this, okay? Um, y'all pick me's got to stop, right? The pick me's got to stop. You mammies, right? Because these niggas not gonna pick you. Like, and if they was gonna pick you, bitch, stay on the internet. You looking for a falsified relationship so you can in your mind be in entanglement, huh? Like, bitch, go outside. Oh, you fuck. These niggas like fat women, short women, tall women. They like white women, Asian women, black women. They like it all. And that's all you got to do first. You got to go outside and meet them. Say hello to some niggas. You know what I mean? And and and, and don't be mean mugging motherfuckers. Like, just look like you approachable. And say hi. Hello, how you doing? Shit, you be shocked how some of these men, they too are looking for the same thing. They looking for somebody, anybody and everybody. Scream! They just looking for somebody, you know. And in this world, we live with people walking around with their head in their phone and shit, and they not saying hello to nobody. They mean mugging motherfuckers when they look up. They just looking like they lost and shit. Like, what you want? They don't, you know what I mean? And you say hello, this nigga shocked. Like, wait, did she say hello? He's shocked that you say hello. He say hello back. He like, oh shit, how you doing? Yeah, and you might spark off a conversation. Bitch, and you might end up in at least a real, you know, relationship, even if it's just a friendship that you're starting off. That nigga is local. You could get to know him. You could see if that nigga got a family or not, right? These bitches be dating niggas in other countries. then that nigga in another country and she don't even know which country. He done told her he's in, he told her he's in Germany. This nigga is in Kenya. He's sending this nigga money through Western Union and shit. He's like, she's like, oh, I thought you said you was in Germany. Why am I sending the money to Kenya? Well, I can't really receive the money here, so you're gonna send it to my friend. My friend is in Kenya. Yes. And the man in Kenya, he's going to forward it to because I can't like y'all motherfuckers be in all kind of relationships, baby. These motherfucking Kenyans are stealing your money, baby. But it's okay, cause the niggas in jail been stealing your money for a long time too, bitch. Okay, you just sending that nigga, you sending it directly to his motherfucking name, which his name is 125608. Okay, that's when you send him money, it's gonna be to a motherfucking number. You might not even know that nigga real name. You done met this nigga somewhere through a friend of a friend of a friend, and all your motherfucking friends are jailbirds, bitch. Wait a minute, your cousin introduced you to a nigga in jail, bitch? What kind of fucking cousin you got, huh? Your cousin don't love you enough to tell you you shouldn't be messing with these niggas in jail? Oh, I know what's going on. Your cousin been getting that ass whacked in jail, right? Because they done bent his ass over. And in order for him to get some protection, he had to sell your ass out. They made him contact a family member. And now you the contact, bitch. And now you sending commissary to niggas. I know goddamn well one of my cousins say, like my brother been in jail so much, he's been in jail more than he's been out. And you know what my brother has never done? He talked about me to the people in jail. That's true, right? He bragged about me being in the military when I was in the military. He bragged about, uh, yeah, my mom looked this way, shit like that. But my brother ain't never say, yeah, I want you to meet my sister. Or hey, I got a friend who wanna get to know you. My brother ain't when I'm on the phone with him and shit, talking about, yeah, one of my friends would like to get to know you. Yeah, he right here. Fuck out of here. I remember my brother, this was years and years ago. He was in jail. He had went to jail from our house. We were living in Missouri. He had come to stay with us. And the nigga got in trouble even where I was living in a whole different state. Yeah, my brother just find you. Huh? Hey man, you ain't even give me a hug or nothing. You coming here for my iPad. I love you. I miss you. Okay, wait. I know it's two of them. I think one down there. Is one down there? No. No? Damn. How long don't be knowing? I should be putting them. There's a computer there. The computer there? Yeah. Okay, let me find the iPads, okay? They around here. Something like that. Here go the black one. You want the black one? Yep. Wait, let me see what the percentage is. 80%. That's good for you for the whole night. Okay. Good. Mama love you. Close the door. Thank you, baby. You're welcome. I guess he just got home. Okay. I forgot what I was talking about, man. That's that old age. Oh yeah, my brother ain't never tried to hook his sister up with no motherfucking niggas in jail. These bitches be they family members. They family members. Like, I got a sister, nigga. Your sister must be hard up if you looking for her a nigga in jail, in jail. But I digress. Listen, I ain't never been interested. You know what I'm saying? Maybe one of my cousins. I could see maybe one of my cousins trying that shit. Back in the day. But my cousins used to try to introduce me to their friends, but their friends were like in the military or in college. They were like, oh yeah, I got a cousin. You know what I mean? Of course, they were bragging that they got a cousin. I did the same thing. I was like, yeah, girl, I got a cousin. But none of my cousins I would have bragged about was in no motherfucker jail. I never tell any of y'all that I got a brother I'd like you to meet. You know what I'm saying? I've been on here a long time, and I have told y'all my brother in jail. Y'all wouldn't have even known that if I wouldn't have told you. You know what I mean? Nobody would know that my brother was in jail. All these years I've been telling my stories. I've been saying. I don't speak negative of my brother. I love him to motherfucking death. He's not in jail right now, right? About maybe about a month ago, but his ass will be back in. He'll be back in, baby. 'Cause That's the way. That's the way the jail doors open for him. They rotate. You ever been to one of them hotels or one of them? Usually it's a hotel, but I guess stores too. Maybe used to have them doors that revolve and you push to go in. And if your ass don't step out, your ass can just continue walking and come right back out. That's how the doors of justice work for my brother, baby. Yes, Lord. Whether he did it or didn't do it, it don't even matter. The doors are there. I try to tell him you got to be extra careful. It don't matter if you did it. You did it, even if you didn't do it. Because that's how your luck been working. Okay, your luck worked that way. Or your ass just always doing it. I guess it don't fucking matter. Okay. And let's get back to these mammies and they fake ass boyfriends. Okay. These bitches is on here looking to either be you, she wants you to be her son, maybe so you can protect her. But I'm coming to punch every one of you bitches in the motherfucking eye. You nigga who trying to protect her, and then I'ma punch her in the eye, okay? But what's worse is that the niggas not gonna fight me over her. Right? That's why they don't like me. They don't like me. They don't like me. I ain't even do them shit and they don't like me. Before I even said one word of their name, they don't like me. And I sense that they don't like me because they'll say something, right? Or they'll talk to me a certain way. And I pick up on it. Just like last night when I was on the phone with the T-Mobile motherfucker people who I didn't choose because we used to be with Sprint. And I ain't gonna lie, I liked me some motherfucking Sprint when I was with Sprint. And I don't like being tossed into some other contract with some motherfucking people I didn't choose, but it just so happens to be that's the way it is. That's the way it worked out. T-Mobile bought our Sprint or merged or whatever. And so I'm on the phone with the woman yesterday, right? And asked the woman a question. She's telling me I can get that on the app. And before I know it, this bitch done sent me a link to an app. She done sent it to my phone. I asked her. In fact, I told her before she sent me the link to the app that I don't want no app. I said, I called in to talk to someone about upgrading my phones and talking about any deals you have. Oh, you can find that on the app. I said, no, I don't want no app. She says, but you can see everything I can see on the app. I said, yeah. I said, but I want to talk to somebody because I cannot see everything you see on the app. And if I can, I don't want to see it, bitch. I said, you don't know if I'm blind, bitch. I might not be able to see shit, hoe. I ain't tell her that though. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but anyway, I will tell you what I did. I did cuss her ass out, but I promise you, okay, it was because she was being blackity blackity black, and I was being too nice originally. You know, I'm being too nice, but I am telling her now I'm not interested in the app. She sent me the fucking link to the app anyway to my phone. It's the nerve of her. The nerve of her sending me anything to my phone that I didn't ask her for. Even after I told her I didn't want it, she was like, well, but you can. She said, I just sent you something. And I go to look. I'm thinking she wanted me to verify. I thought she sent me something so I could give her the numbers. This bitch to send me the link to the app. I said, well, I tell her thank you, right? I hurry up and look because I'm on the same phone that she sent me the link to, right? I hurry up and look. I said, uh, I said, what's this? You sent me a link. She said, that's the link to the app. I said, I, I don't want to act. She's actually trying to get me off the phone so I could deal shit with the app. So I asked her, I said, well, are y'all no longer customer service where you help the customer? I said, because I'm quite sure I could have went and got an app. She then tells me, well, that's the link to another app. And I said, I don't put apps on my phone because it ain't nothing but spyware. In case y'all didn't know that, okay? The motherfuckers can spy on everything you do on your phone through their apps, okay? I just want you to know in case you didn't know that. You give them permission to get on your phone and you don't know what everything you giving them permission to do. And I'm just letting you know. The motherfuckers, if they want to, can listen to what you doing when you near your phone at any time. I'm just letting y'all know. But okay, I know some people be like, oh, that's not true. That's a conspiracy theory. No, it's true, and you can look it up. You can look it up. Anyway, I tell her I don't do no apps, and I called in for a fucking reason, right? And then something happened. I asked her, she was telling me about a plan, and the plan was a good plan. It was going to lower my bill by $90. I was like, you sure nothing going to change? Nothing going to change. So then I asked her, is it unlimited data? I said, our plan got unlimited data. Is this unlimited data? And she got quiet. So I thought my phone died. You know, I thought, even though I got good signal in my house, I thought maybe something happened. So I started saying, hello, hello. And you know what she did? She said, I'm here. Didn't I already tell you it's unlimited data, unlimited this, unlimited that, unlimited that? And I got silent. Like she got silent. I said, I said science, right? I didn't say shit. And then I said, excuse me? I, I said, wait a minute. I said, what you mean didn't I tell you? I said, I said, you did you have a bad day? Did is there something going on in your life right now? I said, because in a very long time, I haven't anybody but my mama, and it's been a long time, say, did not tell you. Like I haven't heard nobody say, did not tell you since I was maybe about, I may have been like, I ain't gonna lie. My mom may have told me that. I may have been even 18. She may have, we may have, I may have thought I was grown. You know what I mean? I may have thought I was grown because I was 18 or some shit like that. And my mom had to come out of her mouth like, didn't I tell you already? But that's the last time I heard it because I knew not to never question my mama no more. Don't play with my mama. Mama, you can't play with mama, baby. Mama will smack the fucking taste out your mouth. That's what my mama told me. My mama told me you might be grown, but I would still smack the fucking taste out your mouth. And my mom didn't really cuss, so when she did, she wasn't playing. Okay? My, Bob may never speak to her mama or question her or nothing, not ever again. Okay. I tested the waters and the water was nasty. Okay. The water almost got me killed, baby. And I backed the fuck up and I ain't test them waters not no more. Now, this is the thing though. Ain't no motherfucker way at 55 years old, somebody I don't know on the phone gonna talk to me like my mom spoke to me them many years ago. My mama dead too. I almost wanted to jump through that phone and smack the fuck out of her. You understand? You were not going to, first of all, I miss my mama, and here you go trying to act like you my mama. But I was nice, but mean. Like what they call it? Nice nasty. Because I asked her, hey, are you having a bad day, sweetheart? Is something wrong with you? And the more I kept asking a little question like that, my voice got raised higher and higher and higher until I told her I will, bitch, I don't fucking know you. And no, you didn't tell me that. Right? That's what I had to tell her. And then I took a breath and I said, I'm sorry about that. I don't know you and I'm going through menopause. I apologized to her. I apologized to her ass, but she shouldn't have played with me, okay? She shouldn't have played with me like that. And y'all know I'm going through menopause, okay? I might snap for no reason out of nowhere. Sometimes I don't even know that I'm doing it, okay? But I don't know. Maybe I'm hearing things that may like I feel like she when she took that long time, and it wasn't that long, but when you're having a flow of a conversation, I ask a question, she answers, and you ask a question, I answer. But then I asked her a question and she got silent for like 5 to 10 seconds. And to where I was saying hello, hello. And she said, I'm here. And then she went off this, did not tell you. Did not tell you. Oh, baby. Anyway, let me put the link in. I gotta come find the chat. We're gonna get to the Shira. Okay, we gotta get to Shira. What's going on, Mr. DJ? We got DJ in the house, Can in the house. Brownie, probably you have to ask when she drops it. Okay, I'm coming, y'all. Yeah, I haven't read the chat. I apologize. Okay. Yeah, look, me and my menopause, y'all. That's hey, what's up? What's up, Letitia? I miss y'all. Wait, did I put the link in? No, it nothing got there. Wait a minute. Paste. Ain't not a goddamn thing pasting. Okay, let me go grab it. I must don't have it. I don't think they're giving me the link automatically no more because that's the second time. It is a big update here on Zoom. It looks completely different on my end. Okay, let me see. I gotta look. I'm gonna use this Zoom up and then wait, where? Into the chat. Y'all, y'all know I'm crazy. Hey, Brian, how you doing, girlfriend? How you doing? How everybody doing? Let go to the link. Is that the right link? I think, yeah. Oh, I'm under the wrong account. Hold up. Y'all probably can't even see it. Look, I got so many more accounts, y'all. I got so many accounts. Uh, I can't put a link in. Hold up. What I gotta do? Change. Change account. What my account is? It says bomb. Oh, I'm under Bomb Cherry Live. Okay. Need to be on the bomb. I'm under a whole nother Bomb Cherry Live too. But I got a couple of Bomb Cherry Live. Let me see. Switch accounts. Okay. Um. Okay. Here we go. Getting old as hell. Okay. I'm getting old, y'all. There you go the link. Doo doo. Ronnie, what you been doing? I've been trying to be good. I've been trying not to jump on the women. But y'all, Shira is crazy than a motherfucker. But she been crazy for a little bit. But she looking even more. Look like she had some surgery done to her face or something. I'm gonna go to the video that we're gonna talk about. Unless y'all don't want to talk about it, okay? SheRaSeven is a kooky bird. Okay. SheRaSeven is gonna get some women hurt. And then she's gonna get see some of these women are very, very dangerous to the rest of us, right? Because let's be honest, most of us are cool, calm, collective. We're not really no gold diggers, right? But she makes it seem like gold digging is something you should be doing. Um, and what makes her dangerous is not us listening to her. What makes her dangerous are these type of women, just like the men, right? What made Kevin Samuels dangerous was so many people listening to him and believing what he said. That's the same reason that SheRaSeven is dangerous, right? That's the same reason that a Cynthia G might be dangerous, right? And some of the things she say. Now, the thing, I don't really listen to Cynthia, and when the few times I may have been over there listening to Cynthia 5 times since I've been on internet, period. Well, not period, not the internet, YouTube. Okay, because y'all know I've been on internet a very long time. Since I've been 5 times where like her title may have been about somebody and I went over there to check out. Or we reviewed when a couple of people was over there, right? We reviewed when Jay Prince was up there, and we reviewed when slow ass nigga was up there. Okay. Jalen. Um, we reviewed that. But I truly don't really listen to her. So the few times that I listened to her and what I heard her talk about, she was on point in what she was saying. But that just means that I only listened to a very short period of time. I've never been over there and heard a whole stream of hers. Okay. Um, because like I know I just can't listen to dumb shit. Some dumb shit could be true. And I don't know, right? But once I realized this is dumb, let me get the fuck out of here. Like, there's nothing if Cynthia and I talking about like history uh, uh or something that I'm interested in and when she could teach me something, ain't shit they could teach me about no motherfucking men. And they got all kinds of men out here. They got they got they got these crazy ass men who just fucking crazy, right? They got dumb ass men, smart, educated men, uh, cheating ass men. They got the ones who are loyal, but they cuckoo because they loyal. They don't want nobody cheating on them, and they over you, hawking you and shit. They got all just like they got all kinds of women. And the point that I'm making is they got crazy fucking men for the crazy ass women, right? Crazy, right? When I look at me being young and shit, I was very confident in, that I wasn't worried about no man because, like, my dad was in the house. So when I walked out in the world and when I saw a nice looking man, I was like, damn, uh, he look good. But I was over there the other day, well, about a week now, It might be tonight, might be women's night. I'm not sure, but if it is, I'll be over there tonight. Maybe. I don't know. But it was women's night, the night before the women's night, and there was a woman over there. I already mentioned her name that last stream, and she was telling these niggas that women we that we what was the word again? That we what is it called? When you sexually do something to men. Like she was making it seem like we abuse men. Like that, and it's okay. Just because I like men and I say you look good does not mean objectify. That's what she said. The word was objectify. I was like, I'm not what the fuck kind of woman would get up there and tell men that we objectify men? All men do not objectify women. See, I could say that. I met many men. Just because a man like the way I look doesn't mean he objectify me. Even he could only be liking my looks because he don't know me as a person yet. But that doesn't mean he objectify me. And she was up there like, yeah, women objectify men too. I was like, what the girl, sit your dumb ass down somewhere. What's up, David? All men are crazy, just found the right crazy one. That's right, David. I can kind of agree with you. What's going on, King Pix? Bomb Cherry and all the other fine aunties and how you doing? You know, um, I think that we all could be crazy. Like, and based on what people say. And I do think you just find the right one, the one that you could deal with, the one that you like, you they appeal to you and she not overwhelming, right? She like I've never cussed my brother. I'm sorry, my husband, brother, my dad, or nobody out of their name, right? I don't call them the N word, even though I use the N word up here, right? I've never done that. It's almost like a freedom when I got on YouTube and I start using that word. But I don't speak to my husband that way or anybody that way. If I met you in person, I will never be like, what's I'll never be doing anything like that. Okay. Um, and so, but I have told y'all times when I got angry at hubby and I threw some shit at his head. Right. I wasn't trying to hurt him. I purposely threw it to where it wouldn't hit him. But I was frustrated. I was angry. Now looking back at it, I know that I could have done it differently. I don't, I could, and I would still have my little whatnots that I paid for. I guess that's the thing I'm more regretting, right? Because I didn't hit him or anything. We didn't fight or anything, but he really just looked at me. I wanted his attention, and that's what it did. And then he walked right by me. He didn't feel threatened. He didn't feel like I was trying to hurt him, anything, but I would still have my little whatnots. I've gotten angry and did that shit. Okay. He's gotten angry and did shit that I'm quite sure he regret. And but we not abusive type of people. Like I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. I never went to attack his feelings to hurt him. But let me just say, some people learn that, right? And I ain't gonna lie, one time I was mad at him. He said something. I'm not even sure what he said, to be honest. What I do remember is that something came over me to say, you know, I, what came into my mind was to say something about his mom, right? Because that would be mean, right? That's mean. This was early in our marriage. I was still young, right? I'm like 18, 19 years old. And like it before things come out of my mouth, it goes through my head, right? I think about it, it processes. So I ain't gonna lie, something say that your mom, right? Because I'm from Louisiana, baby. We say your mom. And when we say mom, that's a negative. You know what I'm saying? That's a bad negative. Now I don't know about now, but that's how it was back then. You say your mom. And something say your mom. And I thought about it for a flash second, and then something said, nope, don't, don't do that. Don't do that. You're gonna say something that you're gonna regret, or say something that you're not gonna be able to take back. And once you start attacking people on certain levels, they attack you back on those same levels. And now, bam, this is now part of your relationship. This is now a part of your relationship. Okay. And now, if you call him a bitch and he call you a bitch back, y'all might go through the relationship calling each other bitches. And man, I used to, if a man called me a bitch back in the day, I used to pick up something to knock him in his motherfucking head. Okay. But like I said, I gotta be honest. Like I was young, I wasn't scared of men because I've always had men to protect me. So when these men said that, yeah, the only reason you would do something like that because you know another man gonna protect you. That is true. All my life, there was another man there to protect me, even a stranger. I knew if I was at some strange place, like when I think about it now, when I'm thinking about society now. And people keep saying it was different back then. It wasn't different. It wasn't different. But what was different, right? There was crime. I used to walk at night in neighborhoods that I didn't even, you know what I'm saying? And without any fear. Sometimes I think, damn, what was you doing? I didn't fear the black men. I didn't fear white men. I didn't fear men. But I always knew there was, I always know they're bad men, right? Because I told y'all some bad experiences. But I used to always put it just on that man. That man did that, not all men. That man did that. And that man did that, but not all men. And it's very hard for me to put things on all men because all my life, it didn't matter what color the man was. If I was in the store and somebody looked threatening, a man out of nowhere would stand up and say, hey, bro, what you doing? White men that did that, black men that did that. The only one who never protected me was Asian men. Them the only motherfuckers who ever tried to harm me as a man. Like these Asian men are beside themselves. Baby, they like bitches. Okay? And I'm only telling you that because I had never had a man just like, just willing to just start talking that bullshit out of nowhere. It shocked the shit out of me. I'm getting my nails done. This motherfucker doing my nail, you bitch ass motherfucker nigga like a whole bitch. And now you acting like a bitch talking to me like, what's going on? The motherfuckers in the hair salon, them men, they will talk to black women like we are men. And then I realized they just as short as me. I will whip his ass. What's good? Mom, you didn't pin the link. Oh, I didn't pin it. Okay, let me put it up. Anyway, I'll whip his Asian ass. Them the only, I think that's the only group of men who I don't really fuck with. I don't even say hello to them. I ain't gonna lie. And that's experienced through my whole life. Like since having contact with them Asian men, there's always been some issue. They look at us a certain way, and treat us a certain way. I'm in your motherfucking store. This your store. You making money off me. You know. Um, but anyway, how y'all doing? Y'all doing good? Let me find this video. I was gonna talk about Shira. It looked like she had some surgery or something. Let me see if I can find the video. I think I was on my phone. Hold up. Mm. Oh, let me see. Let me see. She don't even look. Yo, she don't even look like her. Actually, this was somebody else's video. Let me see if I can find her actual video. Is she gonna show us? Let me go find SheRaSeven really quickly. It's a she with a E, right? SheRaSeven. There we go. Y'all know I don't go to these people channels, so I got the. Oh man, is this her? Yep, look like she had on this. Okay, and let me share the screen. Let's get to it. Okay, these motherfucking women. uh, These motherfucking women. Now, I'm not sure if this is the video, but it looked like this is what she had on in this video. So let's go. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see. Oh God, goodness. Wait. Am I sharing? Yes, I am. Okay. I think this is Okay, let's see what she talking about.
Hey y'all, welcome, sprinkle, sprinkle, welcome back.
What the fuck is this? I know this meme. Okay, now I always thought she was a pretty woman, right? Pretty, like she's like that pretty, back in the day what I would consider pretty, but it's something she's done to her face. And I'm not saying that she's not pretty. I'm not saying she's ugly, but I am going to tell you I don't know what she did to her face, but she remind me of this shit right now. She remind me of the motherfucking Grinch. Maybe did she do something with her lips? What she done? Okay. Did she what the hell did she do? Is it something to her nose? What, what the hell did Wait, let me stop the share and restart it just to make sure y'all can see what I'm showing. Because if I share it wrong, y'all won't see. Okay. What the hell? What the hell Shira done? But no, she's a pretty woman, okay? Let me see. So let's go back to her though. Let's go back. Y'all see what I'm saying? Y'all see around her mouth, around her nose? She looking like the fucking Grinch. But y'all know, like I said, I'm crazy. I might be seeing something that y'all don't see. Okay? So just go with bomb cuckoo. Here we go.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is where y'all are. How are y'all today?
Y'all, did she do something to her face? I, let me, I'm sorry. Let me go. Let's back up a little bit. Am I tripping? I might be tripping. We're gonna have to go through her. Look, even from just she looked kind of grinchy there. Let me
I'm going to
see.
be reading a quote from my book, I Bring Nothing to the Table. Question: why do men make me feel inadequate and incompetent when
Oh no, she just looked different, but I might be tripping. Might be the makeup. Maybe she lost weight. Maybe she gained weight. I don't know. Stop spending your time with non-generous men. Lord have mercy.
today? All right, we're going to be talking about mommy. If you don't say yes, I'm going to go ask daddy. If you don't say yes, I'm going to go ask grandma. They just keep going. Ain't afraid to ask for what they want because they know they deserve it. There's nothing standing in their way saying, I don't deserve this. Have the mentality of the confidence of a child. The world hadn't taken away that child's confidence or sense of self yet. So they're not afraid to ask for what they want. If you have a provider, but he's old and ugly, you're 23. Ma'am, if you're 23, as long as you're not rolling around with no dust, if your hot young friend with benefits has some money or family money, that's fine.
They what? Okay. Where is this family money in the black community? Like, I know her story. Now, I'm not sure if she got divorced and remarried or divorced, but she used to be taking care of her husband. And he's older, but she was claiming that he was taking care of her. Now, that may have been originally, I don't know, but we found out, right, when she got docked, some shit had popped off and got docked. She was taking care of him. And I think she even spoke on it to where she was like, yeah, that's my husband. But she was telling women to do something she not even doing or wasn't doing. Okay. I don't see all this diamond jewelry on her hands and shit. And I don't even see her background isn't even showing me wealthy like that while she speak like a certain way. And women are just listening. All she had to do is have a certain background and then start talking this dumbass shit that come out of her mouth. Because she's always talking about getting things from men, money, monetary things. And then she's told women that if he's not going to do it, his friend may do it. And I'm thinking, wait, what is, she definitely not talking about no wives. That, listen, Have I ever dated a guy and his friend was nicer looking? May have even had more. Yes. And just because we broke up or we didn't work out don't mean I'm going to his friend. Like, I would even imagine that his friend not even gonna respect me on that type of shit. Like, I already know that if I switch from this guy to him, that this dude just gonna play with me. He not gonna take me serious. It gotta be on some different type of shit where maybe we all were friends, we all got to know each other, like really got to know each other. And then you could end up falling in love with, somebody who's your friend because you know them. But for most times, if I'm dating this guy and his friend came over, his cousin came over, some shit, I didn't get to really know his cousin, right? I just knew that what he looked like. He don't really know me neither, because he wasn't around. So anything if we start dating after, that's on some get back time. I never wanted to get back no nigga by getting with his family members. I don't even see how that's gonna be no get back, right? I don't. It's a waste of my motherfucking time. They got too many men out here for me to, play get back with, especially with a family member. The get back is you moving on. If anything, I moved on. I ain't hurt. And I'm doing me. I ain't got to go to your motherfucking brother and your motherfucking family members to get back. That sound like some whack ass shit. And now I know that his brother or cousin, he not gonna take me serious. He can't look. He literally cannot even fucking marry me for real, right? Why? Because his cousin done had his wife. When they get together to family reunions, and we all gonna be sitting around talking about how I was once with you and now I'm with you. Okay. Now I'm not saying that never happens where you could end up with the brother and shit like that. To see what, like I said, where y'all really was all friends. Maybe when I was dating him, the brother started coming around, get to know him, and and shit like that. Maybe my husband cheating on me, the brother is over there consoling me and shit. And then now, I done reached out to him, and that's still on some shit that you might want to go get counseling for. Because you kind of just went for the next nigga, the nigga who was consoling you. He was consoling you because he wanted what he wanted from you. Maybe he really did like you. If y'all get together, it gonna be some TV type of shit, right? Because most of the time that men don't think like that. Men don't think the way we think, ladies. Good, bad, or indifferent. They don't. They like a lot of these men. Even if they really like you, they gotta debate whether they can take you serious because you done been through all their friends. You Now this nigga go out, your man go out, and everybody talking about him. Yeah, I remember when I had your girl. Oh, you with Janet? Round the way, girl, Janet. Nigga, you married Janet, nigga. We all have been with Janet, nigga. He got to worry about that type of conversation. We women, we might hold our tongue. We may not say nothing to our girlfriend, right? We might be like, girl, you married him. I got a baby for him. She got a baby for him. You married him. We ain't gonna say that. The men, though, they will in the barber shop, in the grocery store, in the hardware store, at work, anywhere this nigga is, some man might even just throw it in his face, just do it. So the men think differently than us. They think about how it looks to others, how it looks to their boys, how it looks to their family. We should be doing that, but we don't really do that much. Cause we be like, shit, I'm grown. Women, you know what I mean? We we really truly do think differently. And we gotta listen to the men. I listen to the men when they say these things. And we be wondering, nah, suppose they fell in love and all that shit, right? That's what we want to say because we be thinking, nah, TV movies that fucked us up, right? Them Love stories done fucked us up in the mind. Where we thinking love can conquer anything. And they thinking, nah, but your pussy done been conquered by everybody. I'm thinking about how other men will look at them in the world. And honestly, that's how we teach boys, right? I remember teaching my sons how when they approach a man, like when you shake a man's hand and how you look him in the eyes and you show, you got to have a certain way about yourself so you could be around men who won't test you and play with you and shit. We teach men this, and then we think that they are like us. They not like us. They don't teach us that we should walk in the room and eye contact and shake his hand firm and don't play with these men and don't let them play with you. You got to be a man about yours. You got to be, your word is your bond. We teach men these things. And then we as women, we want them to act like they taught like us. Fairy tale land and shit. They're not taught about love. We're not teaching boys about love. I didn't teach my sons about love. You know what I taught them about? Respect. Anything they know about love is through loving of the family love, right? Because how can I, right? Them watching me and their daddy, me and my mom, me and my daddy, me and my sister, and then teaching them how to, even brothers, right? My two sons, I taught them to respect one another. I didn't say, hey, y'all love one another. I said, hey, y'all brothers. Y'all supposed to protect one another, respect one another. That's what we teach boys. And then we teach girls, oh, you so cute, you so pretty. Oh, and by us always telling her how pretty she is, we kind of identifying her through her beauty, and then we turn around and tell her, yeah, as long as you pretty, boys will look at you. She realizes growing up, even if the parents don't tell her that, and she growing up, she realized, oh, boys like pretty girls, right? Our whole society does this. And get back to this woman though, the fucking information that she gives women is fucking ridiculous. She is fucking ridiculous. Okay? If you taking her fucking advice, you ain't gonna get nowhere. She talk about get the men with family money. And she's talking to black women. But is she talking to black women? I think she says she's talking to women. But even if she's not talking to black women, where's all these wealthy white men with family money? You know? So she I guess so she'll break it down and say, well, I'm only talking to the select women. And then I would like to see her base of women. Because I mean, I would definitely like to see her base of women. And then let's go do some research on the women who are absolutely have access to these men with money, right? They'll talk about Glorilla. They'll talk about all these women out here acting like hoes and shit. Those are the women who have access to these men with money. And she's not sitting with no man with all this money. The one who giving you the advice, not even living the bullshit she's saying.
Fine. But if he's broke, girl, get up. You're never supposed to lay with broke energy, ever. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
This woman talk about sprinkle sprinkle. This woman got Dollar Tree as lamps in her background. Okay. I'm like, the fuck is going on, baby? She done took a stool, one of them tables. She done found it at a garage sale and painted the bitch white. Right? We seeing what we see, and yet we gonna act like we don't see it. And then this bitch is always talking sprinkle, sprinkle. Like, how old is she gonna be continuing to say sprinkle, sprinkle? What the fuck is going on, grown ass women? She easily look like she gotta be early 40s, somewhere in the 40s to me, but I could be wrong, right? It could be it's something going on with her face. I'm not saying that she's ugly, she's just not a young woman. I can show you never mind. I'm gonna leave it alone.
He got to have some type of money. I'm sorry. I don't even care if he's spending it on you. If you're going to roll around in the bed with somebody, he got to have money.
Y'all heard what she just said? He gotta have money. I don't care if he's not spending it on you, but he just gotta have money. So the longest the nigga got money, then you can sleep with him. But he may not even give you any or spending it on you, but he got to have money. What kind of motherfucker sense does that make? That just came out of her fucking mouth. It just and people say when I get on people, they bomb you exaggerate. She ain't mean that. What the fuck? Look, if she was 20 and she said something, and we could say, well, maybe she didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry. You late 30s, early 40s, or somewhere in that shit, somewhere, 50, somewhere, then when the fuck, why would you say something you ain't mean? Why would you say one thing, but you meant another thing? Like, we're too old for this shit. She just said it. I don't care if he spinning on you. He got to at least have it. I'm gonna rewind it.
Can't roll around with brokenness. He got to have some type of money. I'm sorry. I don't even care if he's spending it on you. If you're going to roll around in the bed with somebody, he got to have money.
And that bitch was thinking about it when she said her eyes was in the air, and she was like thinking about what well, let me see. I don't care if he spending it on you. He got to at least have it. So you could be with a man who got money, but he ain't spending it on you, and you gonna be with him, right? You got to pay for everything because he ain't spending shit on you. Or you could be with a man who ain't really built like that, but he work hard and he gonna make sure that you get taken care of. He gonna spend it on you, right? He actually gonna spend it on you. He gonna make sure that y'all place is paid for. He gonna make sure that you, when you need clothing and shit, food and shit, right? He gonna take care of you. This bitch talking about, hey, go be with this man. You could be in the bed with him. He ain't gonna spend shit on you. He ain't gonna pay your rent. He ain't gonna let you live with him neither, right? And nothing. He ain't gonna give you no money, get no clothing, even if you live with him and shit. But you good because he got some money. He got some money. Throw this whole bitch in the trash. What the fuck? She don't even. Anyway, here we go. Uh-oh.
Can't roll around with brokenness. It don't go together. You gonna have a broke pH balance? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Is it?
This bitch is talking about pH balances. You know, when I ever talk about, when we talk about women things, right? Like women problems, shit like that. I don't never really associate them with men. Like, you know what I mean? I know that our pH balance can get off, get off, knocked off by many things. And yes, it's true. A man could knock your pH balance off. But I'm thinking, nigga, what the fuck is you doing with a nigga who knocking your pH balance off? Like, aren't we old enough to know that everybody should be take some showers before you know what I mean? Um, so but she's saying as long as that nigga got some money, you could get in the bed with him, let him knock your pH balance off. That nigga can knock your pH balance off. He just better have some money. And you stick with him every time he knocking your pH balance off and giving you diseases or whatever. Because see, she only care about the fucking money. This bitch is retarded. They just say any fucking thing, and they're gonna be a lot of women who gonna listen, and they ain't gonna question. They just gonna listen and take it in, and then you gonna be a dumb bitch like this dumb bitch.
okay to keep, yeah, I already, yeah. As long as he ain't broke, man. Sorry.
Them broke men better not knock your pH balance off, but the men with some money, he can knock your pH balance off over and over and over again.
He don't have to be spending as much as the older one, but he got to have some money. Okay.
Gotta have some money, baby. Gotta have some money. I know I'm stopping there a lot, but these bitches like to try to make claims on you. I just wanted to know, honey, when you make the claim, I'm okay with it. I'm gonna fight the claim. You best pull out something called the copyright. Because I'm gonna fight it to the end. Okay. I'm just letting you know. I'm fighting it to the end. I ain't playing with you motherfuckers who want to play with people goddamn channels. I'm not even monetized, so I ain't gonna lose nothing but 10 days. They gonna take it down for 10 days and they gonna come back up. And then I'm gonna continue doing what the fuck it is I do.
Because your chances of procreating with a broke man, you don't want none of them chances. You don't want no percent. You want 0%. Okay. Of procreating with a broke man. So whoever you roll around or be friends with benefit, I don't even believe in that. But whoever it is, they got to have money. If they don't, you losing. Okay.
You losing. She ain't saying, hey, protect yourself, make sure you don't have no children if you're not ready for no child. She's saying, but if he broke, make sure you don't have no children for him, right? She is saying like you just may not be ready for no children anyway. She making it seem like just because he got some money mean you gonna get a come up by having children. That's why these men are afraid. That's what makes her dangerous. Because there's a lot of women who don't think this way. But she's out here putting this shit out there. Do she even have kids? I don't know. I never heard of her having kids. You know? But I don't know her business like that, to be honest. I could find it out though if I wanted to. But it ain't that serious, right? But what I'm saying though is stop taking advices from bitches who ain't really about that life that they talk about. And the reason you know they ain't really about it, because you could tell, right? You could tell. Cause she talking to women like you need to be a hoe out here. Search for the men with money. As if a man with money can't abuse you, misuse you, and all that shit. She says she don't care because at least he has some money. You could brag about how you was once with a nigga in the bed with him and he had some money. You ain't getting nothing from it, but you just you but it's a come up some kind of way. It's a come up some kind of way. I don't know how, but based on the way she speak, it's some kind of way. Some kind of motherfucking way.
Say thank you. Been married 12 years with one kid. Husband treated you resentful or jealous. I didn't understand why. Putting myself first now. He is scared. Good for you, musing, but
Wait, I gotta say that again. I gotta saying thank you. Been married 12 years with one kid. Husband treated me resentful or jealous. I didn't understand why. Putting myself first now. He is scared. The fuck you saying thank you to her? It's one thing when you realize, okay, I'm married to this man and he mistreated me, you know, and if she taught you that you being mistreated, then cool. But the fuck you saying thank you to her for? It don't seem like you been married 12 years, one kid. Husband treated me resentful or jealous. I didn't understand why. Putting myself first now. He is scared. She is saying that they divorced. She's saying he's scared. He's scared because you putting yourself first. That could be. What they got to do with this woman though? I I I don't know. I guess I would have to find her and ask her.
Honeys, okay, he should be scared because once you figure out you're the prize, it might be too late for him, or he might have to step up and do what he hasn't been doing, which is, doing the most for you. It's Frank, thank you, girl. Because a lot of y'all should have been doing that much sooner in y'all's relationships. Better know your value. Okay. So, yeah, we're not wasting time on non-spending men anymore. Okay. Get in, beat their friends, get out. Get in.
Get in, be their friends, and get out. Maybe somebody need to come up and explain what you mean. So meet some men with some money, get in, be their friends, and get out. What the hell? What is she saying? Get in, be friends, and get out. I'm trying to think of all that could mean. Like get in, be friends. That sounds like a prostitute. That sounds like, hey, see you got some money. I'm coming over. Give me some of that money. Here goes some of this, and now I'm gone. Cause I like you. What? What other thing could it be? Let me see. Where you get in, be friends, and get out. Maybe I'm not expanding my thinking process large enough to encompass other shit besides prostitution. Let me think about it. So I meet a man, even if he got some money. Let's say he got some money. So I become his friend. Okay, cool. We friends. We cooling. We chilling. Netflix and chill or whatever, right? Y'all call it. And but I'm talking about what's the get out part? What's that? But what's like if we chilling and everything good, he got money, he's spending on me, like she said, what the fuck am I getting out for? These ratchet ass hoes are confused. They rambling is what she's doing, right? 1 minute you gotta be with the man with money. He treats you well and all that shit. I guess that means you know your value. He's living he making sure you good. Then why okay. Then the next minute she like get in, be friends, and then get out. I know it may seem like she said that a long time ago because I'm rambling too, but she really said these things back to back. She she said it back to back.
Get invited to a party, network, and move on. Okay. Because y'all be spending too much time with somebody that ain't finna spend one dime on you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I promise you.
I'm, I don't know if this is true. If a lot of women are just out there and men not spending no money on you. I think if there are a lot of men now afraid to spend money on women because of women like this. See, I've been saying this for over 10 years that women, there's some women out here hurting all of us, ladies. You know, one woman said that she got a nigga's name in her phone as food. A few women said that, oh yeah, I have him in my phone as food. She didn't even do that until some other woman said it. The men talked about it. Now women, it becomes a trend. And then before you know it, the men don't want to be listed in your phone as food. Like that's a fucking ratchet ass trend. All my life when I was before I got married. Remember, everything I'm talking about is before hubby, right? I dated before hubby. Anyway, men when we went out on a date, they asked me out on a date, and they automatically knew that they're paying, and it was no big thing. You know what I mean? Like they ask you, "I like to take you out." And then they made sure they was looking good, smelling good. They drove and they took you out to eat or to a movie, right? Or wherever y'all went. But even if we went to a movie, we went out to eat, we went to a movie. He paid for everything. And I may have offered to pay like the tip or some shit. And that's only if, right? It just depends. To be honest, it depends on a few things. It depends on if I like them. It depends on if I had money. If I ain't got, look, I ain't got no money to really be offering no goddamn money, right? It depends. It depends on a lot of things. But I never went out with no dude just like you gotta be desperate to do that. Why would for me to go out with you just because you're gonna take me to a restaurant? That kind of to me sounds like desperation because there was lots of men trying to take me out. You see what I'm saying? And when you got an option, then you don't have to go with the dude just because he's taking you out to dinner because you could all of them want to take you out to dinner. And now I'm choosing the one that I'm interested in getting to know. And therefore, guess what? He's not gonna feel used because I'm truly trying to get to know him. But now I see women, you fucking this nigga over here. He ain't taking you nowhere. Maybe because he ain't got much. Okay, cool. You dealing with him though. Whatever he's giving you, you decided to be with him, and that's what it is. But I'm hearing now where women are, this other dude comes up, he's nice and shit, and he asking you out on a date. Instead of you telling him, nah, I'm good, I'm with somebody, he tell you he gonna take you to this nice restaurant, and you accept this nigga date while you over there with that nigga. And that's why these men don't, that's man, man. See, if I always said, first of all, if I was a man, I'd be fucking all these hoes. I'd be fucking, it'd be certain type of women I would be fucking on purpose just to hurt them because they out here trying to hurt people. Like I think you get what you deserve, right? And it just be some bitches like this bitch right here, right? I ain't gonna lie. I would have had her sucking on me and everything. And then and mistreating her. Why she out here teaching women to mistreat men? Like I said, I think what you put out in the world is what you get. Just like these niggas, right? The niggas who thought that it was all that is all that. Like, they automatically thought they was cute, right? They automatically thought they could pull up and anybody gonna want them. And when they pulled up and I acted like I don't even know you. And no, I'm good. See, that's how you get back at them. You ain't getting back at them. You get like I know you got all these women after you, but I'm just happen to not be one of them. He just so used to everybody jumping on his, trying to get with him that soon as the ones that stand out, the women who not really jumping at him. But that don't mean that he really wanna. It just means that he see a challenge. I used to be that bitch right there. Challenging ass bitch. I ain't gonna lie. I don't understand a lot of people, but I do know that, I guess not I wasn't the normal motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like I got married early because it probably was good for the world. You know what I mean? It probably was good for the world because I, I ain't never used no man, especially for his money, right? Because I could have called my daddy for some fucking money. I made my own money, right? But I wouldn't have never bragged about me making my own money. I never said I could make my own money. Nah, nigga, like, what? You don't do that to no man. You let a man know that he's supposed to make the money. He's supposed to be breadwinner. He's supposed to take care of me. So I wouldn't have never been acting like I'm the breadwinner. Like I'm just, and maybe I think it is societal and it is also generation, right? Nothing wrong with you being a breadwinner. when you want to be. But what happens when you get with a man, right? Are you supposed to, do you still want to be the breadwinner, acting like that tough person that you have to be? If not, then you got to back off. You got to learn how to be a woman. When you have to become strong, that's when you become strong, right? That's me snapping. That's me when I'm acting like the regular old woman that I am. I appreciate the help, right? If a man come to help me, I don't say, nah, I got it. Like I would never do that to him. I might say thank you, but I understand that he may have come over just so he could get to know me. But then I let him. I say thank you when he start to talk. I don't have no attitude. I just let him know. Nah, I'm married. You know, some of them take that and they say, "Well, they'll apologize." So many men have apologized just for asking me, and I tell them, "No, you ain't gotta apologize. It's okay." And I let him know that he can have a good day. Then they got the ones who they don't care if you married, right? That's why I say there's all kinds of men out here. They got the ones who don't give a shit. In fact, he want to know if you can, like, can you be his sneaky link? Can we sneak around? You happily married? Because I sure like to be, I sure like to come through and be your second, your third, and your fourth. These niggas don't be caring about that type of shit. But just because they don't care don't mean I don't care. Right? Just because the one the ones who are legitimate and I treat them that way. Let the men be men, right? When we want to act like we as strong as the man, that's that's a turn off for some men, but it's a turn on for others. You know who is gonna be a turn on to? The men who he good with you being the breadwinner. Why is he good with you being the breadwinner? Because you gonna make that motherfucker bread for his ass, right? The pimp, that's the pimp mentality. He want them hoes to be breadwinners. He want them to be the breadwinners. Go out there and make that fucking money, bitch, and bring it back. The men, though, he okay with you having a job and making your money. He okay when you get promotions and everything. But he not okay with you acting like you in charge of shit just because you make some money. He making money, you making money, y'all making money, and y'all making shit work. They got some women. I had some friends. Oh yeah, I make the most of money. Your man go to work every day. He's doing the job he was doing when you got with him. What you expected from him? He making money. But because she went and got some education, so she climbed the ladder. She making just as much money, if not just a little more, maybe a couple of dollars more. But she acting like she. But it don't matter because she tearing this man down. What you gonna be with a man you done tore down? Bitch, you done tore the man down, and now you with a bitch. And if I see you tear your man down, girl, your man can't say shit to me, and he better not say shit to me because I would get my husband. Look, I ain't gotta get my husband for your pussy ass nigga. Why would you embarrass your man for everybody? Look, it's one thing what y'all doing behind closed door, but my man gonna be the man. He got to be the man in everybody's eyes. That's how I get protected. That's how the whole family get protected. Some of these women don't understand that though. They go out there, they break their man down in front of others, and once another man see you break down your man, then girl, them niggas, they don't give a shit about your man no more. You could be actually putting yourself in danger by doing some shit like that. Cause now these niggas coming at you because they don't have no respect for your man. They know your man ain't nothing but a bitch. Women be putting themselves in danger by doing the most. You and this bitch right here, I don't know what the fuck she talking about. She making everybody into prostitutes. Let's continue though. Goofy ass bitch. This a goofy bitch. Like I ain't gonna lie. Like back in my listen, she would be the goofy ass bitch. A whole lot of women, she would be the goofy bitch. she's something online, but I bet you in real life she just a goofball ass bitch. They got those who live this shit. They living it. They ain't got time to be talking about it. She's still young enough and pretty enough to be out in the world. What the fuck is she on this bitch sitting there all the time? Coking. Okay. I wonder if she ever had some offline events. I seen like I saw her holding up a book in one of them things. It looked like she wrote a book. Is she ever out in the world where y'all get to meet her and see if she really got that confidence, or if it's just all in front of a fucking camera when she could be putting on her makeup, right? She's sitting in front of a camera. It's easy for you to learn how to do that time and time again, but you got to be in front of people and talk to people. We should be able to know how to talk to people and see how I vibe. I wonder how many women would sit in front of this bitch in person and hear her tell you this stupid ass shit. Goofball asshole.
Okay. You said friends with benefits is just low self. Yeah, girl. Friends with benefits are for young people that
What?
don't know any better.
Now I'm definitely so friends with benefits is for young people and who don't know any better. All she talking about is some getting benefits. Isn't that so? She ain't talking about no marriage, no getting in no relationship, none of that. All she's talking about is getting with somebody with money, which equals benefits. Now she's a ram. See, this is why I brought this up. She's a rambling asshole. One minute she say one thing, the next minute she saying something else, and then following that minute is a whole nother thing. In that short period of time, she said three different things. One minute is don't be with nobody with no he can not have he can have money, but he don't have even have to be spending on you. Then right after that, she said, hey, you need to know your value and he need to give you money and then you need to get out. And now she's saying, yeah, friends with benefits is for young people um who don't know no better. What
Okay. Unless you have
is she does she have autism or some shit? I, I got this got to be a joke. I think I said this the last time I reviewed one of her videos, maybe a few years ago. I reviewed, every so many years I end up having to review one of her videos because she just talked too much and say some stupid ass shit. And I be trying my hardest to stay away from these women. I'm like, Bomb, don't go and review it. They gonna be mad at you, Bomb. Don't review the women. Bomb, the women gonna be mad at you for reviewing the women. Bomb, don't do it, Bomb. Fuck these bitches. Just I saw a video maybe about a month ago. What is name? Those two. I call them freaking frat. Um, I don't know their real name. Y'all know who I call freaking frat. Remember the two men? I think they split up, right? Anyway, the guy, the one who he looked not the black one who looked black, but the other one who looked like he might be from I don't know. He looked like he just don't look like he black, right? The gay one, the one who got caught with men, not the one who then got women pregnant and shit and that shit. The other one, right? The one who got caught with men. Anyway, he was doing something by himself out in the world. At least he out in the world. And I like when they out in the world because then they're gonna be some men who gonna stand up and they're gonna say shit. And he ain't gonna be able to speak to him like he do when he online, right? So this guy stood up and said, yes, I used to follow you and I was Manosphere. And he said, good, good. So he thinking everything go good. And then he explained to this man, yes, I've gotten married. He's like, oh, okay, that's good. He said, yeah, but not due to you. He basically told him that, while I was listening to you, I was in despair. I was angry and I didn't like women. He said, but you ruined my life. You almost ruined my entire life. He said, I'm glad I backed off from you and now I'm married with children or a child. I've been telling men this shit for 10 years. I said, hey, it's if you got hurt, because divorce is hurtful. Separation and breakups are hurtful. We all been through them, right? And we all could go through them again. When you angry and hurt, you might find these manosphere motherfuckers or these, I don't even know what to call her, right? Red pill bitches. You may find them and they will feed your anger. They will feed it and tell you you have a right to be angry. They don't know if you was right in the right or wrong, but it don't matter, right? It don't matter if who was right and who wrong. You you living a life and you gotta try to get over it so you can move forward, right? But these men will have you sitting in your anger. And these women also, right? And you'll get angrier and angrier. Some men, we see what happened with them when they realize when they are so angry. And these men talk about, yeah, she done ruined your life. And then these men start realizing, yeah, she ruined my. And he don't think he have anything to live for. We already seen what they do. Now, what happens with the women? You know why we don't know? Most of us don't know what happened to the women because we don't want to go and look and see what happens to these women. The men will just say you're gonna die alone, but you know, self deletions is high with women too. You know, um, depression, all kinds of things happening with women too. We just don't talk about it. I don't talk about it because I don't never get on these women's necks. But that's gonna change, baby. They're not gonna like me neither. If you a red pill content creator, I don't give a fuck if you a woman on this bitch. You gonna get this motherfucker work anytime I feel like going live. These motherfuckers are dangerous. They're dangerous to everybody. But in particular, men, young men and women who watching, they get in a breakup, get in a little depression, and then there's somebody to feed them. And you don't feed them any hope. You just feed them despair. You tell them how they destroyed your life. You ain't gonna get no better. This bitch is telling women, well, you shouldn't be with men if he can't give you no money. And then she telling you to get in and get out like you a hoe. And then if you get called a hoe, you're not gonna like being called a hoe. And then when the men say, well, damn, all of y'all acting like hoes, then we all gonna be like, wait a minute, wait a minute. I know I'm gonna be like, wait a minute. And then some bitch come up that red pillar, and she also, right, because she's a red pillar, but she's for the manosphere, right? That's what they are. And then they be agreeing, yeah, these women doing this, and these women doing that, and these women are objectifying men too. Like, bitch, shut your dumb ass up. They got women objectifying men. Fuck that. Like, man, I'm still trying to understand and how she's tried to simplify and don't know the word objectifying. It's the most ridiculous thing ever.
A rich friend with benefits that's spending money on you, and then benefits is money and a little something extra. I don't know. That ain't no friend to me. Okay. Friends stay in the friend zone. They don't come out. They don't get no benefits. Okay, you're 24. You told a 38-year-old you need money for a flight for a funeral for my uncle that died, and he died in June. He said, I'll see if I can help block her. Girl, he's too young. He's 38. You're 24. A 38-year-old man still thinks he's 28 in his mind. If he don't have money he probably don't even have money to pay all his bills this month, man. Especially if he's not rich. Is he rich? because most of the average 38-year-olds out here are barely making it. Okay. So make sure he got enough money to even do what you ask. And if he does and he's saying no, then yes, file him under
But 5 months
whatever he
old.
does for you, free food, whatever he can do for you.
And that's, see, a dumb bitch telling a 24-year-old. Now, that 24-year-old probably asking because she really wants some advice. But see, this woman is convinced that all 24-year-olds, all of you, just because you young, you already got this upper hand. You're look, you 24, honey. You so young, girl. They all want you. That's what she tells them, right? And so the 24-year-old, she says, I'm 24, he's 38. I let him know that my people's passed away, and he told me he'll see what he could do. Do I block him or ask him again? Now, I'm a little confused because there would have been more questions I would have had to know. Like, hey, are you and this 38-year-old dealing with each other? Or is he just a 38-year-old and you just a 24-year-old? Y'all think these men that fucking stupid? Because based on Shira, they all are, right? Based on Shira, they all just stupid. Like, as if they don't see her videos, they don't see what women are telling other women. You know, my grandmother and everybody, all the women used to get together with just the women, and the things they would say in front of the men was not the same thing they told me in private. When we was in private as a group of women, they told me the truth about men. If grandpa or one of my uncles or anybody was around, they would be like, they would tell me to act like a woman, act, be a girl, and things like that. But only when we got together did they tell us the things that we need to know. And they always told us that men just want to get in your drawers, right? Men want to get in your drawers. My grandmother used to say something like, don't get up with just a wet ass. She never said that in front of my grandpa or no other man. That's something I heard women telling women or girls, right? Older girls, because they didn't speak like that to us when we was kids, right? They waited till we was old enough where they could see that, okay, she budding. That's what they used to say, she budding. I mean, she getting her breast, she's starting to build out. And now they know that these men gonna be looking at you. That's when they start giving you little secrets. And they warning you and telling you the truth, right? This woman, though, what she's doing, and a lot of these women just being out in the open, saying, teaching women how to be hoes, just actively telling them, yeah, if he can't do this for you, well, wait a minute. So what is she doing for him? Oh, she ain't got to do nothing for him. So the man hears that, wait a minute, she want me to give her money and I ain't gonna get nothing. It's one thing for a man to help you because he trying his best. But if he don't succeed, he don't feel bad about that. Most men already know that he gotta pull it out because he trying to get you. He trying to get you. They don't come up to you unless they know you a hoe. If they know you a hoe, they offer you money for you to sleep with them. They got lots of men who do that, right? If they think you a hoe. But other men, though, they'll offer you things. They'll take you here and take you there. You ain't giving them nothing. Now they hope that you will start liking them and that you eventually will give them something, right? That's their hope. But if for some reason it don't work out that way, they not mad. They don't feel used and abused. They don't feel that way. And as long as they don't feel used and abused, they just chuck it up to, I helped her. You come by, he really trying to, he want you to like him. He want to get in your pants. He want Yes, but he not gonna beg you. He not mistreating you. He not gonna treat you like you a hoe by saying, I'll give it to you for sex, right? Because they can do that. The ones who do that do that. When they realize you a hoe, they literally they're not gonna waste their time. They want to fuck you and they will offer you the money for that. But I assure you that's when they think you're a hoe. Now they if they wrong. You decline it, you be like, nah, it's not that type of time, babe. And then they'll move on to a hoe because they looking for sex. But if men have realized that now women are playing this game, right? Like, oh, she telling me I gotta give her something, and she upright saying this ain't giving me shit. She ain't even gonna play the game. She ain't even gonna let me chase her a little bit of nothing. She just be upfront like that. Then bitch, you gonna get what you get. He gonna offer you that fucking money and he gonna say he wants a pussy. And if you need that money to go on that flight to go see your dead relative, then give him that pussy and he give you that money. That's the game this woman wants you to play. So play it. Nothing wrong with the whole game. The whole game been out for a long time. But when a motherfucker treats you like a hoe, cause you acting like a hoe, cause you actually a hoe, then don't get mad. We can't get mad. Look, there's been many times men have come up and offered me straight out money for sex. And I declined. I'm like, nah, it's not that time. I'm not mad that he asked me for sex because, he giving me his money anyway just to watch me, but he don't want to watch no more. He want more. He don't want to watch no more. He want more. I let him know where I don't offer that. And I'm not mad at him, right? I'm not mad at him. I know I've been turning him on for years. He got turned on so much. He done saved up his fucking money, baby. I promise you they offer me big money, right? Um, and but I let him know, nah, I just do webcam. That's it, babe. I'm not mad at him. I don't mistreat him. I let him know I'm just, yeah. Because I remember when the women started offering, like, there's women who go from city to city offering sex. And so once that kicked off, yeah, there was some men who come and say, hey, is there a chance I can, no, 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 no. And then they don't say nothing bad. There's no negative feelings, nothing. And they continue to watch when I'm on camera. They don't ask again. Okay, cool. Most men didn't do that. But the ones who was like, yeah, I want the real thing, nah. Shit. But I've been watching you for 10 years now. Is that a chance? I could really give you some money? Nah, babe. Nah, babe. I'm married. You know I'm married. I don't do it. I don't do that. Okay, cool. But if this woman is telling you to act like you're a hoe, but not only that, right? Because then I don't know, like if she's saying don't give sex, and then so if the men hearing where, oh, these women expect because she's young for you to give her money and you ain't getting nothing in return, then these men ain't gonna do what? These men keeping their money in their fucking pocket. I don't know why we act like men are stupid. Even if they're not educated, right? We could go to that education bullshit that we pull out, right? Which is kind of factual because I don't know why. And I only throw it at them because I want them to go get education, right? They need to stop being scared of education and letting other niggas tell them you don't need to get educated and all that. So I throw it at them. But the truth is, just because they're not educated as far as school don't mean they dumb. And they got some dumb motherfuckers in the world, both male and female, right? So I'm not saying they are dumb people, but even those people, it'd be the dumbest ones who could find fucking relationships. You know why? They're too dumb to be listening to dumbass bitches. Dumbass bitches ain't listening to this dumbass bitch. A young woman who might have some issues, they ain't online listening to no raggedy ass bitch giving them the motherfucking advice on how to get men money. Most of these bitches who listen to her probably don't know how to get a man at all. And soon as one older man come by sniffing, this bitch don't even know what to do. She got to get on here and ask this hoe for some motherfucking advice. Did she pay her to ask her that motherfucker shit? Yes. Look, she had to pay this bitch to ask her a fucking question. She don't know if she should block her ex again. And you had to pay to get that fucking advice this bitch gave you, baby. I'm gonna have to start a different channel, honey. Okay, and give some motherfucking advice. I don't even know what the fuck. Like, where are the mothers? Or maybe, but I don't think nobody want no advice from their mom. I, I guess, I guess I get that, right? Because when I was 24, I didn't want to get. My mom was married, right, to my dad, so I wouldn't have asked her for no motherfucking advice on no men. I ain't even, yeah. So I guess I get when nobody want to go to their mom. Um, And I don't know if the grandmothers are still trying to be grandmothers and give advice to the when the kids are little and growing up. You know, these grandmothers, which is my age grandmothers. When I say these grandmothers, I'm talking about my age grandmothers. They're not trying to really be grandmothers. Um, because now their kids got older and they want to be out in the street and get them some dick, right? If they not, and I guess I get that too, right? Because if I wasn't married and shit, I guess I'll be out and having fun, I guess. I don't know. So I'm not judging it. Our generation is not like our grandmother's generation. And that's not a bad or good thing, right? What I'm saying, it is completely different, right? Our grandparents didn't have the the ability to even get what we have gotten as women. Okay, so it's a big difference in generation, you know. Um, so I get that. I get that. But then our generation, right? Because I did have the grandmother who was giving me that advice. Even if she wasn't giving it to me, my nosy ass was listening and she gave it and she spoke to other women. I was little, I'd be sitting on a porch and just sitting there acting like I'm playing with my doll, which I was, but I could hear everything they were saying. My grandmother ain't never told me don't just get up with a wet ass. My grandmother ain't never told me no shit like that. I heard her tell somebody else that shit. Okay. I, my grandmother ain't never told me that shit, but um, because I wasn't out in the street. Like I was like my dad took me every fucking way. I went I went to clubs, my dad dropped me off and picked my ass up. I ain't have no chance to be doing all this kind of shit. You see what I'm saying? Not until I became an adult. And then I jumped out the state, right? I went into the military, baby. I jumped straight out the motherfucker state. You understand? Anything I wanted to do, I had to get out the state to do it because my daddy would have found out. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Look, my grandson walked in the room. Oh my goodness. Nikki, what you doing? My mom teaching. She educating. She educating, man. You got to go. What percentage you got? What did it say? I can't see it.
It's 56.
56? Okay. Well, you go down there by Papa and tell Papa you're 56. Where your daddy at?
He's going somewhere.
Oh, he going to the gym? Your daddy, he ain't even come to tell me, huh? He even went to the gym and left you with me, huh? And didn't tell me. He could have at least told me. Okay, well, go to your room, man. My mom loud. Okay? If you need me, call me. Are you hungry?
I have McDonald's.
You have food already? Okay, good boy. Oh, Papa brought me some food. Hey, babe. What that is? Leftovers? Why you eat it? I could have made a burger. We gonna make you a burger or something? Yeah. You sure? Because you can eat it, babe. I saved it for you. I knew it was down there. You sure? Okay. Thank you, babe. Close the door for me. Wait, his dad went to the gym or something? And he didn't even tell me. Okay. Technically, well, never mind. Look, no, he could come in when he want. My hubby done brought me a plate, y'all. He be treating me like I'm a queen. See, listen, we ain't rich, okay? So I definitely can't teach y'all how to get no wealthy motherfucking man, or just because he wealthy. I would never. I can't teach you that. If that, oh, the rice looks it's mushy. I mean, what you done? Look like mashed. Oh, that's mashed potatoes. I was about to say about to say the rice look mushy. Actually, I did say that. It's mashed potatoes. Okay. How about to hook me up? Let me tell you something. We're not wealthy. You understand? We're not rich. Hubby work a job. He get paid. You know what I'm saying? And we live it. And that man just walked in here with dinner. You understand? He walked in here with dinner, but he does it often. Like since my parents passed away, where I used to cook 5 days a week, guaranteed. That changed. It's like everything changed when I lost my mom. I'm not the same person. Okay, I don't know why. The depression or something. I'm starting to get out of it. I'm starting to get out of it, and little by little, and starting to do things. And but um, all kinds of shit hit me while COVID. COVID hit. My dad passed away. Then COVID hit, and my mom passed away. Right, all at the same time. I life devastated. Uh, 6 years ago, I had both my parents, and now I have none of my parents. And anyway, through all of that, this man been here. You understand? And when I need something, he's here, and he made sure everything good. When I cracked up, he was right there. That is what you look for in a fucking marriage, in a fucking relationship. Somebody gonna have your back who gonna be there. They're not gonna run when shit get tough. They're not gonna run if it look like you got crazy. If you don't know what to do with yourself, if you're not doing what you should be doing because you trying to figure it out. You gotta have somebody there. And this bitch is all she can talk about is somebody with fucking money. A motherfucker can have money and not care about you. He can have money, and as long as you look good, he good with it. But as soon as he either finds somebody else who look better, then he out. And why wouldn't he go? He knows you ain't about shit. You picked him only because he had money. Like you, you picked him because he had money, and he decided to treat you the way you treated him, like you ain't shit. And if she says that the woman's youth and her beauty is her value, well, I have to let you know, youth and beauty fades, baby. And if that's all you got to offer, then the time is ticking. The clock is ticking, baby. It's ticking faster than you think. Because even if you still beautiful at 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, there's somebody more beautiful than you. You still beautiful, but he trading you in. He trading you because what he wanted from you, he see somebody else got it too. She's younger than you. This is what the game this woman is playing. That's the game she playing. That's the game that she teaching. And as long as you're ready for it, because I remember when some of y'all was 19 and now y'all 35 plus, right? And I don't mean here on YouTube. Y'all know I've been on the internet a long time. But what I'm saying is, I've always been saying to the young women, hey, I remember there was a couple, like, yeah, where I agree with him because, Kevin Samuel's right because, I got the pick of these. No, you ain't had the pick of these motherfucker men, bitch. What is you talking about? Who I'm talking about, she ain't had no pick or not a goddamn thing. But based, they like to believe what Kevin was saying. because what Kevin was saying related to them, right? And then they would be like, well, Bomb, you just upset because you older. I'm like, nah, why would I be upset? Kevin ain't nobody I want, baby. I tried to get Kevin to go to dinner with me, and my hubby. I tried to, Kevin and a woman. He was talking to that woman over there, the one who people think that she killed him. I'm not sure who y'all if y'all know what I'm talking about. The one who children had that website, that channel. Anyway, what her name is mm, can't think of it, but anyway, it don't matter. Um, he had said something. He was on his channel, and I was in the back. Look, my channel was still rocking. I think Devastating was up here though, and I was in the back trying to get pulled up there, and he had said something about how he'll prove something to something, and so I was in the back and I typed, "Hey, I'll meet you, me, hubby, because we're an older couple, right? I'm an older lady. I'm like, I, me, hubby, will meet you. We'll meet you in Georgia." I'm saying, shit, hell yeah. I like to show you that you was a motherfucking liar. I said, me, hubby, will meet y'all. Shit, we wasn't gonna pay them. I ain't offering to pay that for that motherfucking food, okay? Cause I be goddamn, I'm not gonna be paying for the food. Hubby gonna be paying for the food, and he ain't gonna be paying for no other nigga and no, especially no gay nigga and no goddamn bitch. Okay, that I don't know. But we would definitely meet you at any restaurant though. We'll meet you there. Okay, we gotta have two checks. Okay, with two checks, baby. I got family all in Georgia. Dude, call my cousin and be like, hey, baby, me and hubby coming down for the weekend. I don't even need no hotel, no nothing. Okay. I would have liked to take that trip. Prove Kevin Samuels wrong about some shit. Okay. That was before COVID though. Okay, that was before COVID. Maybe was we in COVID? I think it was before COVID hit. Okay, because after COVID, I wasn't going no motherfucking way. So it had to be before COVID. Anyway, let's play some more. Let's play some more. I did put the link. Did I put it? I'm gonna come and see y'all. I'm gonna come see.
To pay all his bills as well, ma'am. Especially if he's not rich. Is he rich? Because most of the average 38-year-olds out here are barely making it. Okay. So make sure he got enough money to even do what you ask. And if he does and he's saying no, then yes, file him under whatever he does for you, free food, whatever he can do for you, and then leave it at that. And don't contact him anymore. And when he contacts you, tell him you're trying to figure out how to get some plane ticket money. Okay. If he waits a long time to come back around, charge him a re-entry fee. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What makes him more generous, light or dark feminine?
She teaching them women how to be hoes, baby. Charge them a re-entry. Nothing she said made sense. Nothing she said made sense. So I'm sorry, baby. I don't even think I can listen to no more of this dumbass bitch. Listen, oh, I would love to have a conversation with you. Please have a live stream and put the link out. Y'all, if y'all see this, I'll put a link out. Y'all let me know, please. We got to put a hit out of it, okay? The hit it's not that we putting a hit to hurt her. If y'all ever, some of y'all might follow her, if she ever put a link out while she live, please call me on my motherfucking phone, baby. Call me no matter where I'm at. If I'm asleep, baby, I'm waking up, baby. Okay? I would love to have a conversation with her. Okay? I need to know what it is, what you're teaching her. Are you teaching hoes to be hoes? You teach, but, I need to understand it, honey. Okay? She just said charge them a re-entry fee. Lord have mercy. I didn't know women want to be hoes like that. I can teach you how to be a hoe, baby. Okay? I guess we do need some women motherfucking madams out in this bitch. But god damn. Okay? God, I damn. Baby, baby, baby. Okay? Mm-mm-mm. How did you cook this food up? Okay, let me see. He done made me some mashed potatoes that I thought was rice at first. I'm about to complain about the rice. I'm about to say this rice look mushy, baby, like mashed potatoes. Come to find out it was mashed potato. He done put the gravy on it and everything. That's why I thought it was rice. Okay, here we go.
It has to be within him to be generous. Okay. What makes a man more generous is if another man is spending on you and he knows it. What makes a man more generous is that when you know your worth and what you deserve, and you stop dealing with him because he's cheap and he risks losing you.
What makes a man more generous? Well, if a man likes you, he likes the way you treat him. He likes, how you make him feel like you're not degrading him and things like that. Now, unless the man who likes to be degraded, now there are men who like to be degraded, okay? And you will know it because while you're degrading him, he always buying you shit. He loves you for you, okay? But when a man appreciates you, then he wants to gain your approval. He wants to provide for you especially when he know you are his. Now he wants to provide for you. He'll go to work every day. He's not gonna miss no days work. He gonna wake up, the alarm clock gonna go off, and no matter how sick he is, or no matter, he gonna get his ass up and go make that money, baby. And he gonna when he finds out that you like something, he gonna provide it for you, even if he gotta save up to get it. You see? And he can't give you what he don't have, but he can show work to get things that you definitely need, and then things that you want. And the more money he got, the more he could buy for you and provide for you. And if he don't have a lot, but he's still providing for you, and y'all just have to work together to provide for each other, then that's love and respect. But she ain't gonna never talk about no motherfucking love, and she ain't gonna never talk about no respect. She ain't gonna talk about that, baby. She gonna tell you to put that pussy on display and get paid.
You to someone else that will spend. Some men aren't going to spend at all because that's not in their nature.
That's a motherfucking lie. Some men ain't gonna spend at all because it's not in their nature. She may have run across a man like that. I've never run across a man who ain't gonna spend at all. Niggas will still to spend money on women if they into women. Okay? If the man is into women, he will go and rob somebody to spend money on a woman. That's if you a certain type of woman, the type of woman he like, type of woman he want. So when she say it gotta be in his nature, well, I don't know what kind. See, this that Kevin Samuels bullshit she talking right now. Now she talk about nature and shit. Listening to a dumb hoe will get you some dumb prizes, baby. Okay? And when these men um don't want to be with you, I saw a video. I was so ashamed. I was hoping that it wasn't true. I was hoping the man was and let me say this also. They got a lot of videos that don't believe, right? So I'm not sure if it's true because anybody could get on here and do a skit, right? We know that the internet is full of skits. People don't be knowing whether it's a skit or not. But I can tell when it's a skit because it just be so outlandish, right? It's so fucking ridiculous. This one, on the other hand, I don't know, right? I hope that it's a skit, but the guy was saying how he met this young lady and asked her to go out. And he was like, yeah, she said, yeah. He got ready, was smelling good. He said he was so nice to her, and she was nice to him, right? And he said that she would say, "You're so nice." And he was like, "Thank you." He said while they was talking on the phone, before they went on a date, she had mentioned that she liked pink roses or something like that. And she had mentioned that she liked certain things. And he had said, so when she accepted the date, when he got those roses that she said that she liked. That's what made her say that he's so nice and so sweet, right? So he was listening to everything she was saying on the phone while they was conversating, and he made sure that he was, there. He said he just a regular working dude. He wasn't lying about I make this, make that. He's just a regular working dude. They may have worked together. I'm not sure, but anyway, what he said was they had a great conversation on the way to the restaurant, and it was just going good. He said it was a good date. He said, but then when he was getting out the car to open the door for her, he noticed she was on the phone. Like when she got out, she was on the phone. And he said, um, he ignored it at first, but then, she was stopped when they was walking to go in the restaurant. She would stop and say something. So by him looking, he saw when she was talking to her sister, but then some dude, he saw a guy name pop up, right? And so then she hurry up and tight, and then she kept walking with him. And because it kept happening, he asked like, "Who you talking to?" And she tried. And at first, she said, "Oh, that's just my sister." He said, "Nah, I saw when your sister said something." He said, "But somebody else popped up." And instead of her just saying, I guess she got an attitude with him, and she was like, "You just a date anyway. I'm just here to get food with you." Like she had an attitude with him and told him that. And he was like, damn, like, if you with a man, why would you go on a date with me? Like, I'm making sure you good. I'm buying you things that you say you like. Like, why would you do this? And instead of her, like, I'm thinking if I would have got caught, let's say I did some shit like that. Let's say I have an ex, but he still come through. He's still a little jealous, but we broken up. And in the midst of our little broke up, some guy asked me out. And I decided to go. Cool. That could happen, right? While you in the midst of this breakup, even though y'all get back together and break up and get back together, I could still be dealing with this dude. But then somebody asked me to go out. And I decided to go out with him. And they nice. And then I get caught on some bullshit like that. I would be more apologetic. I'd be like, I'm sorry. That's one of my ex. The truth is we go back and forth, and things like that. Or maybe I wouldn't even get into all that, but I wouldn't be attacking the dude who just brought me to this restaurant, treated me nice and shit, and I just go off one. I wouldn't do that. Now, do I know this happened for sure? I don't know. This is the guy's story, right? It's not always, because I like to say there's always a his side, her side, and then the truth somewhere in the middle. That's not always true, right? Because if I tell you some shit, I'm trying to tell you the truth. And I don't give a fuck what their side is. Okay, the truth not in the motherfucking middle. If I'm telling you the truth, so I'm gonna stop saying that. But what I will say is that I don't know what's going on with the women today. Like, is it in the water? Like, you could be a strong woman without being trying to be strong as men or stronger. Now, just because a man is a man don't mean he's stronger than you. I agree. Like, I'm the first one to say that, right? Because I've come across a lot of weak ass motherfucking men. Right? Whether they want to be weak and so they weak, or whether they just motherfucking weak because they weak, it don't matter, right? But me and some of the women argue. They be like, "Mom, it don't matter. A man gonna be strong." Like that's not true, y'all. They have men out here who are broken. It and who broke them? It don't fucking matter, right? It don't matter who broke them. It don't matter if they broke themselves. It don't matter if their mom broke them, their dad broke them. It don't matter. The fact is that they're just broken. So, like, there's all types of men out here. They even have men who are broken, right? They're just not the strong ass man, and they don't want to be that strong ass man. And they say they shouldn't have to be like this strong ass motherfucker masculinity bullshit that society put on you. That's why I be like, look, just because he a man don't mean he's strong. Yeah, Bob, his muscles bigger. That's not fucking true. You got to develop muscles. You got to keep them up. You just because he born a man don't mean his muscles is stronger. That's fucking ridiculous. That even a woman would say that even when I'm like, ladies, what are you talking about? Now, I understand that some women ain't never been into sports, exercising, or strength training, none of that. I understand that. Right? They got some women who ain't never did none of those things. Okay? Um, and there's a lot of men who ain't never did none of those things neither. And then there's a lot of women who are into those things. And just so those men who not had never been if there's a whole generation of non-active motherfuckers. I didn't even know. Like we was made to do PT. PE, I'm sorry, PE. PT was in the military. PE was in school. We was made to do PE. Like you couldn't get no letter and get it. You couldn't claim you got asthma and not do PE. Get your ass out there. Okay? The one, I'm saying you were supposed to get out there and at least try. And when you overexert yourself, you stand to the side. It's okay. We know you got asthma. Come out here and try. Hit the ball a couple of times. If you feel like it's too much for you, you could go sit in the stands. We got a whole generation of motherfuckers who, as soon as they find out they can get a letter from somebody where they ain't gotta even you ain't gotta get dressed for PE. You can just be, I got a letter. I heard you ain't even have to take PE. You ain't even have to have PE. I think a couple of years my son didn't even have PE. I was like, what? That was required for everybody when I went to school. But anyway, let me go back to her.
Okay. If you're the woman of their dreams, they might spend. But if you're not the woman of their dreams, they're not going to spend easily. It's going to be.
Probably now you got to be the woman of their dreams, baby. Well, like we don't even know their dreams. How we gonna be the woman of their dreams? What is her message? I think it's the longest I've ever heard her speak. Because last time I couldn't listen to much. Like she said, 3, 4, 5, 6 stupid ass motherfucking things. Last time I had to turn the video off. I was like, this bitch is crazy. Now you got to be his woman of his dreams for him to spin. Before you just had to be young. Before if you was young and just beautiful, then it was on. Now you got to be the woman of his dreams. Baby.
Be like very hard to get them to spend. So first of all, they're not even serious about you if they're not trying to spend right away to impress you. Second of all, you already know that you're not, it's going to be a hard time getting them to spend over and over. So you might as well meet their friends and move along.
This woman don't know what the fuck she talking about. If a man ain't spending that, he ain't. Listen, I don't know any man. I've never had a man come up and just be like he trying to come to my house, and he won't like he won't come to my house and want me to cook for him, and he want me to baby him and shit. Maybe I just don't ever look like the bitch who would be that. Like maybe I just the type of woman that they knew I'm gonna have to take care of her. I don't know. I never looked like I'm a wealthy motherfucker, right? I didn't look like money, like you got to have a lot of money to come at me. So I know I ain't never looked like that. But at the same time, I don't look like I'm too strong, and I'm gonna be the man in this relationship. And when men approach, yes, they want sex, but they also want to be the man. And they taking you out. I don't know. I guess we in a different generation of Netflix and chill. But I think Netflix and chill to me was some kid shit, right? My kids, when they was in high school, that's when I was hearing Netflix and chill. As a matter of fact, one of my motherfucking sons' friends asked me, he asked me, can I come over? I was like, what? I said, what we gonna do? Like, was I was totally shocked, right? Because first, I wasn't shocked when he asked me, like when he started talking to me, I wasn't shocked, right? Because he told me who he was, so I didn't at first I didn't know who he was. He was like, "Yeah, you should come through," and I said, I was like, "What we gonna do?" I was just, thinking, okay, that's my son's friend. I've been around him many, many times. Been over my house or everything, right? And he said, "I don't know. You could come Netflix and chill." I was shocked that he said that. I was shocked, like absolutely shocked. Not shocked because he was young, but shocked that he was being blunt. I think he was 18 at that point. Okay, I think he was 18, maybe even 19. He was like, "You come through, and we could Netflix and chill." I said, "Netflix and chill." I said, I laughed and said, "Oh, that's for you young people." I laughed it off and shit. I ain't never hear no grown up talking about we Netflixing and motherfucker chilling. Unless they married, right? Like a married couple like, "Hey baby, you wanna chill tonight and look at some Netflix?" I ain't never happened in my house. My husband ain't never asked me to Netflix and motherfucker chill. The fuck I'm grown. I've been grown ever since Netflix existed. A nigga ain't asking me to Netflix and chill. Ain't gotta be serious. He got to be joking. You gotta be joking. Like you almost asking me to come to your house or you want to come to mine, and all we gonna do is watch some TV, bitch. Oh hell nah, honey. I ain't never had no man ask, could he come over to watch no motherfucking TV? Okay? Mm-mm. I ain't never happened. That ain't never happened before dating. I mean, before getting married. And the only person who can ask me that shit is my husband. Okay? Hey, babe, you want to watch a movie tonight? Okay. Um, I don't. So that to me, that's a kid's thing. That's when you still in high school. You ain't really got no car. You ain't really got no money, and you could ask your girlfriend to come over. Y'all gonna watch some fucking Netflix, some TV, bitch. You can watch some TV and chill. Cause y'all broke and y'all got no money, no transportation, no nothing. If you're an adult asking me to Netflix and chill, you got me fucked up. Okay? Kind of fucking shit is that? Shit. Unless you in a relationship. Hey, Brownie.
Hey, Bomb.
How you doing, sis?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing? You Netflix and chilling?
I've Netflixed and chilled a couple times.
With who? Like with strangers? Like men you didn't know and you Netflix and chill with them?
No,
Mm. So it's
but
gonna be somebody you already know, right?
I don't do things with men I don't know. Uh, I'm not gonna come over to your house to watch a movie. But yeah, like men that I've known that I was familiar with, like yeah, Netflix and chill.
That's right. But she was making it seem like like some dude you just met. He just met you.
Some of these women is going for that.
God damn.
The bar is
What?
low. The bar is low.
Are we just saying that or you know for
No,
sure?
I'm so serious.
God damn.
Some of these women,
Because
that's
women like this, teaching the shit. Like, so men are asking women out, but they ain't got no money to take her nowhere.
yeah, you don't be hearing a joke about all and like how some men be like all they need is a blunt and some wings, some chicken wings.
Oh, well, yeah, well, yeah. But that's almost the same thing. He done brought some food and some weed.
No, a 6 piece ain't enough, bomb.
6 piece? Oh my God. Even I need like, Domino's sell like 8 wings. I'd be like, need two. I'd be like, baby, I need two of them 8 wings. Domino's. What that 16? Hell yeah. God man.
Not a 6 piece. They
A
getting the
grown woman
lunches.
get the 6 piece, or you mean like a teenager?
The woman, they get
Oh,
like
mom.
they be get they little a couple wings and some liquor, and they go, and that's all. It be taking a
Oh,
lot.
the liquor. But
They
liquor
just
not
that's
cheap.
all.
And how much weed is it?
We cheap.
Oh, God damn.
That's not a reason for me to go hang out with you. I can smoke by myself, bro.
I
I can
know
buy
that's
my
right.
own liquor too. Like, so that's not enough for me to wanna. That's not gonna entice me.
That's crazy.
But some women, like some they operate a little different, and that'll entice them.
These motherfucking women teaching them wrong. Oh, you gotta give me something. Yeah, it gotta be more than some chicken wings. Six. Look, if he goes to Buffalo Wild Wings
A couple
and buy
slices.
me a two, huh?
That's it. They be going for a couple slices of medium pizza from Domino's. Look,
God
it's
damn.
bad out here. It's bad out here, Bob. These women, they not like even on the food standards, like they not. No.
Is these new men or like a man, like you said, somebody already know and chilling? And that, as we know them more, they don't have to always come over and bring us out every time they come over.
Some of
But
these women be doing this with new men, with men they
God,
just.
yeah.
That's all it take. Like a lot of you got women that they be trying to do how Shira be saying like get money, and like if a man appear like he got money, he ain't gotta have money for real. If he appear like he got money, then she's willing to forego all of that based off the appearance and the illusion
Hmm.
that he got some money.
Well, yeah, because if it looked like he got money, and it's because of women like her who telling them, yeah, get with a man with money. So now we looking, right? We look at his car, look at how he dressed.
But
This
you
nigga
can't.
might be living with his mama, but when he
He
go
got
out,
a
he
rental
gonna,
car. He got a
yeah,
rental car, and no, he only got two outfits, and that's one of them.
yeah, and that, yes, and that men been doing that forever. They know when they go out, they're gonna go looking good, but they may live with
Two
their mama
outfits.
or they live with their old lady.
Mm-hmm.
He's only able to sneak out with them two outfits because he got to take care of his family over here. Like,
Yeah.
gonna keep, but yeah, but that's the problem, right? Because
A
you
lot of
never
women.
know if a man got money.
Um,
We're not gonna really know what he got until you know him.
yeah,
You
until
may
you
not. The men out here flashing that money, they really not about that.
remember the Tinder swindler.
Yeah,
He was another man that ain't had no money, but they had the illusion that he had money, and all these women were falling in love and giving money to him, opening up credit cards and doing the most.
dang.
And he ain't had nothing. He just looked like he had something based off what he had the other women doing.
Yeah, other women was buying them suits and shit and buying this and yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, because he was getting airplane rides and he was doing
He
all
got
kinds of
credit.
shit.
They was authorizing him as users on his credit on their credit cards and all types of stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is fucking crazy. But the reason you don't know that he's phony is because people they not teaching women to get to know the person. We only care what his bank account is, right? So it's easy for him to look the part, but it's crazy if a wealthy man asks me for money from me, then I know he ain't wealthy. Ain't no fucking reason why you can't get no money that you got. You see what I'm saying? So I
Exactly.
can't put you on my credit card. As a matter of fact, you need to be putting me
But
on
they,
yours.
but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like that's where the desperation of some of these women be. Like they,
Yeah, that's what
like
that is,
they so
desperation. Yeah.
they so desperate to have it that they don't even realize that somebody playing in their face off the illusion of them having it.
Right. I kind of think they deserve it. Right? If a man could play you like that, and you ain't getting to really know him, you just know what he gonna give you. Like he promising to give it back to you. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you, babe, and we gonna be together, and then what's mine gonna be yours. And she ain't even getting to know him enough to know whether this is a fake or phony,
Mm-hmm.
Because fake and phony always show itself. You might not be looking at it, or you
It's
don't want to see it.
It was I don't know who was covering it, but somebody was covering a whole story about how this woman met this dude on Instagram, and when she met him on Instagram, she judging by his profile, he was living like this life, this like whole high life, and she paid for herself to he asked her to come see her or something, and she paid for herself to go see him. Talking about she thought she was gonna get the money back, paid for the hotel and all the arrangements and all of this stuff.
Yeah, I think I shared a video like that.
Yeah, like she thought, like, but that's all the same. Like you letting the illusion of somebody having something instead of getting to know him as a man. And he didn't even like at the end he didn't even want to deal with her. And I was like, instead of getting to know him as a person, you assume he had money and was ready to risk it all and hop on a
Yeah.
flight. When if a man really had some money, he would be paying for your flight. Like,
The one that we reviewed, he was supposed to pay her flight, and he did, but then when she had told him that she only fly, a certain way, like first class, and he had bought her a flight that wasn't first class. And so he said, "Oh, my his whoever, the person, his assistant bought the wrong ticket, and that he'll fix it." And she said, "Well, I'll pay, I'm here now, I'll upgrade it, and you could give me the money back." So that's what she did. She paid, and when they reverse the money, it goes to the credit card that paid it, right? So then she went and saw him, and everything was cool. And then they went to go eat, and she said she wasn't ready. So he went down there, and when she got there, he had some other woman there and some shit. She ended up having to pay for
oh no,
everything.
no, no, that's not. That's like the Disney. I think that was like the Disney trip. No, this
Oh
lady
yeah,
talked about how
okay,
she was flying down to see this dude, and he had all this money. She was
yeah.
she was texting him, asking him about sex toys and all types of stuff. And then
Hey
she got
Taylor,
there, he want to hang out with her, and he was broke, and he ain't had no money, and she thought she was gonna get reimbursed.
she lucky she had money herself, because she would have been fat shit out of luck.
Hey Taylor.
Hey y'all.
If
Hey.
that was me back in the, I would have been shit out of luck, y'all. Cause like that's why I had to be very vigilant and make sure, like when I went to go visit, then you had to put the hotel room in my name, tickets had to be in my name,
Yeah,
everything. Cause
you need to
these
send me the
men,
money so I can pay for the stuff, but you need to
that's
stop.
right.
I'm gonna
Because
look
they
up
can
the price.
cancel that payment on their credit card, and your ass be shit out of luck.
I can cancel if I need to change it for whatever reason. I can do all of that. We gonna put it in my
Yeah,
name. Send me the money and I'll quote it. If you want the receipt, I'll send you the receipt
that's right.
to let you
And I
know.
think that's what she said. Remember, she said she sent them the receipt because she paid. But remember, he did pay. But
I'm not
she,
paying for shit and then sending somebody a receipt. No, you need to
no,
send.
I agree.
I'm gonna send you how much it is, and you gonna send me how much it is, and then you gonna send me the.
Yeah. What's up, Taylor? You got flued out?
No, I ain't getting food out nowhere.
What you mean? I'm
Um,
about to fly you up when I'm about to fly you to Delaware.
oh, Bob, I'm staying. I'm staying
Huh?
local.
You could come to my house. You gonna be in my house,
Uh-huh.
like my daughter-in-law,
Uh-huh.
and we gonna have some grandchildren and everything.
Oh, give me about 5 more years. Start the
5.
grandchildren. About
Okay,
five
I could
more.
do that. I could do 5 years.
Okay.
That's still young. You be like 34.
30,
You be like
33,
33.
30, yeah,
Yeah.
33, 34, yeah.
Oh,
But
she
these
must got my.
women, listen, keep playing these stupid ass games with these goddamn men. Um, as women, like they go. This is a dangerous game that they playing, and they don't even understand the game that it is that they're playing. Like, I see you had SheRaSeven up there,
Mm-hmm.
um, for a minute, and like what she's like, as far as what she's saying, like I understand it to a certain degree, but yeah, but like a lot of these women, like a lot these dudes are not gonna take kindly to knowing that you playing them, and they spending money, or they giving you money, and you're vocalizing this on social media. So you don't think that while she's telling you, okay, go ahead and play these men, no matter how ugly they are, just as long as they got money, get their money. You don't think that there are men in the reverse teaching other men, how to get what you want out of women without having to spend a dime?
Right.
So it's just, it's counterproductive.
Yeah, it's bad, because it making, like, I'm actually listening to some of the men now, they not red pill, regular men, just like on the TikTok or here on YouTube. They're not red pill, they're not talking all that Kevin Samuel shit, or talking about black women or none of that. They just talk about regular going on a date. They ask the woman out, and he realizes his name is food. He's the food in the phone.
Food,
You know,
dinner. Remember Obsidian? He was food dates, or what did he call
foodies.
them? Foodies. Yes,
Yeah.
he was
Remember, I was
calling them
like
foodies.
bullshit, and I was see, but that's what shared it, right? Once the internet is a funny thing. Some shit may have never existed,
Hmm.
but somebody said it exists, and now it does exist, right?
Right.
Because that's what's called trends. They done started a trend. But he was claiming that the women would say they have food, which I can see where I have a man who come by and I know he's gonna bring me some food. I used to tell him, Hoppy, before we were married, I used to call him and say, "Hey, you coming over?" He said, "Why? What's up?" I said, "Well, if you come over, can you go to get us some food?" And he would happily come over with some fucking food, girl. He know and he
He
would
know
have
he
when
gonna
he.
get some booty.
That's right. He gonna get some booty.
Why
I'm gonna
he
get some food. We gonna have a good time. And he didn't
exactly?
complain, huh?
I said exactly. Like he knew he was getting ready to, get some
Hell yeah.
action. But like,
If
if
I
I'm
come,
just being honest, like a lot of these women, especially the ones on TikTok, because I be on TikTok a lot, hearing some of these women talk. Like,
mm,
I would not spend a dime on any of these motherfuckers. Like, 'cause first of all, like, your conversation is whack. Why do you think someone's supposed to sit across from you and and spend money on you, or whatever, the shit that you think you deserve, and your conversation is trash. Like, you ain't
right.
talking about shit. So you think that this fucking man is supposed to sit in front of you and just, wine and dine you, and you ain't hitting on nothing, girl? You know, go
Yeah.
about your motherfucking business.
Did you see that one? I think we reviewed it over here maybe a year ago, where this guy asked her out. They were gonna meet after work, and they
Mhm.
went to this place, and it was oyster night or some shit like that. And she had started to eat oysters before he got there. And then when he got there, she just kept eating them and eating them and eating them and eating them. He only
I
got
remember
him a
that
drink.
story.
You remember that?
Yeah, I
And then
remember that.
when he said he not paying for all the goddamn oysters, she was mad. Hey, baby, thank you. You remember that, Taylor?
I don't think I remember that.
Girl. And I'm thinking to myself, what kind of women are these? Like, not only do they want, okay, you already got food in there for the man, you know he gonna pay, but then you taking advantage, you going overboard. So you could take pictures just for the internet. She recorded herself doing this and thought she was in the right. Thank you, baby. I see you.
Check on my neck all the way over.
You
Stupid
did.
for
Watch,
that.
watch.
Hi, Leaky.
Say hello, Taylor.
Hello,
Hey,
Taylor.
Leaky.
Hi.
Say hey, Brownie.
Hey, Brownie. Hey, Mama, did I hear the new sounds of the crucifix of the Doors monsters?
No, crucifix the doors, monster. No, where your headphones at? If you want to stay here, you gotta get your headphones. Stay in your room, okay? Cause my mom cussing.
But a lot of these women, they don't have proper etiquette. When you like, even when it comes to basic things, and they'll turn a man off. That would be generous because they
Mhm.
so trifling.
One of my coworkers told me that he told me he wanted to get laid, so he took this girl out to this expensive restaurant and everything, and she got salmon, and this bitch started eating the salmon with her fucking hands, like like no fork, not just eating with her hands. So he said at that moment he could have corrected her, and been like, hey, don't do that.
That's
Yo,
crazy.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some. So he left eat with her hands. He ended up getting somebody, and I was just like, but he said he ain't never contacted her again after.
Damn.
But it's just like, damn, like who the fuck you start eating salmon with their goddamn hands? I would be so embarrassed. That is zero fucking etiquette.
Man, I done ate a chicken wing with a fork and knife. I to eat anything with your hands at a restaurant is disgusting. Like, ugh.
Yeah, that's terrible, man.
But these women
Embarrassing.
need, like, back in the day they used to have etiquette classes, and I feel like a lot of these women be needing etiquette classes, like for real. Like,
I think my internet might be tripping because y'all sound like y'all breaking a little bit to me, a little bit. So I made y'all co-host just in case I get knocked off. I'll come back up.
Okay.
Okay. But no, yeah, maybe that's what's going on. Where women need some actual teaching and they're coming across certain women. Maybe that's why they found those women because maybe they can't find no more. But nothing wrong with teaching women to be strong and to not be used and abused. But I do think it's wrong for if I don't want to be used and abused, why should I use and abuse others? Do y'all agree with that? Or am
No,
I thinking
I
wrong?
agree. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Like I can like Shira, like I said, there are times where SheRaSeven, she'll make good points. Like I'm like, okay, that's true. That's valid. But like her overall premise as far as, get you a man no matter how ugly he is, no matter how compatible you are with him. You ain't gotta love him, just get the money. And I'm just like, that's if I was like a shell of a person, that would work out. But I can't, me personally, I can't be around nobody that I don't fuck with like that. That's in friendships, that's in relationships. I can't do it. Like, I can't play the long game like that because you'll irritate, because everything that you do from that point forward is going to irritate the entire shit out of me. Heightened. It's gonna be heightened to the hundredth fucking power.
Like you sleep with somebody you don't love. Like you, okay, I ain't saying you gotta love them at first, right? Because I come on, I done slept with somebody in love, right? I ain't love my husband when I first slept with him. I liked his ass though.
Okay.
I,
But these
I
people don't be
like the way
liking
he
each
looked
other
and
like
everything.
that, Mom.
Huh?
A lot of these people don't really be liking each other like that. I mean, they may like what they can do at that time, but but in general, I don't think they don't like each other like that. So, but for me, I mean, everyone's different. But for me personally, if I don't like you, I just not. I can't fuck with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't definitely be in the bed with somebody I'm not attracted to. That's
But
why, look, I would be the worst hooker ever. Okay, because if I'm not turned, if he not visually stimulating to me or something, right? Then I can't do nothing. It's gonna be dry as hell, and I'm gonna be like, "I'm sorry, sir. Here go your money back. I'm going my can't take your money. You too unattractive, or you smell bad, or you too, I don't like your attitude. Your attitude too much. I'll be the worst hoe ever.
see, and then you got me, and I like an ugly dude. Like, I don't need my man to be cute. See, and so I
Well,
kind of
cute
get
and
what she was
ugly,
saying by that.
ugly and cute, not the same thing. Like I don't want a cute. When I say a cute, to me,
you don't
cute
want a
mean
nigga
like a
to
little
think he
boy.
cuter than us.
Now I don't want no hey, nigga.
Yeah. What did Kendrick say? You fucking with
I
niggas
don't,
that
I
think
don't, I
they
don't, I
cuter
don't
than
see. I don't care about how my man look. It's more about how he act what he like, where how he behave and the things that he do. Like, so
You
that
see,
wouldn't be a big thing on my.
to me, you cannot manufacture attraction, and I don't think that you could fuck personality. I'm sorry. Like if I'm not attracted to
But
you,
attraction don't
okay,
always come just how you look.
Like,
shit,
that's true.
okay.
I
I've
done
seen
been
some
with
men who I didn't.
I done met men that were handsome and all, like, and women will be like, oh, but it's like that wasn't what, that don't do it for me. Like, for me, it's personality and it's connection. Like, if I connect with you and we like that and we match, that makes me attracted to you, not how you look. Like,
Yeah, I can agree with that too. Yeah, I've seen men, men who went at first, I was like, you know, but then the more I got to know him, he's nice, a good dude, and then,
yeah,
yeah,
I
like,
can
okay,
fall in love with
yeah,
a man's qualities. I can fall in love with a man's qualities over his looks. I'm supposed to be the
That
cute one.
happens
Shit,
over
we supposed to be
time.
focused on how I look.
Do we agree that that happens over time though? That don't happen
yeah,
right away.
yeah, that happens over time. Yeah, that's why, like, he friend zone. He was friend zone, but then the more he came around like a friend, then I could see myself with him, kind of thing.
But for me, it's not even at a friend zone. It's just, oh, we talk, like, we talking, and if we talking and we on the same page, we on the same page. And if I like you, I like you. Don't wonder why I like you. Don't doubt that I like you. Just know that I like you. Like,
No, I get that. I get
so
that.
if I like
That's why I
you
say
and
we
we
as
got that
women,
connection, it's everybody got different things
yeah.
that they want to go for and that they know that they're attracted to. So for me, it's like, if we got a connection and I got feelings for you and I like you, and that's gonna be in a get to know process. Cause just cause you ugly don't mean I'm a friends on you. You
But
know?
yeah, our friends on them ugly niggas. The ones who I just couldn't see myself being. If I can't see myself kissing you, and you still want to hang around, then I'll be your friend. Like, I'll legit be your friend. You know what I mean? I'm gonna let you know we friends. I'm not gonna play you. Like, some men, they okay with that because they realize, okay, I really like her, and she'll like me too. These
I
men be thinking friend zone is a negative thing. Friend zone don't necessarily mean negative.
looks too are subjective at the end of the day. Um, because there are people that my friends find attractive, specifically men that they find
Yeah,
attractive
Taylor, even me and
that
you
I be
got
like,
different
this
tastes.
look like a mud duck. So I'll,
Even, yeah, me and Taylor got different tastes. Taylor was like, "Oh, this man is so fine," and I was like, "Hell no."
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I think go ahead.
So even we
Brent
got different.
Fires is fine as hell. I don't care what nobody
What his name is?
I
Brent
I can't.
Fires.
Brett Fries.
Yeah, Fi. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. It's FAIZ. I've had a crush on Brent when that nigga said, "If you ain't nasty, don't at me." I tweeted him. Um,
And then I
I
like
tweeted.
Skepta.
She said I tweeted
tweeted.
his ass. Wait a minute, let me see
I
if I can
sure
find.
did.
You say
He
Brett
said, "If you ain't nasty,
Brett.
don't at me."
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Brett what? FAV.
Brent
That's it
Brent
right
Oh,
there.
Brett.
Fires.
That might be
This one?
it. No, that's a
Hold on, let
football
me.
quarter. What
No,
I
that's an
say?
old man. Is it
Brent,
Brett?
like Brent.
Oh,
BRENT.
wait, say it again. BRNT.
BRENT.
ENT.
Fire.
Oh, oh, okay. I think this might with a Z, maybe. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Let me see. Okay.
Yeah,
He nice looking.
yeah, he fine. He fine.
Yeah, I could say he got them nice lips. He remind me of little Mr. Baum. Them lip girl. I like them tall, and my hubby had them lips, girl. His lips just look at him. Look at him, girl.
Yeah,
There you
he's
go.
handsome. He's
Yeah,
handsome.
he nice looking. I can see him. So give me a example of what you think is nice looking brownie.
So my counterpart to Brent Fayez was Skepta. Is S
Mm-hmm.
Kepta.
Okay, Skepta. Okay. Okay,
Now
he
I
nice
like me
looking
some
too.
Skepta.
Okay,
I
well,
know my man. Well, no, he got a girlfriend now, which I was really upset about because I was on
uh,
his Instagram and I saw some bitch in the reflection of his
Oh, not some bitch.
eyeglasses, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this?"
yeah, Skepta nice looking too.
See, he's
Okay,
not
Skepta is fine as
hideous.
hell. He ain't got one bad picture.
good.
You see,
I I
we
might.
like different things.
Nah,
Yeah,
they remind me. They don't look alike, but they look like both of them nice looking men, and they actually both look like the same type. You know what I mean? Like it's not like one is handsome, like a what I would consider like a pretty boy, and the other is not. They both look like the same kind of dude who could be in the street if and if he or he may not be in the street. You know what I mean? Like it.
right.
This one, he looked like he could be kind of because he got the tattoos on his neck and shit. He looked like he could be in the street for real. You know, and but there's a different. What's that guy with the light blue eyes? I thought we were gonna see two different men like that.
Aaron
Like,
Pierre.
is that his name? He real light skin.
Keanu
And
Yeah,
Taylor, his name?
yeah.
Oh,
I don't be. Yeah,
I don't
like
think he's
if one
cute
of them would
either.
have been like, this not my type of dude.
I don't think
Like
he's
I
cute at
couldn't.
all.
He's
oh,
he's what I call pretty.
he's too pretty. I
Yeah.
stay away from them light skinned niggas now. Um,
Hmm.
because my ex was a light skinned demon from the pits of fucking hell who traumatized me. So I swore off for all of them. I
I just saw
swear
him
I
in a
did.
movie. He's in a movie on I don't know if it's Hulu or Netflix. This nigga, he's
Yeah, his
fine,
career
but
popping right now.
huh?
I said his career popping right now, but he not cute
Yeah,
to
that
me.
movie is good, but he wouldn't be. He's too pretty for me, and
Yeah, too
men
light
would
years.
have. See, he's the type of dude that I know many men like. He wouldn't have been able to protect me because men would have saw me with him, and there would have been the men like the two that y'all showed. They would have walked up to me even though they knew I was with him, and still kind of played him because they believe the pretty boys can't fight. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you can or can't fight. Yeah, I'm not saying that they can or can't, but that's the belief. Other men, I've been with men. That's why hubby didn't go out with me. I didn't go out with hubby. Man, we would have probably got divorced a long time ago. Okay, because he would have been mad at me because I can't stop men from walking up to me. I'd have been out just at a club and I'm dancing with somebody, right? Because I dance. So people ask me to dance, I dance with them. It ain't nothing but a dance. Some other dude would look at who I'm dancing with and look at me. And then he would come and start dancing on side of it and then slide right in the middle of me and the other dude. And
Mhm.
now I'm dancing with this other dude. But I don't even know what to do because I'm like, I'm like,
You're not trying to be rude, but you like, well, damn, nigga, I was.
and then they fighting. But that's how me and hubby start dancing. Him, some other dude, I was dancing with some dude at the NCO club. This other dude came and jumped in the middle. They fighting. I don't know neither one of them. And then hubby comes down and asks me to dance. And I say, yeah, I don't even know who them niggas is. Keep dancing with somebody else. But that's even after I was married and I would go to the club, that happens and happen and happen. And so I just like he don't like to dance anyway. I do. So hubby not gonna like he. I remember one time we went out together and somebody asked me to dance and I'm dancing because he wanted to sit over there at the bar and drink. And I start dancing and he get mad at me. I'm like,
See,
you what?
that's why with the whole club scenery, people be irritating me when they get dressed up and go out to the fucking club just for them to be sitting at the goddamn bar. Like, dance. Like, what the fuck are we here for?
Mama,
Like,
Mm,
look at these cute animals.
nobody
Mr.
dances
Bomb
no more, bomb.
was getting ready to turn up. That's what the fuck he was doing.
yeah,
Look
but
at
he didn't
them.
like to dance. I see. I
Look at
legit
these
like to
cute
dance.
animals.
I'm going to the club to
Right.
dance.
He don't got an issue with you. He don't got an issue with him not dancing. He don't got an issue with you dancing. He don't like them niggas.
Yeah, well, Yeah, like we were young at the time, so that was the last time we went to club together. And then from there, I was able to go to the club by myself. So I would go with my nieces or my friends or whatever. Um, and he wouldn't bother me because he really. But I met him in the club. Like I felt like every time I went to the NCO club, he was there. Now I found out after we got married that he was there to get me. See, that's that trickery. And
Yep.
once he won me, but the reason I married him though, Taylor, and I think I told y'all this before,
Uh-huh.
I married him because I thought it was perfect. I was like, oh shit. Like I like going to the club. He like going to the club. What? I was like, when he asked me married, I thought it would be perfect. Like we'll go out together. My aunts and uncle went out every weekend. Like I used to watch them get dressed and go out every weekend together. So I always knew that's the type of marriage I want. My mom and them didn't do that. My mom didn't go out. My dad used to go out though. Uh, so I kind of, growing up, seeing certain things, knowing what you want in your own life. But then I married a man who I thought that was what it was gonna be. As soon as after we got married, I think we were like a month in. I said, "You want to go to the NCO club?" He told me he don't go to no club. Off drop. I was like, "What? You
What
mean
you
you don't
mean?
go?" Girl, and he ain't been to the club since. But he took me. He took me. Him and his friends wanted to go out, so that's the only reason he even went that time. And so I was excited because I was thinking, okay, uh, we're going up. And then I get out there, I want to dance. He don't want to dance with me. So he at the bar and some guy asked me to dance. So I dancing with him. And he ain't like that shit. Then I realized, okay, I can't go out with my own husband
Right.
because he gonna be fighting. And that and so his answer to that, and most of these men will say, well, your answer is you don't get to go to the club. Honest, that don't make sense. Right? If y'all could tell me where else I can go where they playing music and and I can dance. Besides a club, I've been waiting for people to give me the answer. Right? Even if somebody invite me to the barbecue, when the music come on, baby, I'm the first one on the floor. Right?
Uh,
Um, so that means I like to dance.
mhm.
So where he told me you could put music on in the house and dance. I said, okay.
Or
So
you could just knock out.
right. Look, he told me I could put music on in the house and dance. So I put on music in the house and I'm like, okay, let's dance. And he don't want to dance with me. He want to dance. I'm like, what shit? I said, you're not gonna dance with me then because I'm listening to your advice. Your advice is we could put the music on in the house and dance. And still you won't even dance with me in the house and
Right.
if we was in Chicago, because remember I told y'all when I wanted the divorce, a part of the deal of me not divorcing him was we were supposed to take dancing class together. I wanted to do like
Mhm.
ballroom dance. I wanted to do that shit they do in Detroit and Chicago. But I couldn't find it nowhere. I looked all over. They got ballroom dancing here. And it's that dumb man, that white people bullshit, where and I was like, they ain't got not even line dancing here, nothing. And so he started taking me. I took ballet, not belly dancing class. He would take me once a week to go to belly dancing class. Girl, but if we would have been in Detroit or Chicago, his ass would have been doing all them spins and everything. Okay? I think that's so sexy, man. Them black people just know how to take some shit, man, and that shit should be in the Olympics. I know you've seen them before, right? The Chicago and Detroit dancing.
Oh
The
yeah.
couples do. That shit is. I see where it's one man and two women. I see where it could be two men and two women. I seen where it's two men and one woman. It's just sexy and very
Very sensual.
yes. And that's what I like. That's the kind of shit I like.
Hmm.
Sensuality and shit. And so people be shocked when it's two people who they not married. Their husband and wife of the couple is in the audience watching while they dancing. Because all it is dancing. But some people take that shit and me, oh, you shouldn't be that sensual with nobody. It's dancing. Me twerking on somebody is dancing. Not that I twerk on people, but I have, because twerking been around a long time. It was called all kinds of things before it was called twerking. And but it don't mean you having sex.
Right. No, you're right.
Up here in Delaware and Jersey, the women get behind women, and there's this dance where it's almost like doing the bump, like back in the day they used to bump, but they doing it from behind. And men do it with the women do it with the women. I can't do it with no woman though, because the little girls was out there. I was like, y'all need to stop. Oh my God. But it's not sexual unless only, I don't know. But, uh, oh, he doing push-ups on his two fingers, huh? You like that? Okay. He can't even hear me. He's yelling because he got headsets on. Headset. You good? You hurt yourself? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, how your day been, Taylor?
It's been, pretty good. Just got off work. I have tomorrow off because of Juneteenth.
Oh, okay, that's
So,
cool. You still have to go in every day?
oh yeah, we have to still go in.
Yeah, that's messed up, man.
Yeah.
That's messed up. Let me see what the chat saying. If y'all got some men y'all want me to look up, different type of men.
Yeah, that
Uh
Aaron Pierre dude, he does not look straight. You are right, Candy. I don't think that
you,
is a straight man.
you don't think so? Like I've seen some pictures of him where his beard is a little scurry and he looked like I was just shocked when I was looking, but he just not like first of all, I don't like light skinned men. I don't know why I don't like light skinned men. Like I just never.
They demons, so don't worry about it.
And to be honest, I think, because I'm from Louisiana, and I think like it was almost assumed some people, like some of the light skinned families, would kind of assume that I'm gonna be one of their sons' girlfriend or wives and shit like that. It was the
Mm-hmm.
weirdest thing because these was old people. I was young,
Mm-hmm.
and it was really. But then, as I got older, especially older, I realized what was happening. Because families was marrying families, and now I realize that, like Creoles was supposed to marry Creoles. Not
Right.
Creoles, I'm sorry. Yeah, Creoles. So now I understand those families who was doing that to me. It was almost like they was almost promising that I could be one of their sons' wives.
The devil is she. This. Don't
Huh?
fuck up out my goddamn face.
I know that's right.
Take your damn son.
They motherfucking sons were wild already, And yeah, I didn't. Girl, they had some real popular families. That's how it was in Louisiana. They got these popular families who, when they had children,
What is this?
their children were
Okay.
popular. So, and my mom's family happened to be one of those families,
Mhm.
and so
Drink it.
it was crazy. I didn't understand it back then, but I just knew I ain't like him. Like, what the hell you go? Why is your mom looking at me and talking to me like I'm one day being part of your family? She, and they, where I'm from, when you did, if you was dating somebody or even just friends with them, their parents wanted to know who your peoples was. And I realized that's what everybody was doing back then.
Mhm.
They want to know who your family is because they trying to even figure out if you could even be a married. If
Right.
you're not and then so if you're not a certain type of family, they ain't never heard of your family, they know there's no possibility. You can you might be able to, that could be your girlfriend, but that's it, That's crazy. Candyland, she said, Candy Cane said, I can't really explain it. It's not his color, it's something else. Um,
Some funny colored
um,
eyes, probably.
let me see. Let me go back to the picture so we can take a
You
look.
too.
Um,
It's a U2 logo.
like what I found with them light skinned men, when I was younger, is that they were too, how you say it? Maybe because everybody, a lot of girls wanted them. Maybe that attitude they had, but it was an attitude that I found to be very just not my thing.
Right.
Let me see what I got. And I would have, yeah, I would have. Listen, I was, I was nice, but I could be kind of mean. um, yeah, I could be mean and nice. I don't know. Oh wait, is he married to a white woman? Oh, I don't even know if he's married. It's,
I don't think
not
he's
that it
married.
matters. Yeah, it said his wife, and when I clicked on it, so I don't know if he's married. But anyway, he looked like he'd be one of my family members, you know, because some of us do have the like blue eyes, and but I he's nice looking. He's just not my type. And sometimes he looked too sweet, like in this picture, he looked, and maybe
Sugary.
yeah. You know, to me, there's a such thing as a man looking too pretty. You know,
This is a lame trick.
and
What the?
in that one picture, he looked sweet, like he could be
They're
gay.
trying to get out.
But when I saw him in that movie, though, it gave me a different outlook on him. You know, they didn't make him too sweet. You know how sometimes they make the light skinned dude, even though he could get all the women. Look at you screaming, man. Oh, look, can't even hear me. Hey, 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 you screaming. Shh. You could go to your room. Go to your room. Go to your room. It's just right there. Your room right next to my room, nigga. He can't even hear me, girl. He looking at me smiling.
That just died. Okay. What are they?
Yeah. I don't know, but I never wanted no light skinned kids, and so I couldn't be with no light skinned man. And I just never, even though I dated a couple of light skinned men, but because I liked them, you know, they were just nice. So I'm not nice people, but on first glance, I'd be like, nah. And then if they could be funny, then maybe they could get me to start talking to him, and then once we talk to him, I realize, okay, he's nice, he's funny, I like it. But just on looks, uh, nah. Them dark chocolate, name a dark chocolate man, somebody famous. Um, let's see, who dark and chocolate? I can't think of. Um,
Hold on real quick.
like what you call him? Even though when I met him, what his name? Tyrese. Tyrese chocolate. I like, but when I met him, oh man, I get it right, huh?
Attractive like that.
Huh?
I never thought Tyrese was attractive like that. He gave me alien vibes. Like I always thought he looked like a goddamn alien.
Go, 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 go. Go, go, go.
Well, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah.
When I first saw him being chocolate, I was like, damn. When I saw him in person, all right. When I first saw him, he was passing by.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't like all I saw was the chocolate skin tone. I was like, damn. And then when he turned around, I knew it was. So I was supposed to interview him for a magazine that I was right for. It was Wendy Williams and him, and Redman, and a few others I was supposed to interview. And but when I got back there, right, I'm trying to interview, and he was talking to all the women who was back there, like as if we were supposed, like we all wanted him,
Okay,
right?
Right.
Girl, it was yeah, it was like he was his ego. He was worse than LL. Now, okay, so not now that I know LL, right? He possibly was married back then, which made sense. That's why he wasn't talking to any of the women, right?
Oh, did you?
Which I may have considered as an attitude could have been him
Did you just
not just not into not talking to any of us. But they
Right.
remember they invited us up there with him. So we was invited to sit in that area with him. So we all assuming, okay, we all there, we having fun and everybody talking. Any of us tried to talk to him, he was kind of standoffish. So that's why I said he had a stink attitude. And then though,
go. Oh,
when I realized like many years later that he was married, so it makes sense why he wasn't talking to any of us. Because he was in the club and he wasn't trying to get in no trouble. You know? Now this motherfucker right here though, when this was in Philadelphia, this had to have been like 2000, it was early 2000s. And if it was 2000, it may have been still 19 in the 1990 something. I'm not sure. I can look it up. I think I still have the article. But anyway, we go back there. It's a lot of us. It's just me. It's just me and my friend, right? She was the one taking the pictures. In fact, she really wasn't supposed to be taking the pictures, but that's how I got her back there with me. I told her I was like, she's my photographer, right? So she could go back there with me and everywhere I went. But he was talking to the women like we all warned them. And if you didn't cater to him and tell him, and do whatever he said, he had an attitude. It was crazy. But yeah,
Bet
he
it
got a stink
was.
attitude. Yeah. And you can still see it now, right? You can still see he want everybody to cater to him. Like he like for real like a baby boy. That's probably why he played that part so well. Right? Playing
It's
Jody so well and shit.
that they hot shit. Just because just because you're known, don't mean people gotta cater to you.
Right.
You just on TV or you make music, but you regular, just like that. It's like the regular everyday person.
This shit right here, I'm gonna play a little bit of it. This nigga is more than regular, okay? This shit right here. That nigga more than regular. This nigga want everybody to baby him like he a child. Cause he having a problem with his wife about his daughter, then he need to handle that shit in court. This nigga want to take to the Instagram and starts to cry. No, no, and he wasn't crying really about his baby. He was crying about the child support. He was whining about the child support he had to pay.
What more do you want from me? I remember that.
Over here. She cannot go.
And that's that Manosphere bullshit. And then he knew he would have a lot of men on his side.
Okay, you bring it.
I don't know. I don't know what the miscommunication with men, right? I know it's a different generation, different world, everything. But the truth is, men still make the rules, right? They still make the laws. And if you gotta pay child support, like if you marry me, I had no education or nothing.
Right.
You married me for a reason. We've been married for years. You've been taking care of me and everything. I'm used to this certain lifestyle. Your children are used to a certain lifestyle. You didn't want to cheat and shit, and then I'm not accepting it. So I'm not accepting it because I don't want the disrespect. I don't have to put up with the disrespect.
Right.
Right? Most women, especially women married to them wealthy men like that, are known. Them men cheat many times before the women get tired. Because at first you be thinking, damn, if I divorce him, what am I gonna lose? How this gonna work? We got these
Right.
children. By the time a woman get tired of these men cheating, he done cheated on them. You know, he done cheated a lot. So now she realized, okay, I'm not putting up with this shit. But he's used to being able to get away with it, and now she not putting up with it no more. Now he wanna cry about it.
Right.
So they get divorced, and he thinks he can walk away with everything. And
Right. And that's the thing. When it comes to like those divorces, if they find that there's like an income or resource disparity among the parties, like depending on how long y'all been married, there's gonna be, it's gonna be a payout on the other side. It is what it is. Get with women that got skills. Get with women that got something to lose. Don't get with someone broken, motherfucking destitute, looking for a goddamn meal or ticket. They fuck themselves over when they do shit like that. They want to cry about it. Like, no, you knew this bitch didn't have no goddamn high school diploma when you got with her, couldn't read or couldn't do math. You knew that.
yeah. And see, that's what the men, but that's how the men used to control women back in the day,
Mm-hmm.
right? He was the breadwinner, or even if she worked, he still controlled her money because women couldn't have bank accounts in their name, which means the bank account, if they had one, was in his name. So her money was in the account too. And he controlled everything. So that's why these men, when they were cheating and shit, they was getting away with it. Now they wasn't completely getting away with it. That's why I want, like, they was getting away with it as far as legalities and shit. That's why grandpa was in another room, right? Grandpa was in another bedroom. Grandma didn't touch his ass, and that way she still cooked for everybody, made it like a family for the family's sake. She wasn't touching his ass.
No, she wasn't.
Back then they didn't have shots for diseases and shit, um, and things like that. So, but disease has been around for a very long time. Okay, and so when they got the ones who say, well, my mom and my grandpa and grandmother, they stayed in two separate rooms. Why would that be? She might told our asses that he snored too much,
Right.
but most of the time it was because she wasn't dealing with him like that no more. She
No,
didn't
that's
have
true.
the kids. And biblical, remember, they said having sex was just for children making anyway. So they had some families where once the woman had the children, she wasn't having no more. That was it. Because she didn't enjoy sex. Why should she have sex she don't enjoy it? These men want us, they really think when they get married, they think now they call it indoor vagina.
Mm-hmm.
Then they get beside themselves, they don't want to make sure she taken care of too. It's all about him. And then once a woman go through menopause, if she's not interested, like if she ain't getting none out of sex, she don't want sex no more.
think a lot of these I think a lot of these men, I think they want traditional values but in a non-traditional way. So they still I don't think they understand what traditional actually entails and what it actually comes with. Like I don't think they really comprehend that and understand that. Like,
They,
and I don't think they're prepared for it, to be honest.
yeah, they
Because
don't.
a woman, you if a woman works 40 hours a week to pay bills, to help contribute to the household, just the same way as you do, don't ask her to cook no goddamn motherfucking meals. You could it could be an even trade-off. Okay, you cook one day and then I'll clean the kitchen. And then I cook one day and then you clean the kitchen. One day off, 2 days off, or whatever, however it works for you, right? But to expect her to work, come home, clean the entire motherfucking household after she just got home, and then you still want her to give you some ass?
Not
That,
on that, she got to take care of the children, help them
and
do their homework.
right. Like what
Hmm.
the fuck? And what are you doing?
Yep. And that's
Don't
what these men were putting out, right? They they talking about I'm the head of household and I make money, but they know that that woman making money too. Okay, so you there? My computer tripped. I can't hear you.
hmm?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Because your name is showing it hasn't went down. What the hell is going on with my?
You said it hasn't went down?
Yeah, you know how your name pop up when you talk.
Uh-huh.
On my screen, your name's still up even when I talk. I'm not sure
Oh,
what's going on. It could be my computer though. It should be my computer. It might be Zoom. But anyway, everybody, no, I agree with you. I think these men hear certain stories from these older men who are lying to them, and
right.
they are romanticizing a time period, which they still, because they not educated enough, they still don't know what time period they want to go to. Right? They
Right.
don't know if they want to go to the 1800s, 1600s, or some of them will say 1960. Or some of them even go to the 80s, girl. They be going to the 80s. I'd be like, you don't even know what the hell you talking about. But did I tell you that time I was over there with, what's her name? Unsolicited boss or whatever her name is. Boss something. Anyway, and she's the one who told women that even if a man stab them, if their husband stab them, they shouldn't divorce. That's my last
What?
time going over there with her when she said that shit. And she said that shit. Them men turned on her anyway, cause her channel was popping, baby, when she was with the Manosphere. One time, somebody got up there and did exactly what I told them women and men do. See, they got them men when they want to beat up on a woman, they don't give a shit who you are, even if you're on their side. And one day, somebody went over there, one of them men, and asked her, who is she to be talking? Anyway, she's a woman.
Oh damn.
And it was on her channel, girl. Mm-mm-mm. And she put them straight. And I could tell that she was not that mammy that she was claiming to be on here and all that submissive bullshit. You could tell she's not that person in real life. Her husband be in the background. He more submissive. Like my husband don't say much. And then when he do, he joking. But he can have a real conversation. Her husband now never got on there and really have a conversation. He's the background nigga. That tells me that she is the dominant one. You know? He
Mhm.
because my husband ain't never helping me with my channel. He ain't never messing with no recordings, making sure that anything is clear. That's what her husband do. I'm thinking, well, why your mister not with you in front of the camera or talking?
Right.
You know? Shit, Mr. Bomb be in and out because he doing other shit. And he might get in the chat, and if I ask him to come up, he'll come up and talk. But he'll talk. He'll have whole conversation. But he gonna talk about what he want to talk about. You know, always gonna go to either sports, fishing, or maybe some politics with the men. And her husband didn't do that. But anyway, when that man told her that, she said she started preaching the other part of the Bible that she never preached before on the women's behalf, because she was only preaching that shit that we supposed to be helpmates. Girl, that's so offended. I'm offended when a man tell me all I am is a helpmate.
Right.
Like, what you mean all I am is a helpmate? Like, first of all, you using the word all I am as if a helpmate isn't important, you know? But so they make it seem like we here just to help a man.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, a man shouldn't need no help from no woman based on how y'all, they claim, right? What you
Right.
need a helpmate from, Mr. Sir? Aren't you the man of the man? Don't you make all the decisions? If you want to make all the decisions, then you shouldn't need no help. Shit. If you want to make all the decisions for me, or you want to have the last say, then you won't have to do this shit by yourself. You understand? I shouldn't have to lift a finger except to do whatever. If you tell me to clean the house, a woman job is in the house, okay, I'll do that. I shouldn't have to go out the door to make a dime. But
No, you're right, Bomb. Shit. Listen, these people, they married to talking points on here. Things that don't even fucking make no goddamn sense. And they
no
know it's
sense at
not
all.
even applicable to their real fucking life, but they just want to say things just to be saying things. And it's just like, no, please stop it.
Please do. It's the
But
most.
and be careful what you wish for too. Because I don't listen. I don't too many men of that generation, some are still around, some are not. But they
Mhm.
didn't make it. They didn't seem like they was too happy. They own goddamn self, having to work all the goddamn time to pay the bills and
Right.
that's a lot of stress on one person to people don't realize that.
Yeah.
Like so
I-
you gotta be careful. To
I've been
ask.
saying that for years, right? Why, like the men shouldn't have to have it all on them. That's a lot. Especially back then when, we got a lot of technology that made life so much easier. Um,
Mhm.
People got cars, that's a regular thing, and depending on what time period, a lot of people didn't even have no car. People, black people was getting on buses. We know this because we know that even if we go back in history, I know which Carmen like to say, how y'all know that really happened? Like, goddamn, that shit didn't happen that long ago. Uh, but his name Jay Prince would be like, how you bomb? I don't, he always shocked me when he said shit. He don't. I get where he don't believe in dinosaurs existed, even though they got bones and shit, right? But I don't understand how he said he don't believe that there was slavery. I'm like, what?
What? What the hell?
He said
Okay.
he ain't never seen a picture. He said he ain't never seen a picture, so it was shocking because they all over the place. All you gotta do is look it up. Pictures of slaves. I'm like, dude, here's the and then he's like, how you know them slaves? They look like regular black people. Yeah, they were regular black people that was enslaved. So I
Okay.
don't know what he thought the slaves would look like.
Hey,
On
he got that. He on his own heel with that one because I wouldn't listen. Okay. Lord.
I know you didn't want to talk. That I tried to when I got you to participate by asking you. I started asking you questions because
Yeah,
you
I
was just
just
up
didn't
here
want,
quiet. You was up here quiet for a whole hour. You ain't say shit. I said, Lord, she
started
ain't
talking
playing.
later on. I just didn't want to, I know that I know you like him and everything. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to be the one to trigger nobody because I understand. I be I be evil. I be bringing out unwanted spirits within a motherfucker where they start speaking in tongues and shit. And I didn't want that, so I was just like, let them talk and get what they
Yeah.
need to get.
Taylor was up here for an hour. She didn't say nothing. So I started having to ask her question. I said, you said, nah, Bob. Say, girl, I forgot what I asked you. I asked you something. I had to get all deep in it to get you to answer. And then you started participating. I was like, okay.
Yeah,
You
because I was like,
ready?
this nigga came up here at the
At
wrong
first,
damn time.
I thought it was James Kills.
Oh.
So that remember when he first came up and you said, oh, Bob, I'm gone. And I was like, nah, I said, oh, nah. I said, let me see what this nigga got to say. And then because his name was James, I forget what his last name is, but I thought that was James Kills.
Uh-huh.
I was ready to go in on him. And then I'm like,
Um,
oh, that's you, Jay Prince. Okay. But girl, that
what
we was
lady
up
were
here.
you talking about, Bomb, that said she had abortions? I missed that one.
Oh, let me go see if I can find it. Girl, let me go see if I can find
Were
that
you on
stream real quick.
Sharon's?
No, I haven't seen Sharon in weeks.
Oh.
I know he lost his monetization on one of his channels, so he made another channel. But then I guess he figured, okay, I'm giving up. You know, people reporting him and shit. But let me see. I was over there by Doctor. Uh, Wait, which doctor? What his name? Is it
Oh, DJ Witch Doctor.
EJ Witch Doctor? Okay, let me go look that up real quick because let me see so we can. What's going on, conscious moron? How you been? Hey, Bridget. Idris. Yeah, Bridget say Idris. Idris is handsome. Oh, Lord. What's his name? Idris. He's from
Idris
the
Elba.
UK. Yeah, he is handsome.
Yeah,
Somebody say Ormond Hatwick is a prime example, like with the strong face wife. Wait a minute, let me see. Wait, let me go find that stream. We was over there.
yeah,
Uh,
because you was going off.
Doctor. What you say his name is?
The DJ Witch Doctor.
DJ. Yeah, okay.
You was going
DJ.
off, Bomb.
Girl, just
You was
I
going
don't know why the women. I don't know. I have no idea why the women. Why would a woman get up there and say, "Yeah, I've had
off.
several abortions," just to be on the men's side? Yeah, I had several abortions. And I was like, several.
Damn, I ain't have one, bitch. I like, and you,
She had
but you had several. But you, that's what kills me about some of these goddamn hoes over here because they'll talk like they'll put their shit out there, right? Which I mean, that's well
Mhm.
within their right to do, right? So they'll put their shit out there in defense of a man, but want to chastise you on some shit about your womanhood and you being a non-submissive or whatever, and you just like, wait a minute, bitch, but I'm not the one that had 60, 11 goddamn abortions though. So who's the better woman?
Girl, they over there live right now. It's women's night. It was women's night last week, girl. And we
Oh,
was up there. Let me go find. I'm gonna find it. Let's see. Uh, it was live, and it was last
Went
Wednesday.
the
Let's
fuck
see.
off, bomb.
Girl, it was so. Wait. So what? Female. Wait, well. Okay, here you go. Women's Wednesday. Girl, you gonna have to see this shit. Okay, let me share the screen. It amazed me. Like, why would why are we out here talking this shit? And then a man has said, "Oh, so you killed some babies," and because she wanted to agree with them, she's like, "Yeah, I killed some babies." Like, so then I just jump on it. Like, I'm like, "Yeah, you killing that baby ass bitch." Like, I go over, you know, and girl, because I'm like, y'all, it's embarrassing. Why would you embarrass yourself just so you could be a pick me or a mammy, right? It was so motherfucking crazy. Okay, let's see. I could tell you exactly when that shit happened because I was sewing. Okay, we sewing.
Hey, you went the fuck off
Um,
her, bomb.
oh man. And then they like to lie, it's the lying for me. It's the when like somebody came up there and started talking about parties, like adult parties swinging.
Mm-hmm.
And then they told me I didn't know what I was talking about because she don't know me, right? And I'm like, bitch, what are you talking about? And she don't know where I live, so she talking about, oh, it only happened in DC. I'm like, yeah, I've been. And then she mentioned the club, and I knew exactly the club she was talking about. So I go to tell her that it's not even a swinging club, and she's like, yes, it is. And I'm like, no, that's not a. So I asked her which night she went because she didn't know that I really know the club. How I know what to ask you if I don't if I don't know, right? Anyway, girl. Come to find out, I ain't got to lie. You know what I mean? I know people hear my stories and shit. I'm like, I ain't got to lie, baby. I'm like, I know the people who own the club. And I'm like, that's a BDSM club. Then, oh, it's the same thing. I said, well, no, and BDSM and swinging is not the same thing. I said a lot of BDSM people don't swing, and a lot of swinging people don't do no BDSM. Right? But anyway, girl, let's see. We let's see. Let me get to it. But this woman asked me why I went up there and got on chocolate, right? Wait, before I play, she asked me. No, she didn't ask me. DJ Witchstock said, "Oh no, why you come up there and go after chocolate?" But he was joking, right? Because I didn't really go after, but he was joking. I knew he was joking, and I said I laughed it off. And chocolate was like, "Yeah, I don't know what our problem is," and I was like, "What?" Said I come here and jump after you. And then everybody jumped in. So I was like, look, to be honest, she fake as fuck. That's what I said. I said she phony as fuck. That's what I said. I said, since y'all
Bomb.
asking, I said, huh?
You bomb. You just be you be on these other panels just letting loose.
I said she phony as fuck. And then so she got a little insulted. And she like she said, but I'm gonna let it go. I said, yeah, let's let it go, girl. Let's just let it go. And then the other female said, she started talking. She said, well, why you say she phony as fuck? Because all she said, I said, girl, I said, you must be trying to be messy. I said, she said she wanted to let it go. I said, she know why she phony as fuck. I said, you must don't know her. I said, but I do know her, right? And I said, I don't think she want to talk about it. So you trying to be messy? And girl, because you remember chocolate, right?
I do. The lady that was trying to sell them homes or properties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem with the gardening. Remember, she was trying to tell people how to get home. Like they homeless. Remember, they still homeless. They was living in a hotel. She took all that money from people and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was out here selling property, and people gave her money. Uh, shit, I was gonna call all that shit out. Don't ask me why the bitch is phony. Don't ask me why I call the bitch phony. Okay, because I'm gonna tell you.
Right.
Let me see if I can find it. Because the white man, when she started talking about her abortions, girl, there was a white man who came up there. Uh, so that go chocolate. So it was women's night, so no men was supposed to come up. But then he let women men up, and if the women request them to be gone, then he would kick them off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's that white man. Okay, I don't know if he's white, but this is when everything kind of was an abortion. Yeah, let me see.
That's funny. Cause you was going the fuck off when I heard you, and I couldn't. I I
You can
couldn't
come.
join on the. I couldn't come up on the panel right away because I was at work. But I heard you from work, and you was like these bitches. You like
Sure.
you was going in on them.
Because
Oh God.
before this stream, Chocolate was over there talking about how women objectify men. And I was like, well, goddamn, how why you up here telling all this shit? Right? But then I asked her, do she know what objectifying is? And she don't. So objectifying means we turn them into objects, right? Objects of our pleasure for nothing else. Um, and women don't usually do that. And she be like, well, you could look at a man and say he's sexy. I said, that's not objectifying. I say, that's we think he's attractive or whatever. I said, objectifying meaning you only use them for what you want to use them for, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all men don't do that, and most women don't do that. We don't even have the power to really do that. Because usually if a man, if we using him for sex, he also is getting sex from us. So
Right.
it's not like he getting used, right? And
Right.
abused and shit like that. So men with money and shit like that or upper hand, he can objectify you because he can offer you something that he know you need that you can't get. He don't have to care about you or nothing, and then he could just toss you out, right? You ain't getting shit out of the deal except whatever he's giving you, and that could be something you need. And but she over there being a woman saying that, and of course the men want to agree with her, right? That's true. Women do objectify men. I'm like, no. So
Listen,
they
you
had to
can't
go.
objectify. Listen, if they getting pussy out of the situation, excuse my fucking French, like
Mhm,
what the fuck? Like what is there to objectify? Like no,
exactly.
you don't have to have sex with this said woman if you
Right.
don't really want to be objectified. You could
Exactly.
you could have been like,
He could
no, you will not use me like I'm some piece of meat.
exactly.
So shut the
You
fuck up.
it's like the weirdest thing, and because they put the definition up and they only want to read just a little portion of it. There was a second part that says where they objectify them, make them like just an object. They don't consider them to be human or nothing, just object. But they only read the first part where it says when somebody find you attractive or some shit like that, and they use that, and she be like, yeah, see. I said, girl, read the whole definition. There was no period, bitch. I said, there's a comma. That means you ain't finished reading, right? But girl, if I go over there now and get on that panel, she gonna run her ass off, girl, because she. Anyway, let's play. Let's see where we at.
Example of my situation, where
Yes,
because
please go
I
through.
get cussed out right by the red pill people, right? I didn't have
no.
my first time till I turned my first child till I turned 30. I had my second when I turned 40. Now I'm 47.
What
So
is
I have
that
a
even?
7-year-old, right?
Oh, that's okay.
You don't,
My
but
mother
people
was
will go
50.
off on me like, oh, you waited until you were 30 before you
Not
had
over here,
kids, and
babe.
that's not
I've heard that too.
responsible. And
Yeah,
so
okay.
Are
So
they
y'all
going
get
off on you?
negative backlash from not
Oh
having kids.
gosh. Yeah,
yeah,
Yeah.
especially
like, oh, you
from
waited
You got
until
it.
after your prime to have
yeah, you know
kids,
you
and
gonna
Well,
be they act like we gonna shrivel
you're
up
at the
like
wall. You hit
SpongeBob
the wall now. You ain't worth
SquarePants.
nothing.
well,
You got
actually,
it.
I kind of wanted to follow up something that you were asked about. Do you find it selfish? And then you asked, why selfish for what? And like, I actually find it selfish when people like choose not to have kids because like You
That
have
don't even make no
ancestors
motherfucking
that
sense.
like had to like fight lions and
I know, but
That
he the one to go pop. He the one to go pop it off because he about to say something that we all disagree with, right? But the one who gonna get it really popped that because somebody gonna agree with him. What he's saying, like you said, don't make sense, right? We're gonna listen to what he's saying. I agree with you, but these women gonna agree with him too.
oh Lord.
Like they gonna agree to a degree, right? See, when it's them, like if they don't have no kids, like you just heard the woman who said, "Well, I had my first child at 37, and then she said 40 or something like that." And then she said, "I got a 13-year-old." Right? So she acting like, yeah, I waited all these years. I did it right. But she's the one who's gonna be talking about she had all them abortions, girl. See, right? See, this is why I call them fake and fucking phony,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because you heard her, right? Did you hear when the woman said, "Yeah, I had my first child at 37, I had my second at 40."
Yep.
You heard her say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, way too. So right now she's acting like she did it. She did it what she considers right. Right? She waited till later and da 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 da, and everything else she did before was on point, and that's what she's saying now. And Chocolate too, like Chocolate will say this and that and the third, but the next stream she'll be saying something completely else. Like one stream she's a perfect lady who did everything right. She made her decisions based on this. The next stream she's talking about sex and making money with sex things, and she could teach them do this and teach them do that. Now I told them I had a stream well, she ain't know none about none of that stuff. She heard me talk about my parties, my events, and what people did. Because she was telling me no, bomb, nobody do that. I'm like, girl, they came to my parties. Like, they came to my parties. Men came to the parties. I'm like, not telling no lies. Anybody who don't believe me, if anybody really don't believe me, all you got to do is say, bomb, can you show me some proof of any? I'll send you a fucking picture of people, a lot of people at a party. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I ain't got to lie, like, you know what I'm saying? But she then took, I'm listening to the stream. She didn't know I was there. I was, I don't know if I was in the garden, outside in the back, but I was listening. And I'm listening to her tell them my story, but make it her story, girl. Chocolate did that. On this panel, maybe like 3 weeks ago. She's on this man panel talking about how there's strippers doing this. Even in this stream, before I got up there, before she knew I was there, she was mentioning some things. They take your shit and revamp it. I've been saying people been doing that to me for years, which they have, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now we got raggedy bitches doing this shit.
Raggedy
Bitch, put
bitch.
my shit in a book so you could give me some of them proceeds. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, this man is about to say some shit, and that's what's gonna get it popped off. That's why I was looking for him on the panel. So here we
Okay.
go.
tigers so that your bloodline could survive to where you are, and you're just like, well, fuck them. You're just like,
Is that
Yeah,
So
because
speak easy.
fuck
What
'em.
about if you?
Who
But
cares?
but wait a minute. Let me
Right.
ask you. Let me ask you this question. But what if you
I'm
What
not
if somebody
scared
come?
of
Wait a
lions.
minute, DJ Genesis. God damn. What if you come from a large family?
what do you
What if
mean?
your family already is large? Because like let's say my sibling has like let's say my little brother has a kid. Me and his kid will share almost the same genetics as if I was their dad.
I
So what
got
if
you.
people
So,
got large
yeah, but you
families?
still didn't do your part. So, like, I'd still say you were the selfish one in that one. Like, your family was, and I would say you were the selfish one in that part, right? And like
Oh
with the
well.
like waiting till you're like later, like older to have kids. This isn't like a always a necessarily bad thing. But like I think even the women would agree, it's not optimal to wait till later in life to have kids, right?
I find
See?
that
Well,
See that?
30, throw it
You were saying something?
These fucking people are so fucking stupid.
Right.
It's just
What
it's
is not optimum? And and what is he considering as later in life, right?
they're talking about like so anything like so currently right now I think like women women are having children later in life. They're not having children in their teens or even early 20s. They're waiting till they get established. They're
Right.
waiting to meet the right guy or the right person to start a family with. And I think they said the ages are between like 27 to 30 on average. And sometimes it's
Mm,
later than that. So anything after 30, they deem as, oh,
yeah.
um, you know, you're not as fertile anymore and different things like that, which, listen, I know my aunt, I have an aunt in my family who she had her last child at 47 years old, okay? And the child was not planned,
Mhm.
not planned at all, but he's here. So, it's just, I think a lot of times with people, specifically when I hear men say certain things like that, I think that a lot of them are talking in their point of view. I think that they just see a kid or children as just an extension of them, right? But they're not understanding what comes with that as far as what it takes to raise children. Being like children are draining. Like I'm not even gonna sit here and act. I don't have no kids, but dealing with my little cousins every now and then, the shit fucking drains you to the point where I was just like, where the fuck is your mama? And when is she coming to come get you? Because no, we not, no. So, but they don't look at it like that because, the burden of responsibility always comes back on the woman. So they're not the ones staying up at all hours of the night dealing with a colicky baby or a crying child or a teething fucking baby, if that. They're not
Right. They
getting up
they
at
not
three.
even gonna know what that mean. Most men don't know what college mean or teething. They don't know what that mean. They
Right,
just know the baby crying and go get it. They go get it. They don't want to go get it because they claim they gotta wake up in the morning and go to work. She gotta wake up in the
right.
morning and go to work too.
Exactly. So when I hear them say things like that from their point of view, as far as, oh, it's selfish to not have kids, or you should want to have kids to build your legacy. What the fuck legacy
What
are some of you
legacy?
motherfuckers gonna give your kids? A lot of y'all don't have shit. What legacy? Do y'all know what legacy means?
No, they don't. They don't know what legacy mean.
Like,
They
what are you
people don't
talking
want to
about?
believe that we destroying the earth. So they got a lot of people don't want to bring their kids into this, knowing that they may suffer some, with the earth being poisoned and shit like that, natural disasters and shit that's going on. But okay, let me press play. But no, I agree with you. Did you hear about that 60-year-old woman who's pregnant?
I did. Bless her
She
heart.
had to call. She didn't believe it herself, and she had to call. Then she called her boyfriend and said, "We pregnant," and he didn't believe it. She had to prove it to him. She had to go. I don't know if she had the baby yet. I had to look it up. Maybe I'll look it up tomorrow. I'll be look like she
Mhm,
coming to go to bed. But let me press play. Hold up.
mhm.
Hold on, real
29 to
quick, please,
30,
please.
not
I
like
just want to say
40.
Go ahead.
this.
I just wanted to show that.
Please,
I'm glad
I
he
just
came up
want to
and
say
showed
this.
that
God damn,
bullshit.
Go ahead.
How is it that the concentration is on me being selfish, not the fact that instead of me just jumping to the first man who wanted to lay down with me and make
Mm.
children, I didn't want to do that. And everything that you guys are saying is minus the type of man that wants to raise children with me. There is traits that I am aware of that a man should have if he wants to make a family. And I did not come across that man. It wasn't because I was out here tricking. It wasn't because I was out here getting niggas money. I was working every day. I was taking care of my mother, my sister, and my brother at the time by myself. My father was still alive, and I got $5. There's a lot of reasons I could be a complete bitch about it. But the truth is, to tell anyone that they're selfish without knowing or without even putting in the equation, where are these traditional men? When I was in my relationship, the reason why he wanted to put a ring on it, because I was that girl. I cooked, I cleaned, I worked. I did all of it. And I was a sexy bitch when he got home from work.
Lord,
You know,
working.
smell good, look good. So I know exactly how that plays out.
Why didn't it
But
work
I
out
wanted it to
then?
be more than that before I decided.
Exactly. Now, see, when I asked that, it sounds mean, you know, because she just said that this man who she chose, right? He got to know her enough to want to marry her, put a ring on it. That means she had to know him, right? And get to know him. And her and then so she blames the man, and but then when his other women, the other women get blamed, because that's what I'm saying. She's a mammy over there, right?
Okay.
Talking about women. But now it got pointed at her because this guy came up because she ain't got no kids. He ain't asked the reasons why. You know, so he coming up saying that people are selfish without having kids. But even though he
Oh,
ain't pointed directly at her, she took it because every time anybody say anything, chocolate, you're talking about her.
okay.
You know, there's a few of them that do that, but she's one of them. But here we go. Look.
My life on the line, because y'all act like having babies is like busting out. You know what I'm saying? You just pluck a pea and then there it is. My life is on the line, sir.
Well, no.
What
Put
is
your
it?
life on the line.
That's
I
your
can tell
life
you
is
about
not on the
the
line, but that's the exaggeration some of y'all will put out there when
It's
y'all.
not an
when they have children.
When you
exaggeration.
say your life
The
is on the
reality
line,
rate
what do you mean by
in
this?
this
Like
country
your
I
life's
is
on
think
the
she's talking
line.
about like
all
I think she's talking about
women.
like
Mortality.
like the dangers of pregnancy,
Your
probably.
Yeah.
body. Yeah, like why y'all be so I need everybody to
I
chill
think
out.
that
Yeah,
men separate the body
Yeah, but
from
you were
the head.
biologically made to have children, right? Like,
Exactly.
But you miss it. You're missing it.
We're
I'm gonna
talking
tell
about
you a
life.
story.
I'm not missing
I'm
it,
not
and I
missing
saw all
it, right?
bullshit, right?
No,
Our
like
bodies are made.
we've all been through like lots of like, and I'm not taking anything away from what you've been through. I'm sure you've been through a lot, but you still have the free will, right? Like you still have the choice to make. And
But
when you say
again, where
there's
are the
no,
men?
just wait,
I
just
have
wait.
to have a
When you
man
say
though, don't I?
when you say there's a part I'm getting to. When you
Should
say there's
not be
no
married,
traditional
need to-
men,
right?
this is where I call a little bit of cap on your story
Okay,
because
so
there is
where are they?
traditional men. You're just not looking
Where?
in the right places. If I ask
Where?
you, well, let me ask you a quick couple questions. I'd probably guess you're not a virgin, right?
Are
Right?
you for real?
Yeah. So that's a
Am I
no.
being?
I'm
Am I
guessing
being?
Do you go to
Why does
church?
that matter?
Do you go to church?
No, I don't believe in Christianity or in like that.
Okay, well, there's another reason you find no traditional men. When
Oh
you
my
Ain't no
look,
God.
when you're
traditional
looking
men in
for
the
men,
damn
where,
church
what kind of
like
place?
that.
Well, remember, she claims that she can't find this perfect man who gonna do these things like the men say. So this
Okay.
guy, he's into. You could tell he's Christian church, but he's saying that, hey, you claiming you can't find these men, but
Mhm.
where are you? Where are you to find men? And so I guess he's suggesting that if you go to church, you'll find the kind of men that she wants there. That's his argument. I'm not agreeing with him or disagreeing with him, but I see what he's saying, and it's based on some shit that she said earlier on in the stream that I didn't play. So he came up to combat some of the things they're saying, right? Even with the idea when she says not, she putting her life on the line to have a baby. Now, that's a little exaggeration, you know,
Right.
because we are built to have babies. We built to have babies without doctors, you know. In fact, because of the medical field here in America, is the reason why we may be putting our life more on the line, right? Because they say we shouldn't be on no flat ass table having no baby. That gravity is supposed to take hold. I mean, we should be squatting or something, right? Or in that position. But that's nor here there. She is when my thing is she's fake and phony, and that's why I can't argue with her. That's why I'm always going against her because she says one thing one minute and then she says something opposite the other,
Right.
as long as it fits her narrative.
I see what you're
You see what I'm
saying.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know, like, because I want to agree with her, right? I want to be up
Mhm.
there and agreeing with it. but I can't agree with her when I just heard what she said before. She's talking about this right now. You know, 1 minute women, like she's the one who said that women are we objectify men. She's the one, we women could be just as bad as men. We can objectify men. And I'm like, girl, what are you talking about? Right? Even if there's a few women in the world objectifying women, right? Because maybe they have the money and the power and shit. It ain't gonna be a whole shit load enough, not enough of them for you to be mentioned. Just so you can have these men up, on your side or some shit.
Right.
So now, because I'm gonna get in his ass too now. Because I'm gonna get in her ass because she say I'm gonna get in the other woman ass definitely, but I'm gonna get in this man's ass too because he easy to take care of. When I decide to go in on him.
Right.
Okay, let's see.
So do you go
I'm not looking.
online or do
I'm
you go
not
to the
looking.
clubs?
I'm not looking.
Okay, do you go to clubs?
No,
Have you?
no.
See, he trying to put it in clubs. He trying to, what I'm saying? He doing that red pill shit right now. He trying to, all that shit. But how you gonna find a man if you're not looking? You know?
Right.
And then remember earlier she said she been taking care of family, her mother, everybody. And then she said her father was alive all this time and only gave her $5.
Yeah. Not
And I'm
$5.
thinking, she said it. I don't know why. I don't know why she said $5, girl. She mentioned fucking $5, and then, but she's a why is she taking care of mother instead of father?
Right.
And so even that is like a whole. Anyway, here we go.
You never
Well, earlier you said you did. I'm confused, but
see that?
Come on now.
See that?
See, because see how I said earlier, you said you did, but he's asking a question based on what he heard her say before he got up there, and now he's asking the questions and she saying no, but I heard, and everybody heard what she said before that.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's saying, he's saying no. He's saying no. Earlier, she said something about how she used to go to the club, be in the club, because she's admitting that women can be just as trashy as men, and she was kind of on that tip. And
Mm-hmm.
and when she said women can be this trifling and this and that, she'll say, because I did it. She'll say, because I did it.
Mm-hmm.
And then now she denying. She'll say that.
Because I did it.
This is what I find. A lot of women will like live their like, yeah,
What
you
are
go
y'all
for a
hold
boss
on.
babes
Please, hold on,
lifestyle,
hold on.
and then in
Please.
the end they say there was no
If-
good men, but you weren't a
Excuse
good
me, that's
woman
not
back when
what
you
I
should have found a
said.
good man.
Sir, you complete, and this is, I hear you guys say this shit. You completely
Who's
want to
you
negate
guys? I'm
the
talking
fact-
to you. I'm not talking about
Yes,
other
you're
one
not,
at a
but
time,
what
please.
you're
One at a
saying,
time.
sir, what you're saying, sir, has been said to me many times, and it has the same trope. I owe no one my womb. If I am going to bring a child into this world, there is a financial commitment, there is a health commitment. I need to know that the man that I laid up, because I can't do this by myself, and you want to keep putting it all on me. As
No,
I asked,
I'm
you
not.
didn't
I'm not
ask
saying
me.
it's
Hold on, sir.
all right.
Please. I'd love to have the conversation.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
thought
want to
you were done. Go
generalize
ahead.
it. Thank you. I'm talking about me and my experience. I have nothing to be ashamed of.
And see that, and that's what she do, right? Because even when I get up there and I heard what she said, I go up there to dispute something she said. Then she'll say my experience. But then tomorrow we ask her about the experience she said she had, she gonna deny she had the experience. See, she forgets her lies. I'm gonna fast forward because I want to get to the abortion part because it wasn't her who said abortion, but this is when it started.
Asking for it then.
That would have been the first step. All right.
Go ahead and tell men to stop fucking. You can be the spokesperson, sir.
But
You
women
tell
are actually
men
the
to
gatekeepers of
stop.
sex, so like you could
Then
like
please
all
tell
women
them
can
to
say
stop.
no, right? You
All
understand?
So yeah, he about to go. This how the abortion thing gonna come up. because he gonna say something stupid, red pill, right? He gonna say red pill shit, and that's when you're gonna hear the other lady come in and see that.
Women should say no. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, this
Good.
man said that we
Yeah.
should say no. Ladies, you
Yeah,
should say
women should.
no.
Yeah.
So
Women should
now I
have
want to ask you
more of
this
a
question.
standard of who they
What
let
do we
inside them.
do?
Same with
And
men.
what do we do with the men who don't take no for an
If
answer?
women had more of a standard, they
What
wouldn't
do we
fuck
do?
any of
What do we
you.
Huh?
I said if women had more of a standard, they wouldn't fuck any man like him.
That's right. Man, they talk about you see, that's how the men use that against us, right? That you should keep your legs closed. And maybe it would be easier for us to keep our legs closed if men wasn't asking us to open them. And
Right.
maybe if they go and be like those men they say back in the past, those men wasn't asking women to open their legs. Not the ones who they knew they needed to respect, right?
Mhm.
Because they knew that that wasn't allowed.
Right.
So um but they say we the gatekeepers of the sex. That's what they keep telling them. I don't know what they tell because we all know that we can't say no and still a man can force us, right?
Right.
So what kind of gatekeepers could we be?
Yeah.
If some man could come and just open up and force up them legs and open that gate. They put that shit on us, but the truth is the men are the gatekeepers of sex, right? Because we can't force it out of them. The chances of us holding them down and making them have sex with us or any of that, we can't do that. It would take two and three of us to hold one man down. Okay. And then we wouldn't have to hold him down now, would we? You just offer him some and he'd be ready. But it's ridiculous how you the gatekeeper, but if we the gatekeeper is the person who could protect it. The gatekeeper is the one with the key, the one, so like they say your daddy is the gatekeeper. He can make sure men stay away. He gonna make sure that they understand that just my daughter, you better not touch her. And these men need to have some type of self-control, but they don't. So everybody out here wilding as they put it. Because it's for something, before they get married and have children. These men be having fun, girl. Most of these single men who actively who get vagina, they're not complaining. They out enjoying their everything. You know what I mean? They calling Shawanda up. Shawanda, hey, I'm coming through. We can Netflix and chill. He bringing the weed and the alcohol, like y'all said, and he going over there and have him a good time.
Right.
He not on YouTube talking about y'all the gatekeepers. Y'all need to keep y'all legs closed. He not doing that. Why would he do that? He happy. He
No,
good with the situation. He
he's
just
fine
need a
with
little.
it. Listen, sometimes that's the problem with a lot of these dudes will be sitting up judging a woman. Will sit up and judge a woman, meanwhile trying to get some coochie out of her. Like where the fuck does that work at? Like you sitting there worried about what she doing, but you want some coochie at the end of the fucking day.
Yeah,
So
that ain't going
now,
nowhere.
right? So now if she don't give it up to you, right? You gonna see
Mhm.
her as a bitch or whatever, or a tease. But all you want is some coochie. So why you shaming her if all she wants is some dick? You know,
Right.
like we grown. Like there's no. Some
Don't
people
make no
have that type
sense.
of understanding to where, look, I know you don't want no relationship. I know you ain't looking for shit. Let's not act like we are. And let's not waste each other's time to act like
Right.
this could be something more than what it really is. And let's be kind to one another.
Yep. Just
Let's,
be kind. You ain't got to tell me no lies. And don't disrespect me. I won't disrespect you. And we good.
right,
It's only when the lies get involved, when
right.
you start saying some shit you don't really mean, or you telling me you coming over, I'm waiting, and then you don't show up. That's disrespect. That's not
Yeah,
kind, right? Call me up and say, hey, I can't make it. Something else popped off, or you know. But when people start getting disrespectful to people, that's when shit get grimy, get crazy.
right.
But you also see though the men who married, they got a lot of judgment to say. They be it seems like they in a marriage and they don't really want to be in it, but they start disrespecting women.
A lot of these, listen, a lot of these individuals that are married are
Mhm.
miserable.
I believe it. I believe. Are they jealous of the young people who can do what they can't do no more? Because it usually be the married men or they in relationships that's telling men how bad these women. Don't trust these women. Don't do this. Don't do that. The older men telling the younger men not to be with women because they want to get with the women.
Mhm.
It's the craziest thing. Okay, let me see. Let me press play here.
Do with them. Because they can be our husbands, our
What we
boyfriends.
do with them now, lock them up. What are you talking about?
That's not, yeah, exactly. Because again, you don't have to think about those type of things. You're not in the position of a woman in that regard.
What are you?
What happened?
What?
The whole conversation did flip.
I just
Okay.
want to ask, so was y'all having sex with a condom or like what was y'all doing? Like how did he
What do
not
you
what's
mean?
how?
How
Like
do y'all, what do you mean
Exactly.
how? It's called protecting yourself. Like,
I mean,
what?
hold on. It could have been that she might have not been as fertile, and maybe the women.
You heard that's that other woman, the one gonna talk about abortion. You heard she the one that brought up fertility. No man did that. I didn't do that.
Mhm.
Another woman just said maybe she's just not fertile. God damn, why was she? Why? Why? Oh, but it's
Listen.
anyway. Here we go.
Now I want to get into it.
no,
I'm out. Die.
Wait, what?
But no,
I'm
listen to
just
me.
confused.
Wait a
No,
minute.
listen
Where
to
we
me.
going? Where we
Let me
going
say
with
this.
this? Damn, where
No,
we
listen
going
to
with
me.
this?
I was gonna say this is that
Wait a minute,
I
DJ
want
Genesis.
to
Wait a
know how
minute.
she's
Wait
been
a
in a
minute.
relationship
Wait a
and she
minute.
hasn't been pregnant.
I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish. But Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
Wait a
That
minute,
doesn't
y'all.
really.
We don't want to get into if people fertile because we don't know the inner workings of people's lives and
And
shit.
it
DJ
doesn't.
no,
Genesis.
that's not what I
And
was
it
trying to
doesn't
DJ
say.
matter, to be
Genesis.
completely honest. I've been pregnant twice in my life. And the first time was when I was 29.
Mm.
And I've been in relationships, long-lasting relationships, since I was 17.
Thank you. That's what I'm
So
saying.
it's
No,
but the
That's
she's
first time
saying
you
not
get
like
pregnant,
she's proving
it's
your
easier
point.
to get pregnant the second time after you get done, the first one, but it's not always like that.
but what
It's
I'm
not
trying
always
to
so
say
easy.
is that
Yeah,
sometimes
what you just
not
said.
talking about fertility. I'm like
What is? I
is
didn't
that
hear
she may
that.
not have been like
What is?
sometimes you can
Yeah,
be
I was a little. What does that mean? I'm sorry.
I don't know. That's why I was like, what? Somebody brought up fertility, and then she started talking about long-term relationship, and she didn't get pregnant till later.
The
And
conversation be all over the place.
I know, girl. It's like it's almost like the women are just as dumb as the men sometimes, though, right? Because I don't know why she brought up fertility, because she don't know if she on birth control or nothing, right? Like she could literally been on birth control the whole time. Nobody asked, but this woman brought up fertility, and then this woman jumped in and said, "Well, it don't have to be fertility because look how long it took me to get pregnant, pregnant, and I've been in long term." But she could have been on birth control too, or
Right.
they don't know that a woman can only get pregnant like so many days in a month. There's only
Right.
1 week in the whole month. If they don't know that, then that's why I seem like, oh, it took me forever to get pregnant. But did you even know when you could get pregnant? Or maybe you was on birth control, you know? Some mothers had their children on birth control without them knowing, girl. Which when I thought about it when I was young, when I found out my friend and my cousin, they was on birth control without even knowing it until they found the birth control pills. I heard my aunt when she told my mom what happened. That's how I knew she was telling my mom.
Um,
She told them when they started getting pregnant, because she always knew they was out there wild. So she was giving them birth control with their breakfast, girl.
damn.
The pill was in the breakfast.
God damn.
Yes, the pill was small. I don't know exactly what the fuck they was eating for breakfast, but they didn't know a pill was in it. But And then and one of the daughters found the pills and they threw them out. But it's crazy when I think about what some girls did or what we do when we girls and we just so young and dumb, Because why would you throw out some pills like you still young? Because so many girls purposely got pregnant. They on purpose got pregnant. And it's because some boy told her, I want you to have my baby. Some boy said, I want you to have my baby doing sex.
Yeah, they do be doing
Or,
that.
or in the case of my cousin and shit, he got somebody else pregnant and now she telling him, you got to get me pregnant too. But she don't know why she not getting pregnant. Her mama got her on birth control. Okay, here we go.
with a guy, but it's y'all just not meshing up, and you just don't get pregnant. The guy could be doing.
She just said out of her fucking grown ass mouth, you and a man not mashing up, and that's why you ain't get pregnant. You and him not mashing up. She making it seem like this nigga is an allergic thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Y'all not mashing up, so that's why you ain't get pregnant. The ignorance is crazy.
Ignorance is bliss.
If that nigga got any semen that's fertile and she got an egg that's falling and they meet up, then it don't matter how you meshing up with this nigga. This nigga could be giving you all kinds of diseases and your ass will still get pregnant. So I don't know what she mean by y'all just not mashing up. So I guess God said he don't like y'all together, so he not gonna let y'all get pregnant. Is that what's happening?
Apparently so, Bone.
Yeah. The ignorance.
Doing all type of just all that, and it just don't happen because it's not meant to.
Being a nice guy right now, and he knew where that conversation was gonna lead to, so he just.
I didn't mean to like make her seem like she was infertile. I was just making like look. Sometimes.
No, I think where that conversation leads to is you're gonna next question ask is how many abortions did she have, right? That's what the
Wait a minute. The thing about it, we gotta remember, like a lot of women.
I can have that abortion.
Wait a minute, DJ Genesis. A lot of women are, and you as a woman should know that a lot of women are sensitive about that fertility conversation type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
even the abortion
let me
conversation.
expound upon it. I would have like gotten.
And see, she ran. So she mentioned fertility, and old girl said she was leaving. Why? I don't know why she left, but I think she was in the back complaining about it. So that's why Dr. DJ is mentioning it. Like she could talk about sex, suck a dick, all that. And somebody mentioned maybe she was, infertile, and then she runs off. Girl.
Mm-hmm.
The baby and it want to be baby, girl.
Deeper into it because
I mean, I ain't gonna hold you, DJ Genesis, from listening to you. You more suitable to talk with the fellas a lot of times because you just shoot from the hip type shit. You know.
He's saying you sound like a nigga. That's what he's saying, girl.
In other words, yes.
Yeah. you more suitable to talk to us men. Lord have mercy, girl. Oh, Jesus.
I'm saying like it
no, I'm real with it. Like, I mean, a lot of people can be with a man for a long time and not have kids. So she could have been with one guy for 10 years and never got pregnant. No one thinks about that because of like whatever was going on. Probably like
infertile. When you mean infertile, you mean whatever's going on would actually mean infertility, right? But you just don't want to use that word because you kind of
no. What I'm saying is that I have friends of mine.
Wait a minute, girl. Oh, I ain't gonna say it. I'm gonna tell you in the back.
Okay.
Who have been married and couldn't have kids with that man. It could have been infertile with whether she was. And she found out later, like, hey, there is like a gene going on to where like whatever. There's also like a thing where just you and the guy, just y'all stuff don't mesh up and it just can't create a viable option. So,
but I think if that was the thing, that would be the first
infertility.
thing
That's
she
what that
said,
means, what
right?
you said,
That would
girl.
make sense. Like that's not something to be ashamed of, right? You don't.
right.
You weren't.
So that's what I'm saying is that
You didn't choose
when-
that.
if she might have loved this guy for a long period of time and was together with him and whatever, and then she couldn't get pregnant, that could be
Yeah,
an
like,
issue
dude,
too.
her boy,
And then
her
goes into
man
like
could've
the
been
40s, and now
but like,
you're older.
you gotta understand the probabilities of that is why nobody jumps to those conclusions right away,
Well,
right?
but there's also okay. Let
But
me
the
just okay.
probability
You
is high,
said
though.
some things about abortion. Let me tell you something, okay? In my 20s, I got abortions. Okay, I took the Plan Bs and all that stuff in my 20s.
Wait, the Plan Bs. How
That's
much
not
Plan?
an
Wait a minute.
abortion.
Wait, what?
What is she
I took
talking
two.
about?
Right, girl. Yeah, but she watch. Because this is what I'm saying. You see how she put that together? She says she's had abortions. And then she says, I took the Plan Bs and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she mashed that shit all together. And now these men in their minds, that when they listen to women say this, they going to put that, which they have, right? Because I'm going to have the conversation about how Plan B is an abortion. But she thinks it is. But she then going to say, well, I had other abortions too.
Okay.
Girl, but did you see that nobody, even though somebody brought up abortions when they was talking about something else, remember the first day she said, well, I can have a conversation about the abortion. And then everybody ignored it and kept going. And now she bringing it back up by saying she had, in her 20s, she had all these abortions. You see? So I don't know why she volunteered that. There was no reason to. But she not done, girl. Oh, no.
You just running
And
her
that's what,
mouth.
girl, the ignorance pissed me off, because we don't know why she telling people. Remember in that stream that I was doing, I was like, I don't know why bitches is just volunteering shit.
Right.
So when you hear me talk to her, it's gonna be bad, right?
Good.
But I'm gonna be repeating what she said because old dude gonna say something like, "Oh, you was killing babies," and we're gonna hear what she said. I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit, y'all. So I want y'all to listen closely to this whole, okay?
Abortions. Okay, I took the Plan Bs and all that stuff in my 20s.
Wait, the Plan Bs. How much Plan? Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
I took two Plan Bs, and then I got 2 abortions. Right.
So you killed 2 babies.
I was, yes, I
damn,
was a child murderer. So I'm gonna just tell you this.
Now you heard her, right? She didn't
Mm-hmm.
say it even facetiously. She's like, yeah, I was a child murderer, right? Wow. And like she just said, yeah, I was a child murderer.
Okay,
What
ma'am.
the?
Okay.
This is who represents us. Every woman, when women get up there and they start talking, and they be like, I'm gonna be real about it. This is the real shit they putting out in the world. Now, she could be her real, but she ain't never been my motherfucking real. I ain't never had no motherfucking abortion. Not
Me
one,
neither.
not two. You know what I mean? And even if I did, I wouldn't be telling no mother. I wouldn't just be on here talking about, yeah, y'all, that's an abortion. Like if I told y'all I had an abortion, it would be a story behind it that help somebody. Maybe where I may feel like there's some women out there who had abortions, they feel bad about it. I would be trying to tell them, hey, it was the decision. It would be some story with a purpose behind it. It wouldn't just be so I could be on a panel and just saying I did some shit. They have no, what you call it, coops, I think. I've heard you say the word coop.
I call it, huh?
You ever say the word coop? Like when they don't have no, they
Oh,
just
yeah,
do
they're
it.
very uncouth.
Yeah, uncoop. That's,
Yes.
yeah, where they fucking just, what the fuck? Yeah, but why? I have no idea.
These bitches is weird.
And the chat, if you would have, the chat, them men was eating it up. See, it wasn't just us. It wasn't like a small group and mostly women. It was more men over there, and the men was tearing that ass up. Like it was so bad in the chat, I didn't even want to read it because I would have been going off a lot. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so I was sewing leaking some slippers, and girl, here we go. Let's listen to this shit right here.
And let me tell you that, and it was because of like the stigma of my family of me thinking like, listen, I've seen my sisters have kids and the fathers didn't take care of their children. the guys always came back and didn't when they were single mothers. And I saw what happened to them, and I said, you know what? I don't want it to happen to me. So therefore, I made the decision. Like, no, and my aunties told me, listen, don't have children till you turn 30. So I listened to what their advice was, and I didn't have my first child until I turned 30. That's
Oh
exactly.
no, sweetheart, we're not
Shame
gonna
on them for doing that.
wait a minute, we're not gonna let her get away with that, right?
I don't care about getting away with it. That's what happened.
Yeah. Okay, we're saying, but what you're saying though, you're blaming it on other people. You're blaming.
I'm not blaming it on her. No, I made the
said
decision.
they told you.
No. I made the decision. I made a very sound decision that I was not gonna have a child in my 20s. I got to travel. I got to do this, that, the other, and be a 20-year-old and do this. And when I like ended up whatever this, that, the other, I said, you know what? I'm not, because I listened to the advice. So therefore, I'm not.
Look, she said, because I listened to the advice. I'm quite sure when they gave you the advice, they told you, be careful. Maybe you need to take some birth control pills or something. They didn't tell you to go get pregnant and then have abortions.
Right.
But you heard when she said, because she tried to blame it on her aunt.
I peeped that.
Yeah. And so I'm wanting her to stand on. Don't blame, because see, now she blame. See, they never say they uncles told them, right? It's always your motherfucking aunt that convince you to do something that either you didn't want to do or something these men find bad. Oh, your aunt? It was your aunt. Yeah, these women ruining other women's lives, right? Yeah. Here we go.
I'm not gonna say it's on them. It was on me.
Do men hear this though? Like, this is the problem. Like, men hear this, and then women wonder, where's the good men for me? Men are scared that if they get their women pregnant, they're just gonna go murder their child.
That's a lie.
You see how he took what she said and put it there? And that's what the men do. And that's why now she mad. Oh, that's a lie. No, girl, they listening to what you saying, and then they gonna put their dumb ass spin on it. And the way she openly just like, yeah, I had some abortions. Let me tell y'all about it. Come on, everybody. Come and listen. Yeah, I murdered some kids.
Lord mercy.
Here we go.
Because most men,
wait, what?
No, most men say no.
Wait a minute. Is this YouTube friendly conversation? Also, y'all could exercise the power scrolling at the bottom of the screen and shit. But I don't think I never had that fear. One fear that I did have though is because I actually lost a kid before with a relationship that I've been in mad long. But my ex at the time, her life was in jeopardy while she was in labor. You know what I'm saying? And that was kind of scary because usually if like I care about a chick, I usually think about if I get them preggo, like what's gonna, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to go through no shit like that again, type shit. You know what I mean?
Right. My situation was not the same. My situation was I get
It
pregnant.
is rare.
What you think to do?
I would say
y'all forgetting about that this happens. That the guy say, so what you about to do? So what you about to do? So well, I'm not ready or whatever. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm not ready either, and goodbye. You know, that, I mean, not to sound like an asshole, but I'm not gonna sit up here and be with it. And so, but when I turned 30 and I knew that I could take care of that child by myself, and if this guy say, what you think to do? I said, okay, you know what I'm saying? I can take care of this child on my own.
Yeah.
Like, this is such a horrible way to think about it.
Well, but understand that this is the reality sometimes of people's thought frame. Sometimes in my situation, I saw my sisters raise kids on their own, arguing with the father, arguing with the baby father.
Because of your choices, don't have sex then. This is wild.
I don't care what you think.
It's wild to me. We're gonna punish the kids.
You're not the one carrying the child. And guess what? Every child that I gave
You're
birth,
right. The men aren't the one carrying the child. But guess what? If the woman decides to have the child, the woman gets to decide that man has to use his body for the next 18 years to pay for that child. So you take away his bodily autonomy.
You heard what that nigga, that motherfucker said? The man uses his body to pay for the kid.
What the fuck? What is that?
So I think him having to work to make money. He's saying he take.
But you would have to
away
work either way to take care of your goddamn self. So, oh my God, I can't.
There's just so much ignorance on the panel, girl. Just so much.
Of these people, I just. They would they would agitate me like no.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
So guess what? He
Don't
said he
feed it
didn't want to
if you
have
don't
it.
grow the
He
child
said he
shit.
didn't want to have it, and so I didn't have it. And so therefore, I didn't
doesn't
take away
matter.
his
It doesn't
autonomy.
matter.
I didn't take away
In
anything
no
from
other
that man at that
situation do
time.
you
I said, you know
justify
what?
killing
Guess what?
people.
See, it don't matter what we do. See, because he said it don't matter because, oh, you did wrong by taking away his child. Oh, you had a child. Oh, you did wrong by taking away his autonomy. Because now he got to work to take care of that child. So no matter what we do, it's on us. Okay? Here we go.
No, but for some reason, women can decide.
Well, tell men not to be telling you, what you finna do when the woman get pregnant.
Girl,
What
this
you
is what
finna
these
do?
men do.
What you
These
finna
men
do?
What you finna do is
Not tell her to get an abortion. That's for sure.
You were so proud to mention that you had that abortion. Like,
No, I'm not proud to mention that.
okay, well, you
but,
so said it, and now you
it
give,
don't matter.
give no reason.
I'm being real about it. Y'all
Okay.
people want to lie.
You might want to keep it real to yourself.
I don't give a fuck about what nobody think about me. I'm telling you how it really
You
happens.
sound like a motherfucking murderer for no reason.
Okay, shout to me being a murderer.
You didn't know how to take. What is
No,
going
just blaming it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
you blame it on everyone else.
That's why I went live on her ass. You see what I'm saying? I ain't put a
Yeah.
name in the title, but when she said she don't give a fuck, so then I'm like, oh, like she ends up being embarrassed. You could tell because she's like, I don't give a fuck, but then she's trying to explain it away. So
Nah,
The
bitch.
men wouldn't have been good.
Shouts out.
That
You know
means
what?
you murder the kid. Like, what are we talking about? That's
Bro, that is not no kid. I hate when you Christian fanatics always trying to make an embryo thing.
Oh, what is it then?
It's not a
What is?
kid,
Oh no,
bro.
okay. Let's go.
It's not a
What is
kid,
it?
bro.
What is it? What is
Y'all
it?
just-
If you take a
y'all
plan
just
B,
Christian fanatics.
Let's
Y'all-
hear it.
y'all
What is it?
just Chri-
What
y'all
is
Don't
it?
take her
Christian
side. She
fanatics,
the one
bro.
say
Like,
she's a
stop
kid.
No.
making
Just
it like
answer
you
here.
murderous
Calm down
kid.
for a second.
yeah, I'm telling him not to take her side, right? Because did you hear what she just said? That she mentioned him when she had a plan B, she had an abortion. But it's sad that you got to explain to women that plan B is just birth control. It's a higher dose, concentrated dose of birth control. That's it. If you already pregnant, that plan B is not gonna work.
Right. Exactly.
She gonna say some stupid shit about how the plan B that it creates the abortion.
What?
Yeah, something like that. So she's saying
Lord.
that the plan B is an abortion, and I'm gonna have to tell her no, plan B is not abortion. She too old to not know this shit.
Second
You sound
answer.
ridiculous,
What is
bro.
it? What is it?
I've been calm. Like I said, you're a Christian fanatic who always trying to make an embryo seem like a freaking kid, so it can make it seem
If
so
an
much
embryo
worse.
is not
That's
a
why you
kid,
can't be
what is
serious.
it?
That's
What
why
is
you
it?
can't
What's
be
an
honest.
embryo?
The embryo is a
can't
group
be-
of
that's why
cells.
you
We know
can't
what
be
it is. We
honest.
know what it is.
That's why y'all cannot be honest and let it be what it be. You want to call it a kid, a child, and all this other stuff to make it seem as worse than what it actually is. It's not
What's
a
an
kid,
embryo?
bro. Like,
She
stop
said
it.
it. She
What's an
wants to
embryo?
be a murderer. She said it. So
What's an
what
What's an
the
embryo?
motherfucking medicine? These mammies come up here and say this shit, right? She believe it. She
I
believes
don't know
she
why.
killed 2 kids. So let her deal with this
Scared of it
motherfucker.
now. See,
Man, who
he
cares?
spoke up
Honey,
about
I've already
Christian
dealt with my
fanatics.
trauma. That's
Not
why we
one.
don't talk
Let's
about it,
mention.
man.
Let's remind everyone. Let's remind everyone real quick. Not once did I mention God. Not once did I mention God, but you want to bring up Christian fanatic and this and that. So tell me, my friend, what is an embryo?
A group of cells.
Thank you.
A group of cells? You're a group of cells, you moron.
Yes.
That's
yes.
not a group
No,
definition.
but I'm more than a group of cells. I'm more than a group of cells, right? Because we are
You're a group of cells.
breathing.
You know that,
I'm
right?
taking a break.
Look, he don't really want to have a conversation because I'm telling it's a group of cells. Then he said you a group of cells. I said I'm more than a group of cells because we have organs, right? Heartbeat and things like that. But he gonna do what the Christians do and the Manosphere do.
You're a group of cells.
Yes, but
a human being
but an embryo
is a group of
is
cells.
just
Not a
group
good
of
definition.
cells.
Can you give me a
Yes,
better
no,
one?
I gave you
I
a
hear
better
that
one.
from you guys.
I
As
want
the
to
guy
deal
who
with it.
spoke up
I
about
can deal
Christian
with a
fanatics,
fanatic ass
right?
motherfucker Christian. Fuck
Is
you,
an embryo a
motherfucker.
young human being? Is an embryo a young human being?
No.
No,
Embryo
an
is not
embryo is
No,
not a
it's
human.
literally not.
I'm practically five, so I look at this from a whole nother perspective. I don't look at it the same way you do, sir.
Is an embryo? So what is an embryo if it's not a young human being? What is it?
It's a group of cells that hasn't
So
taken
are
place.
you.
It
That's
doesn't
not
have
a good
organs yet.
definition.
No,
It
we're
doesn't
not.
have
Not a good
organs yet.
definition.
It
You're
cannot
just a group of
survive on its
cells.
own. That is
You're a
big
group of
difference,
cells. Yes,
sir.
you are.
That's
So
a
you
big
are just
difference.
a
You are a
group of
group of
You
cells.
just
cells.
want to
Yep.
focus on just a group
Yes.
of
Oh,
cells,
you're
but I gave you
Yes.
other
Doc, salute,
definitions,
Doc.
right?
Look, I gave him a whole definition. He won't listen. I didn't just say it's a group of cells. I'm telling him what it is. He keeps saying, "You a group cell. You a group cell. You a group cell."
You're
And
a group of cells.
You look, you're not gonna win this battle, baby. Okay? You can speak to them dumb motherfuckers all you want. I told you that it's a group of cells without organs that cannot survive
Oh
on
my
its
God.
own. And there you
We
have
let the
it.
people in
Group
the
of
box
cells
rock. Let
without
whoever want to get
organs
in
that
there, man.
cannot survive on its own.
That's right. That's what an embryo is.
Okay, so does the organs part is the separator, I guess, because like a newborn can't
Breathing on his
survive
own.
Hold up, let me finish.
It's a
A
parasite.
newborn can't survive on their own either. So is the organ?
now you see what he did. So a newborn can't survive on its own. Why wouldn't it be able to? He's talking about because it don't go to work, make money to feed itself. Because a newborn can survive on his own. He knows exactly what we're talking about. And this dude is stupid.
Organs, the part that separates them
No,
from being a human,
I'm afraid to let you know
is the
that
organ.
Wait a minute, let her answer.
you
Wait a
trying-
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Let me moderate this show. Let her y'all give each other a chance to land. Go ahead, bomb and speak easy. Whoever else want to get in the box, let me know.
okay, so a newborn who has come out of utero and has taken a breath, they are breathing on their own. Okay.
Is the thing that separates it the organs? That was my question.
The organs? I gave you the definition, right? I told you what it was. You want to just break it up and separate my definition? Is that what we're doing? Okay, we can do that. So what's your question? Is it just
Let me help you. Let me help you because
No,
I don't
you
think
don't
you're
need to help
tracking
me,
what I'm
baby.
saying.
You need
I
help,
don't
not
think let me help for a second.
Okay, good.
You said the embryo, right, is a group of cells that has no organs that can't survive on its own. That's what you said. That was your thing. That was your definition of the embryo.
It
And then I
has
said to you,
organs. I said with organs, right? Because they
embryo does have organs now.
It depends on the stage. It
He said
depends
an
on the
embryo.
stage, right?
I said it doesn't have
I'm
organs.
asking you, right? You do know that the first thing that comes is a heartbeat. That's at the beginning,
Is
right?
an embryo a human organism? Yes or no?
Is it a human organism?
Yeah,
Yes,
human
it's
being.
an organ.
Yep.
No, it's not a human
Is
being.
embryo a human being?
No, it's not.
Okay, I don't know what to do, man. Go back to school, man. This is
cannot combat
horrible.
it with no
No,
Education
it
level
starts off as a
is room
zygote, bro.
temperature
It's a
Yes, he know
zygote.
that. We said
An
that.
embryo is a zygote, and then it
wild.
turns into actual fertilized thing. So it's a zygote first, and then it becomes like an actual.
Is it a human? Yes or no?
We gave you the answer.
No.
No,
Yes, man.
It's
Why
a
y'all?
zygote.
It's not.
it's not. It's a group of cells in the very beginning.
Okay.
We said that from the very beginning.
Yeah.
If I was holding an embryo in my hand, and if I was holding an embryo in my hand and I was holding a baby in the other hand over some lava, I'm pretty sure you would be like, drop the freaking embryo.
What is a
like,
human being?
stupid.
That doesn't mean anything
This
to
is
this
stupid.
conversation. That doesn't mean
That
anything.
means
to this
everything.
said
to
it.
the
You actually
conversation.
He said it don't mean anything to the conversation only because he don't want it to mean anything to the conversation. If like he said, if he was holding an embryo, most people wouldn't even know what it was. They'd be like, "What is that?" It would look like just a group of cells. You have to look under the microscope to even see it. Yeah, you know. But that's what them Christians do, right? And that's why I got on her because like she's talking about her abortions, and then when he started bringing up that she's a baby killer, she admitted that she was a baby killer. I was like, God damn, right? But anyway, after this, because it got kind of boring, like he got kicked off, yeah, because let's see, wait, what's it after this? No, let's see.
It'll blow your mind.
Oh yeah, girl, it blow your mind, girl. And see, you need the real thing.
Lord Jesus.
Hey, Mr. Luscious.
Okay, I think we was
You do it
talking. We
at the
started
swing
joking
party. I
about
just wanna.
the
Yeah, I'm saying.
roles. Let's see.
My bad.
They ain't got no DJ at no
I
party.
was
Okay,
playing music. It was
this is how I started. I got right on it. She said that she used to DJ at a goddamn swinging club. And I said, wait a minute, what? Yeah, I was the DJ at a swinging club. I said, at a swinging club? You was a DJ? And here we go.
at this thing called Bar None in Washington D.C. And I was DJing the music to like the background music to the swingers, and then
Oh, you explained it like
And look, and it sounds good, huh? You because when you hear the word club, people automatically think club DJ dancing, right? You thinking DJ music. She said I was playing the background music to the swinging. Sorry. That shit was so funny to me. I think I had to mute myself and I cracked up laughing. Okay. She gonna stand on that shit, girl. She about to stand on that she was the DJ at a swing club. So that's see, I never I do tell the stories about the, swinging and all that kind of stuff. Y'all never heard me mention that I got no goddamn DJ, right? Um at no event. This ain't no nobody's getting in no flow and dancing. Oh, and by the way, I know we hear the term swinging club, but swinging clubs, how should I say this? And then see the problem is I give too much information, people steal it and then they revamp it and make it themselves. The reason I know they lying because see I never tell everything, but you're not gonna be able to see that there's a swinging club exist in your area. You might see that it's a club, and you may know that hey, that's a swinging club because you heard it through people. The thing about a swinging club is it's a private club, just like the motorcycle club, right? There's a motorcycle club, and these motorcycle club, they have this club where the motorcycle people go to, right? They go there, they pay their dues and things like that. Well, that's what a swinging club is. Like they may have a building, but just anybody can't just walk in, right? It's called a club because it's a group of people who usually pay dues or pay something, some kind of way. That's how those clubs are set up when it's a club. Remember, I held events in different places. They have some establishments where they have a building, but swinging clubs are not legal. See? So when she mentioned the club name, I know the club name. I know the club. I know the people who own the club, right? I've been invited to come there and host at the club, but it's not a swinging club. It is a club where the swingers go to meet up because there is no building that's legal where people could go and pay for sex. That's called prostitution. That is not legal. Okay? Prostitution is not legal, y'all. Now, even though a swinging party is not illegal, right? It's not illegal, depending on how you do this club, right? So that's why it's more of a, like I said, like a bikers club. They have different other groups. They have clubs. They have meetings and things like that. That's what type of club a swinging club is. So it is not no club where you could just knock at the door, have some money, and pay to get in. And just so you could go in and have some fucking sex. That shit don't exist in America. Well, I think the only place that shit exists is in Nevada And I think it used to be called the something house, but they changed the name because I think it still exists, right? I just saw some documentary or something on it. Um, there is no club in DC that you can walk in and pay and have sex. And the club she talking about, she's right. There's a DJ, and maybe she was a DJ there, but it's not a swinging club. Okay, and we're gonna hear her say it though. She gonna lie.
How the corn be having the music? You was the live music.
I was playing like house music, industrial, you know, like some like
house music. That's some. That don't sound like heterosexual.
not in.
So and then when she starts trying to tell us what the song she was playing, then you know she lying, right? She just instead of, but everybody know what the fuck a DJ is. So while everybody having sex, they're gonna have uh some club music in the background. For what? And imagine that for a minute. Let me find a club song real quick. We're gonna go back to this. I want you. They say the weirdest thing, like people they hear stories and then they don't understand. Okay, let me see club music. DC. DC club music. A couple on my phone, but let me see. I want to play something that I might be able to get away with playing. Baltimore music. Yeah. Let's see. Usually go-go music, house music.
This is a Mix Wizard.
Empower your students to be more authentic, impactful.
Calling I got commercials. Oh my God. Well, let us just play. How many is it?
Writers with Grammarly's comprehensive AI writing assistance. Use it to help.
Okay. So while everybody that she put in the club music is doing their thing, because she gonna say it, but this music is in the background. I promise you, they ain't got no motherfucking music at no goddamn swinging club music in the swinging club, okay? Not like she said, not with no DJ. They ain't paying no money. She says she got paid to be a DJ at the swinging club. So people went in there to have one type of thing going on, as she put it, but they have a DJ to play some music. No. Okay. And she gonna say that I'm too old to know because it happened back in the day. Hold up. I gotta share the screen again, y'all, so I can go back to what we were watching. It's the craziest shit. Let me see. So I actually like, how could I be too old for some shit that happened back in the day? Oh, but girl, what is you talking about? What's crazy? Okay, let's see.
Nails, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I wanna if you like a animal.
Wait, I know the song. Yeah, I know the song you're talking about, Genesis. We're gonna have to link that. You crack me up. We gonna have to talk. You are hilarious.
Like, bro, you don't play the right songs.
So while adults, grown women and men, right, in adult mood, they're gonna have a DJ playing I wanna F you like an animal. Or I got one when they say, but actually on my phone, let me see. Oh no, let me see, y'all. I gotta go to Apple Music. Girl, that's still because I saw that they want to try to take some money from me today, and I didn't let them. But let me see, my go-go music. Here we go. Where's my stuff at? It should be in my library. What is gonna be in my playlist? Oh no, my playlist went away. God damn. Anyway, they got one. Damn. I can't even think how it go, but they talk about sex, yes, but nobody listening to that kind of shit. Nobody playing that shit at no swinging club. People are confusing swinging club with regular clubs. They think, oh, you get to go and just pay to get in this club and people gonna be swinging all over. That would be illegal. That is not fucking true. It's like it's a social club. Anything that's called that you heard that is a swinging club and it's in that building, that is that's a social club. That means just anybody can get in. They got some places where you could go, right? And you could go and get in and you could meet people. And I'm gonna tell her that. I'm like, you could go there, it's like a meet and greet. You could go and meet other couples and things like that. But then you gotta go somewhere else for that other shit. But she gonna say no. I know it was a swing club, but they were doing a lot in front of me. I say, girl, I know you lying. But then she gonna switch up her story as I get more into it, more, and I'm telling her I know the people who own the club. I've been knowing them. She gonna then switch it up and say, well, yeah, then they gotta go to another area. At first she gonna say, no, it all happens in here. Then she gonna say they gotta go to another area. She gonna switch it up. It's crazy.
Go with the freak off. Like
no, listen, that is okay. This is not true, y'all. She may have been chocolate.
I miss Polly. Polly ain't said hi to nobody else. I don't like how y'all do.
I mean, I just had to sneak it in. I'll make sure I say hi to you next time I come up. I promise. Okay.
All right, cool. I want to feel.
I know. I'm
special
sorry.
too.
I'll make you feel special when I come back. I promise.
I appreciate it.
Love the hair.
My fault. Bomb Cherry was saying that DJ Genesis is lying.
I can call the
Bomb Cherry is older than I am, so she.
My bad. I just had to play that.
I'm from Washington D.C. Washington D.C. had clubs. It wasn't at the person's house. This was at the club, and they was the swingers party at the clubs back then.
Well, you know where.
Now you heard what she said. She said Bomb Cherry is older, but then everything she said after that, she said back then. So if I'm older, that means I would know what's going on back then, right? If she would have said Bomb Cherry is older, but they doing that today, that would have been different. But she said Bomb Cherry is older and they was doing this back then. Back then, today, yesterday, tomorrow, and 100 years from now. Well, I don't know about 100 years from now because things might change, but you cannot have no sex party in no open establishment. If you ever have been to a swinging club, right? It is a social group. Usually the person who invites you, they know somebody who is a part of the group if he's not or she isn't a part of the group. And they invited her and let them go in. Anybody on the street cannot go up to what they call a swinging club. Because if they did, they would be filled with motherfucking people. These motherfucking men will be there all the time. Swinging clubs will be. You understand? There's so many men who will be there looking to do what she say they was doing in that fucking club. Like that's we got to know that if it was legal, then these clubs would exist. And if they existed, lots and lots of men would be there. Okay? Swinging is not this thing that's just wide open there. People know about it now. Right? And even then, you're still not going to know everybody who's involved because people keeping that shit on the low. But here we go.
I live in Delaware, you know, girl, and you know, you just like what 2 hours away. My parties was in DC, in New York, in Jersey, in New Orleans, in DC, in Dallas. Like I told you, I had them everywhere. And
so have you heard of the guy who ran the thing called Bound in DC? Called Bound.
I heard of Bound.
It was a white dude named whatever called, and he ran a thing called Bound. I was his DJ, so I know what I'm talking about. I'm not lying.
Okay, so you was his DJ Okay, so
at
it was
Bound and Entree New. I was the DJ. Entree New and Bound in DC.
Right. That's a club, right? So you was there every night, or you mean on certain nights?
So I was the DJ, and every time they did the swingers club, at the end, then they would go up to his house above the club, right next door to it, and on U Street, Cordoza. They would start off the swingers
the
thing,
regular party,
and then after that, when they would leave that, and then
Y'all heard her? You see how she's switching it up? She said they was so she's saying they will leave there and do other things. The other things is the swinging, if they're swinging. Anything that she DJing for is a nightclub. Okay? The meet and greet, yes, they got a DJ. You could buy some drinks and everything. And anything else, you got to go somewhere else, a secondary location. And that means that it's not a swinging club. It's just a club. It's just a club. The meet up place, the meet up spot.
go to his house and then finish it off.
Look, they go to the house. But then she gonna lie. See, she gonna double talk. So now she's right in this moment. She's saying they gonna go to the house. Then she gonna say no, they went upstairs. She gonna say no, I saw it right there in the club. They were doing it right there in the club. Her story gonna switch up. Watch.
Exactly, y'all. So yeah, so that's the difference, right? More of that. What you're talking about is like a meet and greet where people will meet and greet and get to know each other.
No, it was not meet and greet.
Okay, but that's
It was way more going on than some meet and greet.
Of course, yes, way more happened, but the real shit happened like somewhere else, right?
I met vampires and everything up in this. I've seen like mayors and senators.
When you said, and she talking about vampires, right?
Vampire, you mean like somebody that eat the box when it's on the red?
No. They were actual literally vampires that really like
why
were in their mind.
Blood?
Yeah.
No, I know. Come on.
No, like they were white people.
I believe bomb. No, I believe bomb. No, I think you lying. I think you lying.
bullshit.
It sounds like some BS.
People dress up like that's a whole fetish. That's a whole fetish. The vampire.
Yeah, the gothic community was a part of it's called Bound, right? So
Yeah,
you
like
had
there's
like
some
some of the
culture
Bound
of
people
that.
that were into S&M that would come to the swingers parties, and then they would be vampires. They would believe in their mind they were vampires. Live at night, never come out, be really pale. You know what I'm saying? And really weird and stuff like that. You know, so
BDSM and swinging is not the same thing. I want y'all to know. So I know.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Swingers is not necessarily on no beat. As a matter of fact, I don't even think most swingers is on BDSM because BDSM. But wait a minute, BDSM is dom and sub. If it's a dom and sub, why would you want to invite other people? If you a dom and you got a sub, why would you want her to sub for not a nigga? What the fuck type shit is that? Why is your sub being not a nigga sub?
But that's a whole industry. Come
Taurus,
on.
listen, I can tell you a person. His name is Taurus Wells. He is a well-known dom.
If I'm a dom to a sub, I don't want to share my sub, but she could share her dom. You could have a couple submissive. But you
there's
like,
some
that is
doms that
weird.
all they do is exchange.
Other men
stuff.
like that. Other men do. They
There's
like
doms that all
watching.
they make money off of just dominating women. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm talking about sharing subs. There's doms that get paid to come and do that, shock your titties with I seen a lot of that shit, you know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about a dom is not trying to share his subs with several dom. That's not no dom shit.
That's not what I'm saying. What I said is that they were throwing this guy. You work for the NIH, okay, on U Street in Cordoza, okay, and I forget what his name was, but all I know was he hired me as a DJ, and he lived on U Street, and his job was to watch all the heroin addicts on that street. He thrown Bound in Washington D.C. Entree New. Listen, look it up. Go on Google and look up Entree New and Bound in Washington D.C. And that guy is the one who hired me as a DJ at Bar None, and I used to be the DJ there.
So while you was DJing, people was getting their freak on.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was you doing? You didn't party. You just had.
DJing, and I was in a DJ booth. DJ.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like, y'all heard her say she was in a DJ booth DJ, right? And watch, she about to change that up. She about to change it up. Because he was asking what she was doing. She was like, I was a DJ. And she gonna change it up. Wow.
I
Yeah, but
did.
don't
I'm not gonna
they-
say
may
I
I
did
ask you
go
a
out
question,
and
Stephanie?
try to do some weird stuff, but it got too much, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Because no one.
So she did try to go out. She tried to go out. For some reason, she couldn't go out. She tried to go out to do some weird shit. Weird shit. Now remember, she claims that it was a swinging club. Now I mentioned that it's BDSM. It's more of a fetish club because I know what she was talking about. But I'm not sure if y'all noticed she mentioned two clubs. She slid that shit in. I heard her. I knew then. She said she was hired at Bar None, but then she mentioned Bound. She kept mentioning Bound, but then she said I was hired at Bar None. They're not the same. Okay? They're not the same. And so I was like, I'm just giggling and so on and shit, waiting till I could speak. And then Chocolate comes up and say they're the same thing. Swinging and BDSM is not the same thing. In fact, it's the only thing that it relates to each other is that it's not vanilla. It's not normal, right? What we call in society normal. It's the only thing that connects BDSM and swinging. People who deal with BDSM don't even consider themselves swingers or nothing like that. And people who do swinging, they not necessarily into no goddamn BDSM. That's fucking ridiculous. And so we just got two liars on the pen. Two liars. Huh?
What happened is, let me tell you what happened. It was a dude sitting on like a bed, right? And they had this surgical equipment, and it was like these knives, and I'm.
Oh yeah, all that sound like swinging, huh? Remember, she was saying swinging. And I was like, no. Now BDSM clubs is legal. You can have BDSM clubs and everything, as long as there's no sexual penetration or nothing like that. You can be getting choked out, right? You can do expansion from your nipples. You can do all of that legally in a club. That's a BDSM club, fetish club. Okay? There's no actual sex. Most BDSM, there's no actual sex. I'm not sure if people know. I don't think people know that. I think the outside world, when they look at BDSM, they think sex, sex, sex. They think it's all about sex. But no, it's the actual uh submission thing that somebody getting off. You being bound and things like that is what getting them off, right? No sexual penetration, unless like you're a couple. A couple may end up in that situation, but women getting roped up, if she like to get roped up, that's her sexual gratification. She don't need no penetration. I know a lot of men can't think of that, right? They think every time a woman have an orgasm, it got to be through her vaginal walls being penetrated. That is so untrue. Just like they think that men who have orgasm, they automatically think that's due to him penetrating somebody with his penile, organ. But that's not necessarily true neither. It's a whole different world for people who know. But the ones who don't know and faking it, like Chocolate, then all she can think about is they were swingers and was having sex. And that's why she said they connected when they not.
I'm like just cutting the guy. I didn't realize that he was gonna be bleeding.
She cutting the guy, but she didn't realize he was gonna be blue. Oh, she was gonna cut the guy, and he was just gonna what? He was gonna start singing. You gonna cut him, and what? He was gonna start rapping. He was gonna start dancing. She cut a guy, but she didn't realize she cut a guy, but she didn't realize he was gonna be bleeding. Baby, I tell you, I don't know where else can you find dumbass motherfuckers on except the internet. I don't know where else you find motherfuckers who cut people, but then shot if there's some blood. And I can assure you that they're not letting no strange person come and cut them. You gotta know what the fuck you're doing. Look, some of this shit is extreme, yes. And you gotta know what you're doing, or your ass will end up in jail. Nobody, no strange person who's into cutting gonna say, please come and just cut me. They want to make sure you know what you're doing. You gotta understand. Cause they could end up dead or really hurt for real. And she said, I be listening to people. I don't know if other people be listening. I'm on the panel. I'm just be listening. Thinking, where they get these foods from, baby?
He was deaf. He was like a ex like war veteran or whatever, and he kept saying, "Yes, mistress. Yes, mistress." And I looked down, and it was blood everywhere, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And so I stopped. I said, "What the hell am I doing?" So yeah, I was drunk.
Oh, she was drunk, but she remember it. But that's cool. You can remember what you did is drunk. But remember, she said, "I tried." She said she first she was in the DJ booth. She didn't leave that booth. Now she trying shit. Oh, she trying shit, but she cutting motherfuckers and not expecting blood. Lord have mercy.
Drunk or whatever, but it was crazy. So I did experience some weird shit like that. And then, yeah. So yeah. So I've experienced some wild shit in at the
You
club.
have?
That's BDSM.
No judgment. No judgment here.
Swinging in BDSM.
I just wasn't ready. I wasn't ready.
I didn't even know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was doing. I was like,
Not Chalky wasn't ready neither. She wasn't ready. She ready? Nah, she not ready. She said I wasn't ready. When I did it too, I did it just like you did. Somebody gave me a knife and told me to cut him, and I didn't know blood was gonna come if I cut him. So I was just like you. And you wonder why I call her a fake and a phony. She's everything. She learned a little bit of something and then she take off with it and act like she's perfect. And then she want to give lessons. Oh, let me show you what I know. Oh, I've been doing this for years. Yeah, I've been teaching this for years. Yeah.
I just was like, okay, let me just
wow.
And they were, and it was like a bed. They were like putting like electric shocks on people. Like imagine a bed.
Yeah,
and it's like, yeah. So
yeah,
and then
I
one,
get.
you look over here, you see a person like shoving somebody's foot down their throat, and yeah, it was crazy. So
yeah, nah. But hey, again, it's all kinds. It's
hey,
all
listen,
kinds.
I was in my 20s and I experienced
You
a lot of
do not, but that's
Look,
it.
It's a bomb. I think you more credible, bomb, because no
Yes,
disrespect, but I know that I actually know bomb is more credible, and I want to go further, but I think bomb is more credible in this area of bomb. Does this story check out that DJ Genesis is telling us?
Well, some of what she's saying is true. She's just confusing the idea of BDSM and swinging is the same thing. They're not. Yes, at a BDSM party, yes, they might be getting roped and and there might be some choking going on and things like that, but that's not swinging. And I also have heard of bound. Then she keeps saying I'm older than her, but we the same generation. Right?
I'm not trying to put you down as a generation. I'm trying to tell you is that like the people that was throwing this, they probably were in your generation. Like, okay, you're in your 50s or 60s?
I'm in my just turned 55. You 47 on me.
Okay. So the guy, we both Generation X or whatever the hell. So the guy that threw bound, right? He also threw Entre New in Washington D.C. Now it was two different parties. I'm not saying that they were together.
Well, she was saying they was together. She was, and now she threw in a whole nother third club. Okay. So now she about to switch it up. Here we go.
He threw the swingers party on Wednesday, and he threw
Now, remember, I'm the one who asked her earlier, and it seemed like people can't hear me because I talk low. I'm not sure what it is with StreamYard, okay? But I asked her which night. I like early on, I said, which night was you there? And that's when she started talking about when they don't do it at night. Then they go, I think she said, to his house, right? So how would I know that it's a different night? She never mentioned that it's a different night or nothing. She tried to tell me I don't know the club, and I'm like, well, which night was you there? Because at the club, there's different things happening different nights. There is a fetish night, right? And then you could go to you was able to go there on another night and just regular dance club, a regular nightclub, drink and everything. On certain nights it was a fetish night. On other nights was a regular night. How would I know that if I didn't know what she was talking about? She's the one to assume I didn't know what I'm talking about. I don't know why like I don't know why people first of all they make up that they in these industries. I don't know why, you know, because I don't think it's something to brag about. I think it's a conversation piece, though, right? A lot of people, when you start speaking that way, like when Chocolate was doing that day, she was trying to act like, well, you wouldn't know anything. I know everything. I could teach you. I could be. That's what she was doing when she was talking. When I usually bring it up, it's usually, you know, I don't know what usually bring it up. Like somebody may mention something or something might be said, and I mention it, but I don't think it's anything to brag about. Um, Yeah, like I don't think it's anything to brag about. It is just a different world. And when you really don't know, you really truly think when you driving by, you think there's some people in that building right there just having straight sex. And that's a lie. That's illegal. I think I've even mentioned like my events, like when it comes to dealing with money, I have to be very careful, right? I have to be very careful. I charge everybody to come to the party. Because there can be no, well, I'm charging the men and the women are here to have sex with you. That can be perceived to be me and prostitution, right? That could be perceived that I am running a house full of prostitutes because when these men come in and pay, they get to have sex with these women. The only person who get paid at that event is me. And then, even then, like, there's food, there's everything, and everybody pay. The women pay, the men pay. Slide scale on how you get paid. And so men who come by themselves, they pay more. And she gonna even say no single men gonna be allowed. I say that's a goddamn lie. Oh nah. Like she gonna say all kinds of shit. I said, no, okay. I said lots of single men participate. But I made them bring a woman. They paid less if they brought a woman. If they brought two women, they paid even lower. They could end up in the place for free, just like the women. If if I had some women like a night where the women didn't have to pay, a man can also not have to pay. He just got to bring enough motherfucking women with him. He got to bring some women with him and paying men too. And the men got to be verified through me. He can't just bring any motherfucking man. Like I need to interview him, right? But yeah, these women lying.
On Fridays. So it wasn't combined. It was he would throw that on one night and then he would throw the other one on another night.
Look, before she told me I didn't know what I was talking about, I was lying. She was like, no, it is a swinging club. Now it's been changed. It has completely changed. Now it's, oh, they have this part. Remember, I called it a meet and greet, and then they do the other part the next night. I know. I know that's exactly how to do it. That means people met up one night, got to know each other, figured out, I may have come through. And while everybody partying, I'm there and I'm interviewing people. People love when I interview them in person. I might be about interviewing people for the party the next night. I told them they had to meet me at Pound, right? Told them how much it's gonna cost, and this is your opportunity. If through the phone I didn't approve you, you could come to Pound, and I told them how they could be invited to the party. They could get an invite from me or a woman. And then I told the women to be there. And I'm like, hey, I'm each of you ladies get 2 men you can invite to the party. That means when the men go to the party, guess what they gotta do? They gotta entertain and get to know the women. They can't just stand up on the wall hoping. They gotta get with a woman who gonna invite them. And then when they walk up to me and they ask me, I'm like, well, I run out of spaces. You're going to get one of these women to see if they have any more spots left. These women can invite you. We used to have some great time, babe. Okay, the women used to love it. I'm telling you. We ain't had no men standing on no motherfucking wall when they know they gotta work to get to the party the next day or later that night.
And then he would throw masquerades where it would all be combined at some point.
That's right. And I'm the one who asked you which night, right? So I know exactly what you're talking about and who you're talking about. Right?
It was a white guy, right? A little white, blonde-haired white guy, right?
Yes, and I know all his partners too. Right?
Wow.
So when you tried to make it seem like I'm older, so
no, I thought that you were from, like you said, that you knew from the old times back then.
She thought you from the civil rights era.
Yeah, like they were doing. We've been doing that back in the.
Yeah, you messy, sir.
She tried to play you.
I thought that she was like
don't play with
I never said no shit like she's saying. Every time somebody call me older, they do it. Like they just, which I'm okay with. I don't have a problem. I hold my age with grace, baby. Okay. But earlier in the conversation, that's how I knew how old she is, right? Because she was talking and I was like, but damn, you must be really young. And she was like, nah. I was like, I don't want to say you sound stupid. That's what I really mean sometimes when I be telling these people that they sound young, right? You sound like you just an idiot. Like you sound like you young. Like you got to be young to speak like this. Like you don't know this. This point in your life, you don't know that at your point in your life. You don't know this. Then you either sheltered, which kind of mean you're dumb, right? Um, Dumb don't have to always mean negative. It's it can mean just that you're fucking dumb. You just don't know shit. You don't know what I don't know. I guess dumb is negative, but I don't know. It is what it is. Fuck it.
Y'all the ones who keep saying
Studio 54. You know, I thought she was bringing Studio 54 into it. I'm like, well,
no, I don't know Studio 54, but what I do know is y'all the only ones who keep saying, "Bomb, that's you a different generation." Like when I say I'm married with the children and everything to the same man forever, y'all then start saying, "Oh, because you older, Bomb, they don't do that no more."
I never said.
No, I'm not talking about you.
I just want to make.
See, and then she go, "I never say that. Bitch, I ain't even talking to you. Stop talking to her like hours ago." It feels like
Hold on, and so that's why for some reason people now think I'm so much older. But even if I was, let's say I was 40, you don't think them 20-year-old, 17-year-old, 18, but no 17s, ooh, Lord, ooh, I went too far. 18-year-old women could come to my parties. You had to be 25 to be a man. I told you people came from all over the globe, Europe, Canada, all over to my events, right? Even the people you're talking about come to my events. Because see, my parties wasn't called a swinging party, it was called an adult event. That means BDSM is there, the swingers are there, right? Everybody, you furries are there.
So have you been to Washington D.C. back during the U Street Cordoza time when they had State of the Union? Right across the street was Bar None was the spot where they did those parties at. I'm not lying.
Right. Oh no,
and then at the 930 Club, they would do the whole event where you had a whole masquerade and you have all kind of wild shit going on there. So
I've
never been to that.
But no actual sex is going on.
I believe DJ Genesis. She was in
But
DC.
no actual sex is going
did his ass come up so we can roast each other. Sir Ism is crazy than a motherfucker, baby. But she was insinuating that sex happens at these clubs. Y'all, that's illegal. I can't. That's why, like, first of all, there would be a lot of money in a swinging club that was open to the public if it was the way people speak on it, where all a person had to do was come, bring their money, and come in there and just have sex with people. But can y'all imagine how much money that would be? These niggas going to clubs because they hoping to get that. So they definitely would go to a place called a swing club. So the men who tried because they heard stories on the internet, right? They heard that this place is a swinging club, and then they go there and try to get in and realize they can't get in. You gotta be a member. You gotta be a member. You can be invited by a member, but even then, you when you go in there, ain't no sex happening in there. There ain't no sex happening, baby. That's the motherfucking cops are read that shit. But if it's a private, see that's the thing, right? A private club is almost it's like your home. It's like a private home, but it's made into a club, and you can have those type of events at something like that, but you cannot have that type of event in anything where the public can access it, where you say anybody is welcome to come as long as they this age and that age and they welcome to come in without membership, then it's illegal. But if I have a building and I got to set up like a club with a bar and all that, and it's private, that means I say you got to have membership. You got to have membership to come. Then yeah, I could do what the hell I want in there. But then they still got to be really careful, right? Because somebody come in and they make some claims and shit like that. You got to be very careful. A woman come in there and she get pissed off or get drunk and then she start claiming some shit happened. That shit could be the end of everything. So these two women are fucking lying. She lying about being a fucking DJ and a motherfucking swing group that she then changed into a fetish group by claiming that they has these tools and she was cutting. Did that sound like swinging? um, and chocolate is a motherfucking liar too. Okay, I don't know why they lie. Shit. Okay, I'm done. Um, he gonna come up. We gonna go back and forth. Then we gonna say we cool. Let everybody know we just joking with each other and shit like that. And that's it. But the woman this the same woman who talked about her abortion, so she shouldn't be at no motherfucking swinging club. She probably she probably got pregnant and had that abortion when she was at that motherfucker's so-called swinging BDSM, not BDSM, BDSM only on certain nights, swinging on only certain nights, swinging that really just happened upstairs or swinging that happened after the fact at his house. Then it happened across the street at another club called Bar None. She kept mentioning she DJ Bar One, but she kept mentioning Bound, right? And then she mentioned another club. Like, that's what happens when you lie. When you lie, you get tripped up in your lies and shit get fucked up. But I got pictures to prove everything. I have invites. I even have NDAs, right? NDAs signed by everybody, including me. NDA is just an agreement. Says, hey, we're not going to talk about this, that, and the third. And really, all you could talk about what you want. You just can't mention nobody's names. Back then, I ain't allowed no cell phones. So people didn't give a shit about that. In fact, they liked the idea. The only person who was able to take pictures was me, right? And they trusted me. Like, if you don't trust me, what the fuck you at my event for? And in all these motherfucking years, not one picture came out, right? And the pictures that do come out, people faces is out. Like, I put the pictures out. Now, there's pictures. I don't know if they, like, literally on the internet, because I had a group where I would post the pictures. So people could have grabbed them, right? People could have grabbed the pictures and shit like that. But yeah, before I posted them up, I covered faces. Covered faces and shit. I think the only person you could see me, you could see some other women like where I'm taking pictures with them and shit. But yeah, I would never put people pictures out like that. I would never do no shit like that. That don't benefit me at all. Um, so yeah, they got some pictures that's out and about. If my name not on, I guess you won't know if it's my event or not. But yeah. Except I got pictures and that you probably haven't seen that could prove that is my event, baby. Okay? I don't know why people lie. Not wrong with lying. I guess not wrong with lying. I guess they should have a channel where they just tell stories. That's what the hell Chocolate been doing all these years anyway. She done got thousands of dollars from people by telling stories. And even when, like, when she was telling the truth, a lot of us was willing to help. Like I remember when I had heard that she had already got money through falsified information. But all I heard, I didn't know anything about that, but I heard that she was, they was in a hotel and they was about to get kicked out. So my heart gonna come out. So I let people know, hey, you know, I know people don't believe, people don't trust her because of it, but this is the real situation. And I gave them advice. I said, you could give people the hotel name and let people pay directly. And people did that shit for her, right? She gave them the information and people gave the money directly to and got her this. Somebody paid like a whole week for them to stay. Like people was really, they got some good people out here. People want to help people, you know. Thing is though, I don't understand how when you can tell the truth and get help, why would you resort to lying? Because people feel bad when you dupe them out of money. It's one thing for me to say I'm really need the money, tell the truth about what I need. People willing to pay. But if I tell people a lie and then they found out I lied, oh man, people get mad. And I understand that. I say I'm dying and people give me money for to help me with my funeral, but then I don't die. Motherfuckers want their money back. Or you got to prove that you actually paid for the services and things. So when you do die, but motherfuckers don't want to be lied to. I tried to tell her that. That was my message to her. Like, hey, there'll be a lot of people help you, but this lying shit ain't gonna work. Like you over there taking care of your family, doing the best you can. Um, People will help you with your family. But this motherfucker lying talking about you got some. Remember, she wanted us to give her money so she could get some land. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I was ready. I was trying to calculate how can I come up with a certain amount of money, like how much. Even I asked her like how much money you need to get it popped off. And I remember asking her like, okay, so how we get it started? Like, what do you need? Like, you gotta I was telling her she need to be open to what she need, so people give her the money. And once we give her the money, she got to go get that thing that she says she needs. So remember, and she started telling me, y'all, let me show you what she told me she was going to go get. I'm about to show y'all what she told us. I'm not sharing no more. Let me share the screen. This was her farming. Because I told her I farm. Like I got a garden. I don't have a farm. I would love to have a farm. I don't know if I would love to have a farm. Let me backtrack that. Okay. Farming is a huge, huge motherfucking thing. I don't even think I'm nowhere near thinking. I don't think I even understand farming. You understand? I don't understand farming. So, but I garden, right? A garden and farming is not the same thing, y'all. Okay. In my mind, though, sometimes I'll be like, bitch. So when she was given the opportunity, she was like, hey, I got this opportunity and I'm going to grow this, because she was talking about how people need food. And she mentioned never had heard of a food desert until she mentioned it. And, and she was telling me how she going to do this and do that and do that. And I was like, damn. And she said, yeah, they give him away land or it's cheap. And I was like, okay. So I was so convinced that this, like, we might be getting in on the upper hand, that I had to come over and talk about it. Some of y'all, I was feeling y'all out too to see if y'all had questions or did, what y'all thought about it, you know? And shit, I had to start to think, okay, could get this, I can get this amount of money, maybe I can, put in. I would love to participate. And so I started asking the questions like, who you gonna sell the money, the vegetables to? She was talking about giving shit away. I was like, wait a minute, how you how you gonna give shit away? Then she started talking about the houses, remember? So it was like a cross. That's when I realized, okay, I see how she put it all together, but she didn't have nothing really set up, right? Because I started asking her, how about the nonprofit? Give me the nonprofit name. They even offered to help her. I was like, oh, if you can't do this, can do some of that footwork for you, right? I could sit on my ass at my computer and help her with a nonprofit, y'all. But then I started asking, like, are you a nonprofit or are you a for-profit? Because she was mixing them up. I was like, but you can't do that. I said one could support the other, but the other one can't support the other, right? The for-profit can donate to the nonprofit, but the nonprofit cannot help the for-profit. So I was like, did you understand that? Oh, I know, Bob. And I was like, well, okay. I said, but you have to have them separate. You can have both, but you cannot have them mixed together because your ass going straight to motherfucking jail. Okay? These people's not fucking playing. They will allow you to have a nonprofit. It is not that difficult. But there are rules and regulations to having a nonprofit, right? You get the nonprofit, and then from there, you come up with your own funding, right? People donate to you and shit like that. But the reason you go through the state to get that and set that shit up, they gonna let you know that you need to know these rules. You got to have a board. You got to have this. You got to keep records. Everything is open. Like if somebody walk in and say, "I want to see your records," if you want to see the records to a nonprofit, you could email them, and they got to send you every fucking dime that they received and everything that they spent it on if you want it. So it's supposed to be open to the public. That's one of them things that happens when you're a nonprofit. Okay. And so not only can the government come and check on you, but any regular smuggler on the street could come and want to go through your motherfucking records. And you got to give it to them. Okay. So, but she was speaking it was sounding so good. I was like, yeah. So I asked her, okay, if I was willing to help you with the farm and stuff, what do you need? Now, mind you, she was like, well, I need a place to stay. Like, what? That's how she started talking about the homes, how she gonna build these homes. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not really getting into the home thing, right? Because the home sound good, cool, and she was like, I'm gonna build this community. And she's like, Mom, it's gonna be all together. I'm like, okay, I'm not stopping you from doing everything. I'm asking you though about this piece of it, right? This piece I'm willing to, start helping you with. This other piece, I don't know, right? You can work that out, how you work that out. But this piece over here, I can, maybe I might be possibly able to get involved because I want to get involved. Anyway, so I asked her, okay, she's like, I'm ready to grow now. It's time to grow. I said, grow now? Like, what you gonna grow? I said, girl, I think she was talking about Arizona. She was even talking about she's showing the land, but she didn't really walk on the land. So people had said that she didn't buy that land. She had told people had given her money to buy the land, y'all. Now, see, she might not like me talking about this, but I don't give a fuck because the truth is the truth, right? There's people who was able to prove that they gave her a sum of money for one thing, and then she took that sum of money and did something else with it. And then she started saying, well, I understand that your family needs a place to stay, but you cannot use money that's earmarked for one thing to do another thing, girl. You're going to go to jail. You can't be fucking around with the nonprofit that way. Just because look, let's say a bank donated her $50,000. She could be broke in her bank account, flat fucking broke. Her other company could be broke, starved for money and everything. See that nonprofit money though, that nonprofit money better not go out of that account for nothing except what it's earmarked for. You can't then say, oh, I got $50 over here in this nonprofit bank account. Then go get some so you can stay in a hotel or buy a house or rent a room. You can't do that shit. Because the people you gave you the donation, they gave it to you for a particular reason. That's why you put out a grant. You wrote a grant to this bank. You told them what the grant money was for. You told them that you were going to be buying seeds and dirt and paying the rent to the da 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 and da 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 da. And you were going to do this, and this was going to be for that. And every dime them motherfuckers gave you better go to what you told them it was going to go to. Okay? And then when you spend the money, you better keep the receipts. And then you have a meeting. Whoever your treasurer is, gotta know what's going on. Whoever your secretary is, better be keeping the motherfucking notes. And whoever the chair, co-chair, like them people better know what's going on. And you can't just decide what you're gonna do. You gotta have a board, and everybody gonna be held kind of responsible. Okay. And that's to keep you honest, keep everything straight. As far, you can have a board meeting once a month, you can have one every quarter. I'm not sure if you can have one once a year. I think the minimum is like every quarter or some shit. And that's because most people who donate you massive amounts of money, they want to know. You gotta keep them up to date. Because they may have promised you more money. Right? Let's say they promised you $1,000 over a 2-year period. I'm not $100,000 over a 2-year period. They may not give you. They're not gonna give you the money all up front. They say, okay, I'm gonna give you $50,000 this year, and I'm gonna give you $50,000 for 2025, right? I mean 2026, y'all. And so they give you some money now. It goes in the bank, right? Everything you do with it, you write it up and you send it to them. You let them know what's going on. It's good to have pictures and everything, and so they could put it up on their board that shows that, hey, we support this nonprofit here, right? They're gonna do their thing with it. They're gonna send you money, and everything gonna be good. But let's say they promised you that money, and you ain't do your part. Like you ain't send them no accountability of what you've done so far with the 50,000 that they already gave you. They can decide not to give you the 50,000 for 2026. Okay, this is a job, just keeping them books and shit. That's why having a board is a good idea to keep you out of that. Right? Anyway, this is what she told me. I asked her, I said, well, she said, I'm ready to start growing now. I was like, okay. I said, well, what you gonna grow in? Because that Arizona sun, I don't know if it was hot or cold. I can't remember. So don't get me to lying on that. I don't want to lie. But she asked me, she's like, yeah, I'm going to go get something now. I said, what you going to get? This is what she told me she was going to get. Let me see. Let me see. I don't know. I know it's a shade. She told me she was going to get one of these, bitch. I swear I'm not lying. And then, but it wasn't one of these. She told me it was going to be the ones you see at Lowe's. Let me see. Lowe's. Let's put Lowe's. A Home Depot. She told me she was going to get one of these. She said, Mom, I'm going to get one of these. And it had a little space. And I said, bitch, what? She told me she was going to get one of these. I was like, wait, what? Now, mind you, she said she was doing hydroponics. In fact, she the one I learned all about hydroponics. Not through her, but she the one when I didn't even know what hydroponics was. She mentioned hydroponics. I was like, oh. And she said, yeah, Mom, you could grow food through water. And she mentioned aquaponics and hydroponics. I had heard of aquaponics. As far as I know, that's the one with the fish. I had heard that before, but I had never heard of hydroponics until her. So I give her credit for what it do. Now she mentioned it, and then I had to go do some research to figure out what the shit is. So this year I'm growing some shit hydroponics in my house. It really is not that difficult, but you can't do that shit in this, baby. But she was talking about this big ass system, and the way she spoke, she put up what they call it, like a slideshow, right? She had that shit prepared, baby. When she did that shit, that's when she fucked up. She used somebody else shit and then claimed that she did that shit. And see, this is the thing. Mom ain't stupid, and a lot of y'all motherfuckers who's over here, y'all not stupid neither. See, that's where she fucked up at. Black people willing to work together, and even if we're not gonna be a part of it, we might give some money. But you can't fucking lie to us. You're not gonna, she can't come over here and I support her without me investigating. I would never tell y'all, not me, to support on some shit that I myself not willing to. And I gotta hear some details that make sense. She was willing to sell it to us so much. She put up a whole slideshow. And all over, and the slideshow was a good slideshow. But you know what? It had somebody else's name on that motherfucker bitch. And she thought she could just say, well, because I'm like, who is this? Oh, just overlook that. I said, well, who did this? Oh, it's mine. Girl, how in the fuck is it yours? But it got somebody else's name on it. Baby, you got to be slow than a motherfucker to get tricked by a bitch who will put some shit in front of you with somebody else's logo on it and tell you not to overlook that. Don't worry about what your eyes see. Close your eyes and just listen to what I see. Oh, you see another logo on there? Well, don't worry about that. Oh, it's not real. You imagining. I'm like, man, I got so heated. Because I felt like, okay. Anyway, she would mention hydroponics. She was talking about how she could grow so much so fast. And then she mentioned this shit right here. I was like, girl, he said, bitch, you cannot grow not a goddamn bomb. Yes, I can. Girl, shut the fuck up. You got all I need is a couple of $1,000. I could buy one right now. Girl, you can't grow nothing in this motherfucker shit. Okay? I'm like, you can. Yeah, bomb. Yes, I can. No, girl. No, you can't. Why can't I? And then she got mad at me. So I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell all of y'all why, right? So, to grow some shit, you gotta have what? Sunlight. Where is the sunlight coming in this bitch right here? Let me see. Let's go look at it. Rubbermaid.
These are the tools you'll need to assemble your storage building. Please review all.
Well, we don't give a fuck how. Listen, this thing do not have no sunlight coming in. Okay? Now, it's Rubbermaid. It's made of rubber. Now, I do know that people have buying these things and living in them. And I'm telling you that they finding that to be very dangerous. And then for them to live in them, they got to make a lot of adjustments. They got to put something so they could breathe in this bitch. When they putting heat, some things in there for heat, oh, they got to have ventilation in this motherfucker, or the people, they will die of carbon monoxide. Listen, just because you see people doing it don't mean it's a good thing to do. You gotta really look at them people, and they'll tell you what the issues are. Some of them don't feel like there's no issue till they be found dead in that motherfucker. For the she shed, yes, something where you're gonna go in, but they got ones with windows, and still you can't grow no plants. Like she was saying, with no window. Like a greenhouse is clear all around it, so the sunlight comes through. And guess what? This isn't that. So I was wondering why she didn't say she was gonna get some type of so many greenhouses, put up. If she would have said some shit like that, she could have said, "Well, I'm gonna need 100 grand because I'm thinking of, I want to get this, and I already got it picked out. We chose it. We know how much it cost for installation and everything." And that's the person. That's the business person who ready. That's the person who fucking ready, right? Because even to go get the grant that she can get, because I told her where she could get the money. Said, "Girl, the FDA, HUD, they'll give you the fucking money. You're in the right area. You got the right idea. That's why I want to get in on it, bitch. Look, farming, if you're talking about getting into farming in certain areas, you talk about hydroponics in an area where it's hard to farm, but it's easy to farm hydroponics everywhere, anywhere. You ain't got to put nothing in no goddamn dirt. It ain't even got to be out in the to a sunlight. It could be in the greenhouse. All indoors. She could have started off on a small scale, but large enough to still make money. And she would have been able to make that money. But when thieving ass, scamming ass bitches want to just scam and don't want to do what they say they're gonna do, then that's how this end up. If I was somewhere in Arizona or somewhere where I could do, I would have stole that bitch idea. Okay, that bitch got an idea. Listen, bitch, ideas you can't get me for no motherfucking ideas. Ideas are just ideas, bitch. You ain't bring it to life, somebody gonna bring that motherfucker shit to life. Okay, but she trying to scam people so she could buy some property for a family. When I said you ain't got to scam, girl, you could show you and your family living in that motel, and people will help. Before you know it, you will be living in a nice place if you just be truthful. This me giving you advice, right? You ain't got to lie and scam. Okay? My pride is too large for me to be I got this problem. I call it a problem. They have pride that ain't getting you nowhere. It's like being prideful, but the pride is holding you back. That's bad. Okay? If something happened to hubby though, pride is gonna be dropped to the motherfucking side, baby. I feel like there's certain things I can't do because it looks bad on the men in your life. And baby, mom always need help, okay? But mom always looking for a way to try to make some money, but she ain't good at she good at documentation and shit like that. But she not good at getting on the internet and setting up stores and shit. They keep changing shit on me. Okay? And then I just want to sew some shit. Okay. And it's hard for what I want to sew because I just be wanting to sew shit that I don't even need. That means I'm sewing shit that I don't need. And then it just sit around my motherfucking house until I get on my ass and go out there and sell the shit. And wait for it to warm up. Still cold in Delaware, y'all. Let me see. Watch this. Hey Siri, what's the weather like in my area?
It's currently clear and 73 degrees. Expect rain starting early evening. Then cloudy skies starting in the evening. Today's high will be 89, and the low will be 71 degrees.
Ooh, okay. Look, we about to hit summer. I'm shocked. It's 73 degrees tonight. It's been in the 60s it's dropped down to the 60s the whole time. It's the first time the nighttime been in the 70s and it's 73, so 73 is good. I can start putting out my cucumbers and shit. Okay? Um, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, hey Siri, what's the weather like for the 10-day forecast? Hey Siri, what's the 10-day forecast in my area?
The forecast is calling for a mix of thunderstorms, cloudy skies, and clear skies between today and next Saturday. Daytime temperatures will start around 89 degrees. and eventually drop to around 84 degrees by Friday before heading back to around 98, with overnight lows between 65 and 80 degrees.
You heard 65? It's going to be 65 tomorrow night. That's 65. But then after that, that's going to be the coldest night. Look like it's going to warm up. I think summer start Friday, right? That 65 will, that one night of 65 will kill your cucumbers. It will kill your cucumbers and it need to be like in the mid 70s at the lowest at night. Okay. For your cucumbers, your cubables, and that's your cucumbers, your watermelons, shit like that. So they indoors. They indoors. I just put some in soil. But anyway, ah, damn, it's so late in the year. This ain't never happened. Like 5 years ago, I was growing and able to put shit out in May. And this year, I can't put shit out in, I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. Gotta get my ass to sleep. I forgot to tell her too. I wasn't supposed to go live. Y'all know I said I'm gonna stop live. But listen, if she wanted to really, there are some sheds. Let me put sheds for sale. There are some sheds where she could have gotten, right? Now I'm gonna put that. They're just not gonna be from Lowe's. She was talking about she going to Lowe's, baby. She kept saying, I'm going to Lowe's and get a shit. I said, bitch, what you talking about, ho? Girl, they got many places to get sheds, and it would be a starter, you know what I mean? A shed with a window and shit like that. You know, my mother-in-law bought my niece. This was so years ago, because she just turned like, she just graduated. So I'm assuming she 18. Okay. She around 18. No older. Okay. My mother-in-law bought her a house, a little house, a doll house, but it was a real fucking house in the backyard that matched the real house. Look, it's funny because that shit was funny, but in the backyard, she was able to go in the back. She could sleep in that house, everything. It was a shed, but they had a window. I haven't seen it in years. I don't even know if it's still there. Like, nobody, my niece ain't never used that shit, and, you know, and they ain't have no more kids over there, so I don't know if it's still there. I haven't been over there in like 15 years. Okay, by my mother-in-law, but, I say that to say that they have sheds with windows. And they have sheds. You ain't even, why did she say a shed? Why she ain't say a greenhouse? Like it don't even, man, if they could make sheds in the greenhouses. That bitch said she gonna get her a fuck shed. I'm like, bitch, what? She said, yeah, Mom. I said, girl, you got to be fucking kidding me. What's wrong with that, girl? Why? Why she didn't say I'm gonna get a greenhouse, Mom? I'm gonna start out with a greenhouse. It's gonna be a small one, but it's gonna be big enough, and we're gonna grow. Nah, I said a shed. She said, yeah, people could grow in sheds, Mom. I said, girl, what? So she didn't already try to pass off this fucking which come like it was hers with somebody else's name on it, and then she gonna tell me she getting a shed, and then she gonna act some sort of way when I act like she full of shit. You full of shit, girl. See, this is a big one. And it's not even that expensive. 1,500, right? $1,500. And she can get thousands of dollars. She can go bigger and bigger and bigger. Let's see. We not even this Amazon shit. Let's see when we could get a big ass, a huge greenhouse. I'm gonna call it huge. I don't, because I don't know what to call it besides that. I want like a big one. Okay. Huge ass greenhouse for sale. I think I was supposed to put that all one word separate. They even got underground ones. She could find somebody to build it for cheaper than that. You know what I mean? And it will be much larger. Look, they got one on sale at where look at this one for it's normally 3,000, it's for 1,300. She would look, but we don't know she got thousands of dollars from YouTube people already. Some of them are pissed off. Okay. Look at this shit right here. 20-foot wide hoop house. You know what she could do in there? She ain't even got to grow in the ground, right? She's doing hydroponics. That means it could be buckets or piping. You could grow in a pipe, y'all. In the pipe, the plastic pipes. They growing in that with some ropes going to the top. And she can grow lots of fucking food in this shit year round. In a greenhouse, you grow year round. I wish I could get one of these. Because I'll be outside. All kinds of shit will be out there growing right. Okay. Shit, as I'm looking, I'm thinking my goddamn self. Cause I'm what I grow and how I grow is all weather dependent. But once you go greenhouse, you ain't gotta worry about that. Okay? You get a greenhouse, you ain't gotta worry about none of that shit right there. You could grow year round. Okay. Mm, if you grow it right, facing the right way, like them Amish people, then you ain't gotta worry about no heating or nothing. The sun will heat your shit up. Okay. Look at this. Look at this shit. Let me see. I'm gonna find. Look at this. I'm gonna find one, y'all. Hydroponics. Let's go look at hydroponics. Oh, I ain't typing not a goddamn thing. Hydro, sorry. Nope. It didn't come up. There it go. Hydroponics. Go. Let me see if we can find. So it's called vertical. You could grow in your house, y'all. You could have a garden in your house. I ain't doing all that bullshit right there. First of all, it's expensive. The honest truth, I guess I would if I wanted to pay, right? If I wanted to buy this shit. Look, this look like it's on sale. I might end up. This is what I want, some buckets. But I'm going to cheap motherfucker out there. Because I'm broke like that. Okay? We need to grow their own food. You grow it if you got a yard, if you got a spot in your house, a wall that you ain't got. You know what I mean? Like some people have walls that don't have nothing on the wall and shit. You could grow in your house. No soil. You won't have no water dripping nowhere, but like they got systems. The thing is, the systems, I don't want to pay for it. I ain't got the money. I would though. I should start a channel and have people donate so I could buy the system and I'll update people every day on it or, once a week on it. But some of these things are $400 plus. And this one right here, I did see this on Amazon, $59, but it's small. Don't let the pictures fool you. But you can grow completely a whole tomato plant in your house. It's something like this. Strawberries and shit like that. Okay. You just need a place. It comes with the light and everything. It's like $60. I was thinking about getting it. But what I want to grow, I can't grow in it. I can't grow no fucking watermelon in this, right? My cucumbers scroll up the wall and shit. I can't grow that in there. I definitely want okra. Can't grow okra in there. But you could grow tomatoes, strawberries. You could grow the tomatoes, the small tomatoes. I don't even know how. Yeah, it got to be a certain type of variety that could grow in there. And I think they give you the seeds that'll grow. I'm not sure, right? It's a system kit. I ended up getting my grow lights from Amazon. I should take y'all down there so y'all can see what everything doing. But I don't feel like it. I got bit by the mosquitoes the last time I showed y'all. But that was like earlier in the week. I went out there with no clothes on. I didn't have on no pants and no underwear. I had on like a shirt, but it was long. And I had on my thing. And I forgot to put any spray, on me. And then when I got it, my whole everything, my butt itch. Mosquitoes on my head. I left the tripod and everything out there. I just got the tripod yesterday. But I was thinking about doing a little, show y'all what I was doing. Because I showed y'all how to put the seeds on a napkin, but I don't think I ever showed y'all what to do with the seeds after they um germinate. Right? You don't have to wait long. You just want to make sure they're gonna germinate. And then I was gonna show y'all what to do with it. But when I was like, I gotta get this, I gotta do it, right? Because it stuff would germinate for like over a week. So they had germinated some of this shit long and shit. Like I had to give out those bags. So um that's what I did. And then when I went to go do it, I realized I didn't see the tripod. And then I don't know what made me look out the back door. Oh, I was looking at my plants to make sure they're good. I was like, is it raining? If it's raining, I ain't gotta really go out. If it's raining, then the rain is watering everything. But so I really gotta go out. So I looked out to make sure, that everything still looked watered. And then I saw the tripod. I was like, oh shit, I left the tripod out there. It's been raining on and everything. Mosquitoes tore my ass up. I still scratching still today. Okay. Them mosquitoes bit me all over my butt. My butt. I've been taking allergy pills, it's like a Benadryl. It's like a cheap version of Benadryl to stop the goddamn itch. And the mosquitoes tore my ass. Oh, I wasn't even out there that long. They tore me up. Okay. They tore me up. Bit me all over my butt. They didn't invite me nowhere else. And the only reason I knew they would bite me, I think if you look at the stream, you'll see where I reached and I saw a mosquito on my arm, but I didn't feel him biting, but I saw him, he was big too. I was like, oh shit, mosquitoes. And then I ran indoors. I was like, oh shit, mosquitoes. If I wouldn't have saw him, I would have still been out there while they tore my ass up. Like mosquitoes could bite you and you don't know it until after the fact. You come in, I'm scratching right now. The motherfucker told me about it. Anyway, I talk too much. I ramble. But I just want y'all to know I appreciate y'all. Look, I'll be snoring. I'm shocked he's not coughing. Okay? Because he bothering me with that cough he got. He telling me to go to the doctor's. He won't listen. Okay, I'm gonna make him a goddamn appointment, but then I gotta wake up to make the appointment. By the time I wake up, everybody closing. I'll be waking up at like 3:30. I don't be going to sleep until like 11 in the morning. Okay, go to sleep 11 in the morning. I wake up about 3:30. Then I can't make no fucking appointments. So I didn't do my part this week. I was supposed to make him an appointment. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sign off. Now listen, I don't know about these lying ass heifers. I want them to listen to me and say, you ain't got the lie, Craig. You ain't got no job. You you ain't got the lie. If you in need help in certain situations, people would be willing to help. People do not like scam artists. People, there's people who go and get on the street, and most of us know that some of the motherfuckers might be driving a BMW after we give them our money. Our hearts still pour out to them, and we still reach them our fucking money. See, we be thinking, well, suppose, you know what I mean? Like, suppose they really need it. And I got it right here. That's why I can't keep no cash on me. I told my hubby don't let me have no cash no more. Cause man, I'm like a whole look, we need money and if I got money and people look like they just need the money, look like hardship, I ain't they be asking for $1, I give them $1, you know? If I don't have $1 and I only got a $5, I'll be like, damn, and I give it to them. Let's stop doing that. Because hubby Don't let me have no cash no more. Okay. Um, that's my bleeding heart. Told you that one time, that young man, it was a young man too. Like he looked like he was a teenager, maybe had just become a young man, but he was dressed nice, nice shoes, everything. I was walking out of the Dollar Tree. Um, that's where I go get my cleaning supplies. Don't judge me, baby, but I'm going to get to clean my bathroom and shit. I get them from the Dollar Tree. Okay, that's all my life. Anyway, um, it ain't the Dollar Tree no more. That motherfucker is like the $5 tree or some shit. Okay, I ain't paying no $1.25 when I go to Walmart and get the same shit for 99 motherfucker shit. Okay. Dollar Tree is, I'm not anyway, I'm rambling. So I was in the Dollar Tree. I walked out and a young man was there. And he was like, ma'am, can I get $1 so I can eat? I looked at him like as if he was one of my sons hungry. My weakness is hunger. You know, you mentioned food, you need food, baby. I'm willing to cook for your ass. You understand? Because I've been hungry before. I've been hungry before. So it ain't nothing nice to it. So that's my weakness. Anyway, he's like, he like, can I get $1 so I can get some food? And I said, oh my God. I looked in my purse real quick. I said, I don't have no money. I said, but you can get in my car, babe. I said, I'll take you to McDonald's right there. He said, nah, I'm good. He said he needed for the family. I said, well, get in. I'll buy McDonald's for you and the family. Right? It was a young man. I said, get in. I'll take you right there. I said, I'll take you right there. Get you some McDonald's for you and the whole family. And you know, he was so nice. And that's how you know they scamming, right? Because he could have got him a whole fucking meal for him and his fucking family. I would have bought him whatever he want for him and the family. And he was like, nah, no, ma'am, thank you. And he smiled and he said, thank you anyway. That motherfucker got in my car, hit me in the head, and took everything I got. I ain't had shit. He would have had to know the pin. Okay. Um, well, you know, these young black men, they don't scare me. And truly, they kind of don't harm me neither. You know, they could tell that I care for them. Like I'm not looking at them no in no negative way and shit. I'm not really scared. I'm not running from them like I'm scared of them. And I was like, come on, get in the car. I'll take you to McDonald's, babe. He was like, nah, that's okay. He said, I'm good. I said, you sure? I said, the McDonald's is right there. Like, I was like, it's just right there. I said, I'll bring you back. I said, I'll buy it for you and the family. They were like, nah, I'm good. I said, okay. And I went about my motherfucking business. And the thing is, though, hunger, like when people tell me they're hungry, I really take that to heart. Because I was thinking about going to the McDonald's, buying some shit and just bringing it, to him. But I was like, nah, Bob. I was like, nah, you got to stop. You got to stop. He said, it's good. You good. Go about your business. And that's what I did. Yeah, that was. I'm thinking and shit. I'll be phone on his watch. That beeping. I don't know. His ass snowing, that's for sure. Okay. I don't know if my son go to work tomorrow, but I do know my grandson here. Now, y'all know this. Well, y'all don't know this, but I know this, right? My grandson here, and my son worked. But my son didn't come and say, Mom, can you watch what, while I go to work tomorrow? It's like it's already like it's just gonna be. Now, if it was set up that way, where he said, Mom, he out of school, how are you gonna be able to watch him? Blah blah blah. Then once we set it up, then he ain't gotta ask me. He ain't got. But if it ain't been set up, and I know some schedule and shit, then you can't just, you know. But he know that I'm gonna watch my grandson. But he don't know I got an appointment tomorrow. See, that's what I'm saying. Like I need to know if he got to go to work because I got an appointment tomorrow. Okay. And then he gonna get shot. When I realize he gone, I'll be like, what are you doing? Like, I got an appointment today. He gonna act like he's shocked. Like, you ain't tell me. I'm like, you ain't tell me. I ain't got to tell you. I gotta tell you what the fuck I'm doing. I'm grown. You gotta tell me or ask me to watch so I can tell you that I got an appointment. And since COVID, I don't know if they changed the rules, but when COVID hit, you couldn't bring nobody to your appointments with you. Like COVID might be over. I don't know, as far as if I could bring my grandson to my appointment with me or not. Because he surely would go with my ass, okay? Leaky Leak is a good boy. Leaky Leak, he listens. I give him that iPad, his ass to sit there, and he will do math or English, or if I let him play a game, he'll play a game. All the games are like educational. Now, the only thing that's not educational when he get on YouTube, and then he start looking at some gameplay. They be playing games. I don't know what the hell they be looking at. Okay, but other than that, most of the time with me, it's educational shit, and he like it. So like, you want to say this? You want to do ABC? You want to? I'm like, we're gonna do. We call it multiplication, right? Mathematics. And he be looking at me, and he start talking about number blocks. Yeah, we're gonna do number blocks, baby. Yeah. And he's reading. Wow. I'd be like, dang. But then I realized he is in school. He is 5. And I think back to when I was that age, I was reading as well. So he's on cue and everything good. And that's good. Okay. But he ain't got to be fantastic. He ain't got to be above average or none of that. It's good when they average or just doing what they hitting their marks like they should. And if they're not, then I want to know about it so I can help him catch up. You know, that's what we as parents and grandparents and our community is supposed to be here to make sure the children. But nobody giving a fuck about the children no more. People be like, fuck them children. I be like, God, I can understand you ain't got no kids. You ain't got no kids. It's okay. You ain't got to be bothered with no kids. That's the good thing about not having no kids. You ain't got to worry about no kids. You can be like, fuck them kids. But these motherfuckers be having kids, baby. They be having their children. They be like, fuck these kids. And them niggas be truly fuck them kids, right? Them niggas, they don't care about their motherfucking kids. And then when their kids get grown, them kids fixing. And did y'all hear they got laws? I always knew about the law. I shocked people was acting like they didn't know. Some of these things, you got to take care of your parents, right? But we got a whole generation of people who parents didn't take care of them. The parents didn't take care of them. And now this old motherfucker come to your door talking about, hey, I need a place to stay. I'm elderly. Be like, motherfucker, when you was young, you wasn't worrying about me. I don't know how I would react to that. When I had some mixed feelings with my father-in-law, and watching grown men like my husband, right? Who was a grown man who was hurt, you know, uh, when he was telling me stories of when he was younger and how he would go to school and see that his dad had bought some other kids shoes because his dad's girlfriend had some children who went to school with him. He would see his dad dropping off other kids. He would just see his dad in passing, but his dad was taking care of other kids like they was his kids. And I felt it in my soul. And I was thinking, damn. Like, I think I would have some problems I would have some problems, you know? Some problems with that. Some of these niggas ain't no motherfucker good. And then we got a whole bunch of other men who like to lump up with all the men. Y'all start lumping up together, then that's what you get. You're gonna get called out the same, right? You lumping up with niggas and you ain't asking for no accountability. You letting them tell a story, but you ain't asking them, well, was you there for your kids? No, she wouldn't let me. Nigga, that bullshit don't fly. They ain't never fly. That women go to jail for keeping their kids from their dad. Even these niggas who pop out of no fucking way. Now he want to be involved. I guess I would fight some shit like that too. Right? I think if I could see where if hubby wasn't around for the kids for years and years and years, and he waited for them to be like 12, 13, and then his ass want to come back around, but he don't want to be respectful about it. He thinking he could just show up. And not only these niggas don't just show up wanting their kid, they want to show up and think they could be with you, right? Because they done fucked up somewhere else, some relationship. Nigga got kicked out. Now the nigga want to come back here and talking about he coming to be with the kids, and he want to stay in our house. Nigga, there ain't no our house. And now that's when the war break out. Because a lot of women gonna let you see their kids. They just not gonna let you be with them. You can't use the kids as an excuse to be with them. Okay? And then they do have some women who may use the kid. I don't know why they would. Like, they need to sit their ass down and think about it. You could get a little break, sweetheart. The kids are older. You know, they old enough. Let them decipher shit for themselves. Let them see things for themselves. Don't talk bad about the daddy. If the daddy is really bad, the kids will see it. They'll see it. But you know what else they're going to see? If you talk about the dad to them, these kids want to blame the mom for fucking everything. It's going to be easy for the daddy to get the kid to see it his way, right? Because he's going to sit there and say, you a man now. As soon as he say you a man now, he done verified that, oh, I'm a man. My dad think of me as a man. And then he going to say, yeah, your mama did this. Your mama kept me away. And, you know, and you're gonna be to hurt all this shit that's out here, and you go, even though you know that shit ain't true, you're gonna be shaking your head, yeah. He trying to convince you of some shit. He shouldn't be talking about your mama. But if your mama been talking about him, then you figure, hey, she talked about him, let me hear what he gotta say. I say the nigga out the life, not doing nothing, then don't talk about that nigga. Act like he not there. When them kids ask about him, if you know his number, give them the number. Let them learn for themselves. They gotta learn the hard way. Here go your daddy number. When you call your daddy and he tell you come and get you and he don't come, that's when you learn your lesson. The lesson you gotta teach the kids. You gotta let the kids learn, right? Can't baby them when they smart enough where they can learn. These niggas gonna learn that shit when they get older. They gonna blame you for everything. Cause you the one they could blame. But see, I'm not having that shit. I got a son around here make me want to bash him in his motherfucking head. Cause I'm not no stepping stool. You not gonna blame me just because I'm your motherfucking mom. Fuck, I got feelings too. What the fuck you blaming me for? I want to choke his ass, y'all don't know. I been went to jail for murder. Mom murdered her own son. Why? Because that nigga not gonna do me what these niggas online doing. I'm not playing that motherfucker shit. He in the house with two parents. What the fuck you blaming me? Because he asked me to bake a pizza. Man, these motherfuckers in this house spoiled. Everybody in this bitch is spoiled. Everybody. All of them. I'm spoiled. Whole lot of motherfuckers. Okay? So my son sees some pizza, some protein type of pizza, right? And he said, can you bake me one of these. Now think about it. He asked me to bake him this type of pizza. And I looked, said, oh, yeah, that's easy. And that day I went down there. I told him I'll bake it. I don't know if it was the next day or maybe like the weekend, right? That was coming up. I said, yeah, I'll bake it for you. So I went down there early and started the dough, right? Because dough rise, the dough gonna be better the more you let it rise, right? So I went down early morning, put the dough in, created the dough and put it in the oven, covered it up, put it in the oven. Just to, so it can do its thing. Say 8 hours minimum. All day it was doing its thing. Told him I'll make the pizza that night. Cool. I go down there. I made not just his pizza, not just for him, right? But if I'm gonna make pizza, I'm gonna make him, since he asked for it, special. I made him 2 whole pizzas, large, extra large. And then I made 2 others for me, my husband, and my other son, and my grandson, where we can share, right? 2 pieces for us. I like a pan pizza when I make mine, which they all like the pan pizza, but pan pizza is smaller than when I make the extra large pizza. So they don't care which one, but I particularly like the pan pizza. So I made a pan pizza and then I made an extra large for the rest of us, which is enough for us. And I made 2 whole pieces though, 2 extra large pieces for my son so he can take one and put in the freezer and he could bake the one whenever he wants. Anyway, I done the pieces and everything. All they have to do, I got decide whether I'm baking them now or whether my son gonna wrap one up, put in the freezer for him, or wrap both of them up. And he looked and he said, "This isn't what I wanted." Like what? He said, "I wanted this." And he shows me this video of these white motherfuckers making some protein pizzas. And I'm like, "What are you showing me this for?" "Well, this is how they made it." I said, "Boy, I don't need to see how they made it. I know how to make it." Now, ain't it something? Because I'm making my fucking shit from scratch. They want him to buy some pizza dough. I'm like, boy, pizza dough is dough. Dough is dough. I said, it says protein plus. I added more protein. So you're going to have protein plus pizza dough. That's not what. So I go to explain to him, like I take the time to do the scientific shit. Like, I'm like, look, this is what pizza dough is made of. I said, this is protein. When they talk about protein, they talk about the protein of wheat, right? I explained to him that different flours have different percentage of protein. I said pastry flour has the less protein, bread flour has the most protein. I said, so when they put protein plus on that pizza dough, they are talking about bread flour. I said, and see, this is how you make bread flour from what I have all-purpose flour. I said, I use this. I said, see on this says wheat protein. I said, I added this to the regular all-purpose flour and I made it into bread flour. I said, and that's how I did it. That's how it's done. Yeah. He didn't touch them motherfucker pieces. Okay, cool. Ain't no problem. Because, baby, we going to eat them. Okay? They going to get ate. They could go in the freezer. And when hubby come home from work one day, he hungry, he popped that freezer out the motherfucker freezer and he would put it in the oven, baby. It ain't no big deal. Okay? If I would have known, I would have just had the pizza dough in the freezer. And then when hubby I taught him how to roll out that dough and make pizza where I don't even have to be making the pizza. You see what I'm saying? I done already made the pizza dough. We already got the toppings. But the truth is a pizza with protein is any fucking pizza with meat on it because the meat is protein. But you can add what they call protein to the fucking flour because that makes the gluten more. It's not the protein that he thinks. And I explained it to him though, but this is what pissed me off, right? It's not the idea that I made the pieces. It's not even the idea that he didn't eat the pieces. This is what got me pissed off. When he started having some issues, he starts telling people, yeah, because mom on me. And he tells my son about that time when I was explaining to him about the pizza. So apparently he depressed, and it's because he mentions me in the pizza conversation. I'm like, what? Wait a minute. All these 31 years, you depressed now, and you bring up a pizza conversation? And it sounds like bullshit to me. And see, oh, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they want something, I'm gonna make sure they get it. They too old. I really don't do that no more. Cause they don't really ask me for nothing unless they ask me to cook some shit. He asked me and his dad to cook. Both of us would go down there and cook shit for him. Ain't that something? His ass grown. We shouldn't have to do that. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't mind it. I like when they ask me to cook some shit for him. I'll be like, oh yeah, he buy the shit, I cook the shit. I don't have no problem. Right? But you're not gonna tell people you depressed, you depressed, and then talk about some motherfucker pizza incident to blame me for your depression. I will bust him in his head. I bet you won't be depressed no more. He'll be hurt. He'd really be having some physical problems. I don't know why he think he can fucking play with me. I don't know what the internet taught him, but he better rethink who the fuck I am, the person who raised him, right? And I ain't raised no bitches. And I'm not playing with his ass. He not gonna play with me. My other son told me, yeah, but he said you was too hard on him. What you mean I was too hard on him? When he said it was about some pieces. Motherfuck some pieces. What is he talking about? He grown. If me explaining to him about some pizza dough was hard on him, then he's a motherfucker pussy. And I ain't gonna lie. I'd be feeling like, what the fuck going on? What the fuck? I ain't raised no pussies, baby. I don't want to hear no shit about. You're not gonna do this internet shit to me. He better back his motherfucking thought process up. So it's been kind of tense in this motherfucking house because I know he might be hearing me talk about it now, and I don't give a fuck. No, I ain't raised no pussies, and I ain't raised no motherfucking grown ass man to be acting like no motherfucking baby. Now, see, it's one thing when you ask me to cook some shit for you. We live in the house together. I'm your mom. I don't mind. I tell you, I love you all the time, you know. But there's a couple of things I ain't gonna play with. Because I truly believe the way I was brought up. Okay. I brought you in this world and I will take you out, and I ain't gonna lie. It's like instilled in me, and I believe that shit. Before you take me out, I'm definitely gonna take you out. Okay? You're not gonna take me out with no fucking stress, and you ain't gonna blame me on no bullshit to have me stressed out, talking about you depressed, and it's because of me, and me talking about some pizza. It's you. I don't know what is going on in this motherfucker house. If you would have told people you depressed, I don't know, like, and you went way back in your childhood and found some shit, but you cannot do. See, you cannot do it. So you reach for some recent shit on some pizza. I'm like, what the? My son telling me this, and I'm like, what the? My son telling me, calm down, calm. No, no. Listen, I don't know who these other niggas on the internet are. Right? They on this bitch calling their mom bitches and shit. I wish if any of y'all see any of my sons calling me a bitch, baby, I promise you, if you show it to me, if I ever see, you gonna know I saw it. I'm gonna be in jail. Okay? I'm gonna be in jail. Them motherfucker gonna either kill me or I'm gonna bust them in their motherfucker head. They're gonna be protecting themselves. They're gonna kill me. Cause I'm not gonna play this shit, motherfucker shit. There's a lot of little niggas on this bitch getting away with a lot of shit. You couldn't be my son. You couldn't be. I don't give a fuck if you 30, 35, 40, nigga. You could be age of me, nigga. If I brought you in this world, you better respect me because I respect you. I didn't abuse you. I didn't. In fact, if anybody would say there's been some abuse, maybe spoiling the motherfucker. Not that I look back at it, just these little niggas had cars since they was too young to drive them for real. When we was in Louisiana, they were like 12 years old driving on our property. When they got old enough to get their license, they already had cars. They ain't never not have a car. They ain't never get on a bus. One of my sons got on a bus. He was a baby, my oldest. The last time I got on a bus, he was like 6 months old. He was a baby. He don't remember none of that motherfucker shit. They ain't never been on no bus. They ain't never been hungry. They ain't never not have no game systems. They ain't never had not have no lights. They ain't never had not have a place to stay. Even when I was going through what I was going through, like with the dad and all that shit, my youngest son was young. They don't know nothing about none of that. Make sure they didn't know nothing about no hardship. And then I had to tell them, you're not the street life motherfucker. You just tried to be that guy at the back of I'm like, you're not really about it. Like, you're 31 and you think you this and that, but you're not. You've been spoiled all your motherfucking life. Right now, if I can't give them something, their grandmothers or their aunts will get it for them. Right now, y'all. If my son fucking don't have a car, like his car breakdown, his grandma or my motherfucking sister will buy him a fucking car. Simple as that. They the ones who say, well, you don't need no car note. You don't want no car note. So they'll easily give him $4,000-$5,000 to buy a fucking car. Now, is that a lot? A lot for a car? Not today, but he still will get him a car. They don't want no car note too. If he claim he ain't got the money, which I'm hearing through all of this, like my mother-in-law was talking about, well, what did he do with his money? Like, I don't know what the hell he do with his money. What you know about his money? He keeps his motherfucker money. It's all. I don't know if he going to her to get money. It could be. I don't know, right? But what I'm saying is that might be a play he playing on her. He ain't gonna play that shit on me. And he got a job. He got a good job. What you mean he got no money? But she said, oh, well, I don't know if he got money. I was like, oh. He said, but I bought the car. I like, you recently bought him a car? Apparently so. Apparently she just bought him a car. I don't know. Okay. But she has Alzheimer's, so I don't know. She might be talking about years ago. So I don't know. So because I don't know nothing about no new car. But I take it, as grain of salt. I'm like, okay, she might be remembering some shit that happened years ago. Okay. Because we don't talk, but recently we would talk. She called me. I was shocked as hell. But I ain't gonna say nothing mean. So we were talking. Everything was good. She was telling me things I didn't know. I'm like, so then I realized, Mark told me that she suffered through Alzheimer's. So I just listened to her, but I'm thinking, you bought him a car. When you bought him a car, you already got a car. So I don't know if she bought him a car, because it could be true, but I don't know nothing about it. His dad didn't say nothing about it. So I think she might be thinking about something she did a while back. When did she buy him a car? It would have been like, she helped with his very first car. That would have been so many years ago. Everybody, my mom, us, her, like, he had gotten his birthday gift. No, graduation gift. Everybody gave him graduation gift. He had enough to buy a car. We took him to the auction and he bought his first car. That was his first car. Oh my God, he was 16. So I'm assuming that's what she might be talking about because she ain't buying no car after that. Okay. His car after that, we bought it. And yeah. And so but y'all be thinking I'm rough, but I'm gonna be rough on these men because first of all, I don't know what me as a woman being rough on you. I don't know why you want me to treat you like a pussy. Like I could be as kind as you are to me. If you kind to me, I give you what you give, the energy you give to me, I give back to you. This bullshit of strangers having a baby, you fuck you, little nigga. Be a man, bitch. You supposed to be babying me, little nigga. I'm something like your auntie or your grandma. Ah, mom is disrespectful. What is you talking about? She disagreed with me, and she didn't call me sweetheart, and she ain't loving on me and babying me. She just like my mama. I'm something like your mama. If she's a strong ass bitch, you're not gonna baby your ass. Now, if you get invited to my house, though, I will cook for you, little nigga. You get invited to my house, I'm gonna treat you just like a nephew. But I'm gonna treat you like a nephew. Like I'm gonna treat you like I treat my nephews and like I treat my sons. I love them. And I say, you hungry, babe? You're like I do my husband. But I'm not around this bitch being no sensitive, slow ass hoe on my knees offering the baby them and shit. I babied the children and I babied my grandson because he's still a motherfucking baby. But I don't even baby him like that, right? I speak to him respectful. But I'll tell him I'll bust him on his little legs. I say I tap you on your legs. I ain't never tap Leaker on his legs. Okay, but he thinks I will. Okay, I'll grab a belt. And then he told his mama on me. And she told my son on me. And my son come talking about, you had a belt for my son? I looked at him, I said, what? I said, what are you talking about? And then she said that y'all you put out a belt on him. I said, yes, I pulled the belt out. I said, I'm gonna pull a belt out on his ass again if I have to. I said, we asked him to stop. We asked him to stop. His papa asked him to stop. And then his papa pulled out a belt. And you know who got the blame though? Me. Mom. I don't know if if I got the blame, but I'm the one he came to ask about it. But it really was his papa who pulled that belt out on his ass, okay? Papa pulled the belt out. And I said, see, Papa, I'm not joking. But I got the blame. Okay, I got um, okay. I got goddamn blame. Ain't that some shit? I'm the woman. I'm pouring out the love and everything and everything. And in the end, I'm gonna get the blame. Is that how this motherfucker shit work? I'm not for it. I'm not volunteering for it. I'm not gonna be your punching bag. You're not gonna blame me for a motherfucker that. You better go cry somebody else a river. I don't want you to cry me a river, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Talking about your mom. Why mama used to get the motherfucking blame? Better go talk to your goddamn daddy, nigga. You better wake up your daddy. He's snoring. You better blame him. Don't not blame me. And then for some pieces, though. See, I call bullshit. Yo, y'all, come on. He was looking for somebody to blame. And I don't know. I guess I'm first on his mind because I'm his mother. But the blame, don't pull my fucking name up. Blame me. I'm gonna bust that little nigga in his head. Telling y'all he close. The other day I had to tell him sit his ass down. He talking about he tired. Sit your goddamn ass down. He set his ass down. Okay. I know he probably ain't never hear me get to that tone. I went tenor all the way. Is it called tenor? Tenor. Yeah, that's the man. Wait, you better sit your goddamn ass down. And his daddy look at me. He look at me and he set his ass down. And I commenced to talk. I scared myself for a minute. My voice went so low. I sounded like my daddy. Man, you came out, baby. When I thought about it after his ass, when I released his ass and told him he could go, I thought about that shit. I said, damn, it sounded like my daddy. Daddy told me to sit down. My dad didn't tell me I had to sit my ass down. My dad just say, I want to talk. Okay, daddy. That time when my mama, when I played a little something, my mom told me, okay, did not tell you. Shit, I got quiet real quick. I remember it. I'll never forget. I bet you he'll never forget when I told him to sit his motherfucking ass down. I shouldn't have had to go that low, right? If I say, hey, sit down so we can talk, you don't tell me you sleepy little nickel. Sit down so we could talk. He been getting away. Like I've been trying to catch up with him so we could talk. I'm hearing that he having some problem. Like he a little depressed. I'm like, oh, they got these little kids, these generation of kids, y'all depressed. If y'all ain't got no kids, no wives and shit, right? And I'm listening to other young women and men on here to try to figure out, okay, he going through a little something. Right? He don't want to just go out and have no kid just to be the sake of having kids. He want a family and shit, right? Okay, cool. Let me talk to him. Let me see if I can help, or maybe his daddy, his brother, somebody, but okay. But if I'm trying to talk to him. I've been trying to catch up with him for like over a week. Y'all, I'm never in their room. I don't get in their business. I never really know what they hear. Don't do that. I figure if they need me, I'm right here. He's on the third floor. He could come down the second floor and knock at the door anytime, day, night. And I'm here for him. Right? So then I decide, okay, maybe I need to step in. Let me go talk to him, see what's going on. See what, if I can help him. Do I need to make some appointments so I can go to the doctor? Maybe need to talk to someone. Like, I don't know, right? I'm trying to catch up. When I went up there to grease his hair, clean his ears, anything, clip his nails. I went up there like a mother, like, hey, get off the game. Let's talk. Get off the game. Let's look at a movie together. Hey, I came up here to grease your hair. Hey, you want me to wash your hair? I'm doing it. Oh, not now. I said, boy, I heard you need to talk. I came up here so we can have mother-son time. Seemed like you need it. Oh, no, I'm good. Nigga, you good? You sure you good? Nah, I'm good. I said, nah, come on, let's do it. Nah, I'm good. I said, you sure you good? He told me, yeah. Next day, I get some, hey, your son, he seemed like he depressed. He told me he having a hard time. I just tried to talk to him just yesterday. I was up there ready to grease the scalp of his head. And I'm willing to clean his ears and all the shit that I used to do all the time. They used to come in my bed. We used to watch Supernatural, and I would clean their ears and all that shit. Up until we moved here, actually, like 10 years ago is when I stopped doing that shit. They was well in their 20s. I was still doing that shit, And okay, cool. I said, what do you mean? So I'm hearing this from other people in the family who I really don't fuck with, but they calling me. And I don't know if they calling me in order to like gloat that they know something I don't know. Because that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like they call me to gloat. Because they calling me when they never call me. I don't call them. They don't call me. We ain't got no relationship. My phone rung and I was shocked as hell. When my phone rung and I saw it was, I thought somebody was dead. I ain't even gonna lie. That's how I'm talking about. Like they don't talk to me and I don't talk to them. So they calling me. I'm like, something's up, let me answer, because hubby wasn't here. I'm thinking maybe they know something could be happening. So let me answer. And then it's a natural little conversation that I'm thinking, what's up? What's something going on? Oh, nah. And then the way it was brought up, I was like, the way it was brought up, it was on some slick shit. It was like, yeah, I was about to go walking with your son. We were gonna go walking, but he told me that he was gonna take some time. No, she said, I told him he needed to take some time to process what happened to him. I said, what happened to him? She didn't say shit. Right? We was texting, so we wasn't talking. We was texting, and I asked again, like, what happened to him? Like, what you mean? He got to take the time to process what happened to him. What happened to him? And she didn't say shit. So I opened my door and walk up the motherfucking steps. And let me tell you, I don't go on that third floor. That's a flight I don't need to be taking. That's a flight. What the fuck I need to go up there for? Not a motherfucking thing, right? I don't clean his room no more. He grown. So I ain't got no reason to go up there. So I ain't going up there until I have to go up there. So I go up there and he's sitting up there. I'm like, what is you doing? Like, what's going on? What happened to you? He looking at me all shocked. I'm like, something happened to you or something? Like, the fuck going on? How somebody else know something that I don't know? I mean, what's going on? Oh, nothing happened. And then he goes to tell me. I'm like, damn, like, I started thinking, like, huh, why the hell I'm the last person to know about this. Okay, cool. Cool. Like, I'm like, you good? He good. Okay, we good. See, I'm trying to be the mother because I'm his mother, right? Ain't no judgment, ain't no shit. But I am like, everything good, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's, of course, it's behind some motherfucking woman. Apparently, that's what the depression's about. And listen, I ain't never been depressed about no motherfucking woman, so I don't know what he's going through. You hear what I'm saying? You heard me? But I ain't never been depressed by no motherfucker man. A nigga is a motherfucking nigga. If he ain't my husband, he then what is it? Like, it ain't that motherfucker serious. It couldn't be that motherfucker serious. I ain't never met her. He ain't never brought her to the house. You ain't never bring her to the house, then what the fuck is going on? Like, nigga, move on. Nigga, move. Move around. What you doing? So I think remember always told you I got one son who believe in like family and a woman, because as soon as he became boyfriend, girlfriend with this woman, he brought her here. I saw her all the time. That's my grandson's mother. And she was always here. She's the only one who been here. Like before her, I remember another woman coming, but they were young, right? I think they were still in their teens. Um, but she only came once, and then once he met my grandson's mother, then I ain't never seen no other woman ever. Especially after his son was born. I ain't never seen no other woman dot this door except my grandson's mother. But then I got my other son and I said, well, I don't see no women. He don't bring no woman to the house. Whoever he dealing with, he dealing with. He ain't never introduced me. He ain't never said his name or nothing. So I'm thinking, and then he never say he got no girlfriend. I'm like, hey, you ain't got no. Every once in a while, I joke around, be like, you got your girlfriend? Nah, it's just my friend. Oh, that's just my friend. Okay. Apparently, you got friends. I'm thinking he's moving. I'm thinking the nigga moving around, right? I always say I got one who's not that serious like that, and I got the other one who is serious. Two different. Everybody raised in the same house, same parents, same everything. One of them is a little more serious. The other one, I'm thinking he moving around. I'm letting him know, as long as you protect yourself. Protect yourself. Don't be having no kids out of, with no women you don't want to be having no kids with. Protect yourself. Don't get no diseases. Protect yourself. Go get tested. Like I'm letting him know, take care of yourself. Be responsible out in these motherfucking streets that you moving around. But how the fuck you moving around and some motherfucking body could get you kind of in a crazed mind and shit. I'm like, once a bitch swing on you, you don't hit her back, right? You don't hit her back, but you don't talk to that bitch no more. Cause I asked the first thing. He's telling me, well, she swung on me, this and that. So, I'd left. I'm like, damn. I said, you need me to go whip her ass? Like, tell me about it again. She invited you, what? And then she did what? Okay. He said, well, now, yeah. And she just swung on me out of the blue. Okay, cool. I said, well, she swung on you. I said, you ain't hit her, right? No, I ain't hit her. Okay, cool. You ain't hit her. We good. You ain't gonna never hit her because you ain't gonna never be around her again, right? I'm like, well, so I go and start telling him, well, women, we could be a little, we could get a little feisty and shit. I said, no harm, no foul, right? I'm like, no harm, no foul. Just know that, hey, she'll swing on you. Okay, cool. She'll swing on you, but don't hit her back. These niggas will be like, why would you tell your son that? Yes, my son is a big motherfucker. Like, I don't know if y'all seen it, right? Like, when I say big, like, he got these big ass arms, big ass chest. He's a thick little motherfucker, right? Um, and he ain't weak. You know what I mean? Like, he got the muscles and shit. And yeah, there will be no hitting of no motherfucker with it. If she got a knife or some shit like that, that's a whole nother thing. And even then, you might swipe that motherfucker knife away. You might not cut that bitch out for real if she got a knife coming at you. That's a whole nother situation. These niggas always go to the crazy. Now there is some crazy bitches who will pull out a knife on your ass. But I've been telling them that. I told them, look, you can't be breaking no women's hearts. You can't be if you moving around, as long as you moving around, and everybody know that you move. If everybody know you move around, nigga, and ain't nobody out there claiming you doing this to him and doing that, because that's why he keep. That's my friend. That's my friend. Apparently, I don't know what's up with her. I don't know, and I ain't none of my business. He better not hit no motherfucking women. Uh, she swung on him. He blocked it, and she pulled his hair because he got a lot of hair. His hair go down on past his butt shit. He said she grabbed him by his hair and was putting it, yanking it and shit. He got her off. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm like, this is a lesson learned, right? I'm not mad at him, right? I'm just asking, you need help, like there's something going on, like that girl could have set him up, like, she all the way in PA and shit like that. If she was dirty like that, she would have, when she invited him, she could have had some shooters or some other people there to beat his ass, and that didn't happen. So I was like, well, it don't seem like she, like trying to harm you in that way. And when the police got there, she ain't try to get him arrested or nothing. So I'm like, so she's not trying to hurt you like that. And he says even she says they've been dating for 3-4 years. I'm like, God damn. I know. He ain't never introduced me to her. Okay. So I ain't asking none of his business. Like I didn't go into you cheating on her, did you do this, did you do that? It ain't none of my business, right? He's an adult, they're adults. And I'm just want to make you good. She good where she at. Y'all don't need to be around each other. That's it. And seemed like he got mad at me. I think he's just mad. Right? Trying to source the shit out. But I'm not your punch bag. You're not gonna just I didn't do nothing what you're mad at me for. Because I will beat your ass, okay? I don't know if she beat your ass or not. I don't know how it went down or nothing. Because she swung on you, hit you a few times, but you don't look bruised to me. Okay, cool. So that means you good. You might be a little hurt. Y'all broke up or whatever. Okay, cool. But if I swing on you, little nigga, you gonna get hurt. Okay? And you can't hit me neither. Because it'll be the death of you. Okay? These little niggas want you to be their punching bag. They want to blame you for everything. And when I say you, I'm talking about me. You want to blame me. I never knew the little girl or the young lady, right? I never met her. So I don't know nothing about nothing. And I ain't getting in their business to know. But what I will tell you is you can't be depressed and then talk about some pizza. You better find some other shit. He would have did better saying, well, yeah, I'm depressed because we broke up. Or I'm depressed because this or that. Maybe I got caught. I don't know, right? I don't know. I ain't trying to guess. I ain't trying to place no blame on her or him. Just know everybody need to keep their hands to themselves. It's best that way. It's safer that way for everybody. She shouldn't be hitting him. He definitely bet not hit her, which I know he didn't because, I got all the paperwork shit. She never made no claim that he hit her. Which is crazy because I'm shocked he didn't put no claim on her. Right? But you men don't do that. Y'all men will say that, oh, she need to go to jail for hit. And I'm thinking, if she hit you swinging on you, and you got all the proof, why? Why you didn't say she hit? Neither one of them want to put him in jail, so I get it. I ain't questioning him about why he didn't put nothing on her. I ain't questioning. I don't suggest that. I only suggest that if she's listening right now, because she may be, because she know who I am, that y'all keep your hands to yourselves. Okay? Y'all keep your hands to yourselves. And just be safe. Shit, I don't know what else to tell you. Okay? When people start putting their hands on each other, especially like my son is big, y'all. He not no little man that you could beat down. Like, you know what I mean? Like he got these big ass fists and shit. And I'm like, but we women though, when we know that you really like us and shit, we get beside ourselves and think we can smack you and shit. And we rely on the fact that you love us, that you won't really hurt us. And most of the time that shit works. Man. Especially when a man really like you like that. He don't want to hurt you. He was raised where he don't hurt women like that. And he could have did something that pissed her off, that where she felt like, okay, I don't know. Okay. I'm just trying to put myself in that place at her age where we still a little while and we still not thinking about what we're doing. But I'm not blaming nobody for nothing because, like I said, I don't know the particulars. Right? So I'm gonna stick to my business. My business is he not gonna use me as a punch bag because of something that's going on in his life. He not gonna blame his mommy because his mommy gonna beat the shit out of him. Okay, mommy gonna beat the shit out you if you keep trying to walk around this world blaming me. You're not gonna be one of these little niggas on the internet. These men should be ashamed of themselves. It's so many of y'all pitiful ass, bitch ass niggas on here. When you sitting on here growner than a motherfucker. 30 plus years old, 35 plus, some of y'all niggas 40, and blaming your fucking mama. You bitch ass made nigga. Blaming your motherfucking mama, you bitch. I ain't having it. He better blame her imaginary mama. He need to say he got an adopted mother and it's her fault or something. Okay? Talk about that piece of dough. Got me thinking, what the hell I did? All I did was talk about how the pizza was made. He the one who told me that I made it wrong, huh? Oh, you raised your voice at him. What? I raised my voice. Okay. Anyway, I'm gone, y'all. Okay, that's why I've been stressed. My motherfucking son told my other son because of piece of them that I'm the reason why he's depressed. He said something like he got bad luck. He says he think he got bad luck, and one of the bad luck issues was because I, I guess I wasn't real sweet with him after I made the pieces for him. I don't made the actual pieces. I wasn't sweet enough. I wasn't acting like a little old, like I was acting like myself. I don't know, but we gonna figure it out. If y'all hear that I'm in jail, I'm gonna need some bond money. Promise you it's gonna be because of it. Me, I done busted him in his head. But nah, to be honest, he ain't never like when he just tried to tell me he's sleepy, he tired. Told him to sit his ass down. He sat down. Okay. Um, he never get disrespectful except for that. I felt like I've been trying to catch you, or we have a mother for a mother son conversation so I could figure out what's going on. We could talk it through, you know. Um, and then when this shit popped off and I need to know what's going on, you ain't just walking away. What pissed me off is that other people know information before I know it. That's the way this is. We used to be close like this, and now, and I don't understand. There's something else going on. Okay, something else going on where other people is knowing shit that I don't know, and I'm trying to piece that shit together. Could it be because he felt shame because I'm his mother? He didn't want me to know, and you know what I mean. That could be it, but I need him to know he don't need to be shamed because I love him. I'm here for him. So I'm just trying to figure it out because I'm confused as to how somebody else knows some shit that I didn't know before I know it. And yeah, that shit right there. And I don't know, depression running the family. It's like one of those things that run in my family, right? Like even with myself. And so when it's like talking to you men saying, hey, make an appointment. Like that's truly medication that can help you get out of this. And I don't know, like with men going to the doctor. And I can't make him go because he's older. And if I make the appointment, I still can't make him go. So, then if I make the appointment and say, hey, I made your appointment, go, and then he don't go, he'll be charged. You see what I'm saying? Like we have a family doctor that he's been going to since he was a baby. And if I can't talk to him, get him in the room, so I say, hey, I'm make you and get him to agree so I can make him an appointment. But yeah, here we are. This is being a parent, baby. Even when they get older, sometimes have to figure shit out. I don't know. Let me see. Somebody send me some shit, man. I don't even know what this shit is. So this shit say, y'all be freaky as hell with no primary care doctor. I don't know like that. Freaky as hell with no doctor. That shit funny. Oh no. Well, she ain't even right. Why you messing with that lady in her stomach?
Vaccination is on the way, Mars. And this kind of question. Should we record the whole journey? Like, do we have to go through the whole journey with you? Can you drop us off before you get to the end? That's all I'm saying.
He ain't even ready for that. I see what the young women are like, hey, this is my body. I done had the babies. I gained the weight, lost the weight, and now why would I hide? I guess, She's cute. They got a lot of men who wouldn't have no problem with her belly. I don't know. Um, he says funny. I follow him. What his name? Hater Maker Journal or something shit like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Hater Maker Juno. He's funny. But I'm getting tired of the men just dogging women all the time though. They barely talking about men. And so I stopped following them when I realized that they always talk about a woman, always talk about a woman's body. Every joke they make is about a woman's body. Now I know the women put the videos out there and shit like that, but it starts getting to me. I'm like, nigga, you got an issue with women? Or you got an issue just with black women? You know what I mean? And the one that kills me, so because I don't follow a lot of people, but I used to, when I first got my Instagram, I used to follow anybody who followed me. Like I don't even know them people. You know what I mean? Like they follow me. It was almost like, when you first hit the account, just when it first started. I'm like, oh, they follow me, let me follow them back. Oh, they follow me, let me follow them back. So I used to always do that. So I don't know how many people I follow. But if you ended up following me in the beginning of Instagram, and bitch, I'm following you, okay? If you followed me. Anyway, so I get a lot of people on my line, and they got these big women, right? And they doing their thing. Or they got this one older woman, man. She is so beautiful. She had the picture, man. That shit, she be looking good. But anyway, so I'm a big woman. She's real big, big white woman, real big. Like, and she got on a what they call that bra, sports bra, with her belly all out and everything out, right? People saying that she got balls on her legs. That's what they said. But this is the thing. It's a whole shitload of people, men, right? You can see the men who giving her compliments. Those are the men who like big, big women, supersized women. Then there's another shitload of men who are there to give her insults. Now, this is what I noticed, right? I noticed that the same men who give her insults, they are always there in her videos to insult her. So I started asking them, like, shit, to say you don't like it, you show always in all her goddamn video. I'm like, you ain't got to lie, crack. You ain't got to lie and say you don't like something. You here. You always here. I'm going through our videos right now. I see you made a comment on all these videos, and you made the comment on the days in which she dropped the video. It's not like me, right, where I only come to Instagram once every few months, and then I'm scrolling through all the videos to see what she's doing, right, to give her support, hit her heart, because I'm just showing support. I'm like, when I went through all the videos on the day she made the video, you was there giving her an insult every time she put up a video. that you are to insult her. That means you following her. That's why you get the notifications and you're here just to insult her. He probably want her attention. So I asked him, you trying to get her attention? Like I tell him, just saying a hi, hello will get you farther than these insults. And it's like men like being like little children. Like when I was a kid, I didn't know that the little boy pulling my hair was his way of liking me. Who would have thought of some bullshit like he pulling my hair got me crying because he liked me? That's some fuck shit. These grown ass men doing the same thing. Some of them, that's what they say. They say that is reverse psychology, right? Now, reverse psychology could work, I guess, to a degree. Like, for instance, the ones who came in my area to give me a negative comment, like I noticed all the positive comments, and I would think everybody as a group. But this one guy who giving me an insult, I call his ass out and start roasting his ass. That's it. So I guess he then he would say, "Oh, I was just trying to get your attention," and I'm like, "Wait, now you got it, okay?" And is it the attention you wanted? It is attention, but it's not the kind of attention you thought you were gonna get. You think you could slide in my DMs after calling me fat and ugly? Oh, you're not that cute. These niggas want you to get in the DM with him when he say you're not that cute, cause he waiting for you to say something back to him, whether it's an insult or not, so he can tell you, "Oh, I was just trying to get your attention." Nigga, bye. Yo, you trying to get my attention by insulting me? Bye bye. Okay. Man, wait, see, I don't like going on Instagram. Damn. Is that real? What the fuck going on here? Nah, man. These motherfuckers. Anyway, because I started going down the whole of Instagram. I call it the whole video at the video. They just a couple of seconds, but they be funny. And then you go to the next one and the next one. And next thing you know, it's 4 hours later. I'll be like, oh shit. I just been on Instagram for 4 hours. I ain't never even go on TikTok. TikTok is not on my phone. Um, and I already told y'all why. They want you to forget that they got control of your shit, right? We starting to find out that China, right? China ain't playing so motherfucking nice. Okay? They're giving money, so the young people over there, we don't get rid of TikTok, don't get rid of TikTok. The motherfuckers also got access to all your shit if they want it. So as long as you don't put your bank accounts and shit on your phone and pay shit on your phone, then I guess it's okay. But I figure I'll be on TikTok forever because, see, I be watching TikTok here on YouTube, right? People put up a little group of videos and show them. I watch them, it'd be funny. It'd be some good ones. Sometimes I'll be wanting to go over there, but I just cannot put that shit on my phone. Okay? I just cannot. They need to give me another way to access that motherfucker shit, like through my computer. Okay? I do have some shit on my computer, but I don't know how to find nothing. I don't know. I'm just like, man, how the fuck you find shit on TikTok? I don't even know. So I'm assuming it's not the same on your computer as it is on your phone. I'm just assuming. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I'm about to go, y'all. I've been rambling. I don't even know if anybody watching. I could be talking to myself, which is strange, but not for me. Okay, it's not strange for me, but it's not strange for Bob Baby to talk to herself. Okay. At least I think I'm talking to others. And see, that's not too crazy when I say I'm talking to myself, but I don't know if I'm talking to myself. But people might be listening. Anyway, that's my issues in the family, y'all. Bamboo, being a mother. You never stop being a mother. You're gonna always be a mother. I like my kids are just like other people's kids, regular kids, right? With jobs and shit. all kinds of shit could go wrong, because they regular people in the world. Um, you know, but depression depression could be bad, especially on men. Especially when they start thinking, "And what am I here for? If I'm here just to go to work every day, and I'm not rich, and I keep spending my money. I get the money, but what's the sense in going to work if I can't do this and that?" So they're looking at other people's videos and seeing them on vacations and shit and doing the most, right? And then you go to work every day and you realize that you can't even do what they're doing. Why can't you do what they're doing? So it starts you down this road of depression. And his mom saying, "Hey, like, you're doing a good job. You go to work every day." He's thinking, "What am I going to work for, though?" And I'm like, "Hey, everybody go to work to pay their bills. That's how this shit work, you know." Okay. But y'all see other people getting paid and being able to do all kinds of shit. I'm like, most of that shit is fake. They do have some though, right? We get to see the ones who wealthy. And I'm like, y'all had the chance. My sons had the chance to do a lot of things, y'all. I've had computers since they were born. They they had the internet their whole life. They ain't never have not have internet. They've always been in front of computers since the AOL days all the way. When I was telling them, "Hey, you can start a channel, you can do this, you can do that." Nah. They Even though they had the talent, just like I knew how to make websites, they used to sit on my lap while I was making websites and shit. Designing website. They knew HTML and all that shit. I've been teaching them about computers their whole life. And and then they start surpassing me with certain things, like graphic art. I don't know how to do none of that. One of my sons was doing graphic art. He was like 9, 10 years old. And people was paying him to do their MySpace pages and shit. He was like young, getting paid shit like that. I think I told y'all that one time some grown ass person bought him pizza. And that's how we found out. That's how I found out like on that game system. On the motherfucking game system they was on. I didn't know that shit was connected to the internet where they could talk to people until a grown ass person bought my son pizza. And he came to the house like, "What the hell?" He said, "Yeah, a man online bought me the pizza." Can't remember if it was him winning the game or if he helped him with a video clip. Because he used to do both at the time. I was like, "You gave them people our address?" Anyway, so, and what's weird is even when I give them ideas today, they still say no. I give them ideas, good ideas. Maybe it's because I thought of it. Their mama thought of it. Even if the daddy give my idea, uh, you know, I guess it's a generation. I try to put myself in their place. Like if my mom would have gave me some advice on some shit, would I have taken it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Because yeah, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. So I just chuck it up to, hey, I give them some advice. They can take it, not take it. We good. We still gonna be good. Okay. But with this depression shit, I don't, I don't know how to work it out for it. Okay. Um, and so I just keep worrying that he might self-harm. Y'all, there's a lot of self-harm going on in the world today with that generation. It scares the shit out of me. Okay. It scares the shit out of me. So it might be, and remember, I suffer from PTSD, right? So I gotta understand that sometimes I'm overthinking shit. I could be overreacting about shit, right? So I have PTSD. And so my son who's depressed, and then automatically I go to oh Lord, suppose he do this, that, or the third, and then I can't sleep, and then I'm worried, and then and I'm overreacting, could be, right? And then I start thinking, oh, you overreacting, it's your PTSD, right? So then I try to calm down, but then I start thinking, oh, suppose he harm himself, and then you didn't do nothing, you're gonna blame yourself. And so that's my PTSD going back and forth. And so I'm struggling. Right? I'm like, oh my God, like suppose me not talking, maybe it's like him thinking I don't care. But then I'm like, he don't want to talk. So I don't, but suppose you know something and he hurt himself and then you gonna feel bad. You're not gonna be able to get through this shit and you should have did something. And so I've been struggling with that shit and it's just keep going back and forth. So it's my illness that got me kind of strung up like this. So I don't come to the internet because I ain't got shit to talk about, because I keep worrying about him. Like I wake up to make sure he went to work. And then I get up to make sure he came home. And then I took the gun away, right? The gun got taken away from me. that I was like, nah, give me the gun. So I took the guns from him. Cause I got taken away a while back. Okay. Everybody thought I was overreacting. I was like, nah, fuck that. I may have been overreacting, but better safe than sorry, baby. Better safe than sorry. Okay. So I'm gonna see y'all later. What? I have a doctor's appointment. I need to go to sleep. It's almost 3, and I've been up here. New Zoom. It don't tell me. I don't even remember going live. That's what I'm saying. Like I've been so stressed that I think I was supposed to talk about politics. Like originally I was gonna be talking about Trump and shit. And then I saw old girl what her name? SheRaSeven. I saw a video done by her and I was thinking, what a goofball. Okay. She should have some family members or something to be worried about than trying to teach you women to be whores and crazy and shit. And this is what I'd say. Any of you women listening, if y'all like Shira and y'all think, because I think Taylor said that she said some things that make sense. Can y'all send me a video of when she making some motherfucking sense? Because I ain't never seen one, but I don't look at it. And I think over here in this whole channel time I reviewed, maybe this might have been the second or third time. And if this the third time, then all 3 videos was some dumbass shit. Okay? I ain't never hear her say nothing that makes sense. Right? You can't say, like, she can have a whole video with nonsense, but say one little thing, then you might agree, and then be like, she makes sense. Nah, the bitch is crazy. Right? Because even a crazy bitch might say something that makes sense. Like, I bet you crazy be like, yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom because we all gotta go take a shit. And you be like, yeah, right. And then you be like, oh, she said some things that I agree with. Yeah, okay. But I need to hear her say some shit that makes some motherfuckers. Because one time she went viral, and we reviewed it. And that shit was all nonsense. It's all like a bowl of gumbo bullshit, right? A whole lot of things thrown together, and something gonna stick to somebody. Like even I might say, yeah, I can agree with that, but and then right before that was bullshit. Right after that, gonna be bullshit. So so I'll never be like when she says some things I agree with. I'd be like, nah, that bitch crazy. Okay, she crazy. And she one of them people who's showing a fake life, And I guess like Kevin Samuel said, fake it till you make it. Fake it so much to people give you enough money to where now you making it. right? Fake it enough where you write a book where people gonna buy it to where now you can really try to live like what you're saying. And we've had several women doing that shit over here. And then they got the women who aren't getting paid. Like you can see them getting paid, getting that money, shitting on women. And she not shitting on women. She turning women into shit. That's a difference, right? She turning women into shit. She teaching young women who may not even like really have some people to teach them. She teaching them how to be users, and then these men running to these. This could be dangerous to women. First of all, telling a man you ain't got the money, like you, like there's some men you don't play with like that. Like if you're not really interested in a man, then don't talk to him at all. Don't don't just talk to him because he looked like he got some money. Didn't ask him for some money, and then play that man. Look, she gonna get somebody hurt. Okay. With her perch dance motherfucking lips and just slapping that motherfucking shit all around her nose and shit. I'm not understanding. She's married already. She should be teaching you how to be a wife or something, right? But she made it like her husband wasn't shit. You see, I couldn't do that. I'll be up here talking about her motherfucking husband and wish she say not a motherfucking thing. I'll be like, bitch, you the one who got your husband like he ain't nothing but a trick ass motherfucker nigga. You put that out in the world. See, these bitches not gonna play with me, baby, because I will give them I will give them what they say, what they giving. You playing like you make the money, you the beauty, and he ain't nothing but a trick, and you don't care, and he ugly in this, girl, I'll be on here calling your motherfucker husband ugly and shit for days at a time. You'll get hurt, you'll get mad, he'll get real mad. That'll be some dirty shit. But that's what they put out. Or I don't care about his look. He just gotta have some money. Or I ain't gonna do this. He better go get paid, or I'm not gonna be with him. As soon as he don't make enough. But we know that when he lost his job, she was over there making that money on YouTube. Right? That's what she did. And nothing wrong with that. That's her husband. But that's not what she's teaching now, is it? Nope. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. She can't dispute that shit right there. Okay, because she didn't somebody that called out on it before, and she making it seem like love don't mean shit, and yet she must love a man who when he lost his, she was right there with him. They're making it together. A whole bunch of nonsense. Okay, I'm gone. Okay, and warning not to say my name, baby, because I did throw this first stone. But if she decide to pop back, baby, it's gonna be war. Okay, it's gonna be war. I'm a huckleberry. I will play, bitch. Okay, now I'ma see y'all later. I'll be snoring.